Hello, I'm your host, Teresa Barber, president of Oregon Wild Horse Organization, or OWHO, and I'm joined by the vice president of OWHO and president of National Treasure Mustang Rescue and Sanctuary, Janelle Giorso. We welcome you to our show where we're responding to a podcast called Where the Intelligence Ends. Where the reality ends. Where the pavement ends. I just want to warn you, we're not professional live streamers. We don't get paid for the work we do in advocating for wild horses. So we don't have a fancy studio. We work from home. And during the podcast, it's very possible you're going to hear, our dogs and cats and birds and humans in our lives. So we apologize for that and don't think that it'll really interrupt you. Just might hear some background noise. So this podcast that we're going to listen to today and respond to in live time, you'll see some of our slides that we've prepared for this. This podcast was done by some Nevada wild horse and burro hating hunters. You can see on the screen. We're going to hear the Belding boys along with their uncle Mel Belding, who are avid hunters. And you'll also hear their guests on the show, Jenny Luciette, who is an 18-year employee of the BLM, and also Joel Blakesley, who's a well-known troll. We see him on a lot of the Facebook pages. So here at OWHO, we advocate for the law to be followed and for the protection of not only wild equines, but also for healthy public lands. So let's just jump into this show. And again, it is a podcast, so you're going to hear the audio of their podcast while we respond to it in real time.
Howdy, folks out there. We are back with another episode of Where the Pavement Ends podcast today. And today you're going to hear a couple voices that you have heard in the past. My uncle Melvin Belding, my dad's youngest brother, and Mr. Joel Blakesley. He's been here talking about trapping before, and he's the head of our trapper union and the local real estate guru here in town. And you'll have a female voice joining us today, Miss Jenny Luciette. Luciette.
The French, parlez-vous français, monsieur.
Of course, Jenny, who nobody on the show knows how to pronounce her last name. You think when you have a podcast and you've done this before and you're an interviewer like these guys are, you think they would learn how to pronounce her name before they did the show. I don't know, maybe that's just me, but I try to learn those things, wouldn't you, Janelle?
Oh, definitely. You would think so.
Just goofy. So they're off to a good start. Let's see what they got to say.
And today we kind of got a hot button issue, really. Kind of affects everybody differently of how you feel, regardless of how they affect the environment, but just on a personal level of.
And I'm sure they're going to show us exactly how they affect the environment, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think they're going to show their huge scientific knowledge with us. Let's see.
What a horse is to people. So there's a lot of emotions in this topic we're going to talk about today.
No facts here, just emotional humans. How dare we be humans and have emotions?
And that is the wild horse. Wild horse.
Oof.
And I'm hearing a lot from the hunter friends of mine and folks out on the range that, they're getting out there and they're going in areas where used to be golden and now all they're seeing is wild horses. And it's, it's hurting our lands. And that's why I'm glad Joel's here so we can talk a little bit about, the destruction and the ecological damage on this.
Yeah. That's a big thing, obviously, coming from my point of view, and probably all three of us sitting here is on the hunting side.
Absolutely.
Let alone how it affects the overall
No land, no nothing.
Exactly, right?
Huh?
No land, no nothing.
What does that mean?
Yeah, what the fuck is she talking about?
I have no idea. Maybe she'll tell us. Let's listen.
Before we get into all that, I want to kind of just a little bit about, can you talk about your background a little bit? Can you talk about who you work for and what you kind of do before we?
I can.
I didn't know what the
I
government
hate to
allows.
say. No, I got permission. No, I work for the Bureau of Land Management, and we kind of talked about this earlier. I mean, whenever somebody talks about wild horses, they just think it's Bureau of Land Management, and we'll talk more about the act possibly later. But the Forest Service falls under the same act, the 1971 Wild Free Roaming Horses and Burro Act. So they've got the same mandates by Congress. But here in the state of Nevada, there's other agencies that have authority over these animals, and a big one is here in the Reno area, the Virginia Range area that's managed by the state. Then you've also got tribal lands up in the Sheldon area, Fish and Wildlife Service, and then of course domestic horses that have gotten out. So.
But really, everybody only talks about BLM.
Well, and that's where the major numbers are, and especially in this state. And again, we can get into numbers later.
You're saying by numbers of horses, just by land mass?
Yeah.
You control more land than the other agencies?
We do. There's 68% of Nevada, I could be a little bit off there, is federally owned, and then or 80-something percent, 67% is BLM.
Some percent. We'll get it figured out here. You can see on the slide in front of you, federal government owns more than 34% of the total land mass of the United States. Alaska has the largest amount of federal land, but Nevada has the highest percentage of federal land within a state. And it's 80.1% that she couldn't spit out her mouth. So, and you'll see the rest of the stats on screen about, how many millions of public land and, how many wild horse and burro management areas and all that good stuff's right on your screen. So we'll give you the facts, and she doesn't seem prepared for the show that she was doing. So let's go on. Yeah, very typical. If we have the facts, we might actually have to tell you some truth. So here it is.
All that land horses.
Yeah. I mean, you'll hear a lot through this about all the land, but the truth is the land that they manage for horses according to their acreage isn't always managed for horses, but I think we get into that later on. So let's just scoot on here.
Here in Nevada alone, when you're talking numbers of horses just on the BLM side, and that's not Black Lives Matter.
Really?
It's Bureau of Land Management.
You mean Black Lives Matter don't manage our wild horses and burros? I would have guessed. I guess for people that don't listen to the show, I can't imagine anybody that listens to their show, which focuses on hunting. I can't imagine any of them don't know that the BLM they're talking about is the Bureau of Land Management versus Black Lives Matter.
Yeah,
Do you think they ever did a show on Black Lives Matter, Janelle?
No, I highly doubt it. Well,
yeah,
you never.
I can't.
They've
probably. I don't think Black Lives Matter interfered with their hunting capabilities.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just silly things.
They're against Black Lives Matter, though. Something tells me.
Yeah, I would imagine so. So let's listen in some more.
Okay.
We've got a capacity of, twice as many. So for the Bureau of Land Management, we manage horses on the land in 10 Western states, the 10 Western states. Nevada currently has twice the limit of all what 10 Western states can support. And it's 4 times over just in the state of what our lands can support. So again, we're talking that critical, we're in a critical situation.
So if there's, we would get right into it. If there's acts out there that control these things, why does it get so out of hand? If there's things, if the government is allowed to control them, is it lawsuits? Is it politics? What is it? Because if there's something that says it can only be X amount of horses on this range, we do gatherings or whatever. But what else is there that controls it? And why is there such an overburden from the horses?
So I'm going to let Joel talk after this, but really it comes down to we're congressionally mandated to manage these horses. There are a lot of not shalls, but will by the secretary in the act, which is 8 pages long. I highly recommend people to read it.
Okay. So
8 pages,
the next slides we're going to show you illustrate how ignorant that statement was. Okay, the original act, which is in the US Code, was 3 pages. With the amendments, it's now 8 pages. That's what they consider the act, right? And it is the Wild Horse and Burro Act itself. However, most of the regulations and laws that have to be followed are in the Code of Federal Regulations, and that's Title 43. So the next slide will show you just all the different, well, the next 2 slides will show you the different regulations. And I did not open up each individual section to show you how long Title 43 is with all the regulations and laws that have to be followed. It's much more complex than 8 pages. So for her to say that, she's kind of trying to dumb this down like, oh, people won't understand anyway. But let's listen to her yap while I show you the slides of what you really have to follow.
I'm not going to go to sleep on it.
That's the one you're talking about, the
wild free roaming horses in 1971.
Never been amended?
It's been amended several times, but with good amendments.
Okay.
You know, the 76 and 78 PRIA and NEPA Acts, the National Environmental Protection Act, and the Public Lands or Rangeland Improvement Act.
Okay, now just with all those acts, when they figure into the Wild Horse and Burro Act itself, and then you've got to look at all those, doesn't it kind of sound like maybe it's longer than 8 pages?
Oh, for sure.
So she oversimplified it and then went on to say, it's got all this stuff that amended it. Well,
Yeah,
it's not only that it amended it, but you also have to take it into consideration with every decision you make at the Bureau. So it's much more than...
So good, she says. The amendments are good.
Oh yeah, they were great. They allowed things like helicopters that chase down our horses during a gather, you know, so... And then one of the ones that BLM likes to tout is FLPMA, which is, she mentions it later, but doesn't actually know the name of it. But it's the Federal Land Policy Management Act, and it tried to kind of consolidate all these different acts into one place. But the big thing with FLPMA that BLM has ignored for a long time, and we're in a lot of appeals over it, is that FLPMA doesn't apply to a wild horse and burro area. It specifically said that it didn't override any pre-existing land use policy. And the courts had ruled earlier that the Wild Horse and Burro Act is a land use policy. So the FLPMA is the major act that says that all of the public lands have to be managed for multiple uses, which they use as an excuse to put more cows out than horses. So we'll get into that a little bit later in this show, but it's not as simple as 8 pages, you know, that were amended from the original 3, because there's so much more that goes into it. So let's let her carry on, and I'll show you those next slides that actually show the Code of Federal Regulations just for the wild horse and burro management.
Gave us a bunch of authorities that weren't originally in there. And then, of course, in 2008, we call it the Burns Amendment, added additional sections to 1332 to allow us to sell horses over the age of 10, or if they've been offered for adoption 3 times. Currently, if you adopt a horse from the Bureau of Land Management, the government holds the title for a year. and you've got to apply for title to show you've taken humane, done humane treatment on them. But I'd like to turn it over to Joel a little bit on just, what are our challenges? Why aren't we here?
Well, the reason being is because this is a federal issue, and our lands in Nevada aren't our lands. They're owned by all the states. So you've got too many landlords.
They're not technically owned by all the states. They're owned by the American public.
Yep.
Our federal public lands are held in trust for the American public currently and in the future. And the Bureau of Land Management is one of the agencies that manages our public lands, and they manage the bulk of our public lands. So, and as you can see by the slide in front of you, what I'm showing you in the bottom two boxes are all the regulations that are under Part 4700, which is that section of the Code of Federal Regulations that covers wild horse and burro management. So each of those sections and subsections that are blue there would open up with a whole page of wording that is the regulations. So it's not as simple as an 8-page document. That's just that. It doesn't include FLIPA or NEPA or PREA or any of the other stuff that you heard her talk about. So that's just the wild horse and burro management regulations. It's ridiculously long and not as simple as 8 pages. So we could really get into the weeds with all the other regulations, like ones that protect sage grouse habitats that also figure into the decision for wild horse and burro management. Every decision they make, they have to look at sage grouse, endangered species, Clean Water Act, everything. So there's a lot more that goes into it than 8 pages. So
Yeah. And she likes that. She likes that sales authority horses.
Yeah,
where,
she'll get into that in just a minute, I think. So let's listen.
Okay.
You've got to deal with 450 members of Congress and the Senate. And just because you have a law that says you need to remove horses, if you don't have the funding to remove them, doesn't matter what the law says.
And that you're saying that the purse is held by obviously the House. So
yeah. So this isn't something that we can deal with at our state legislature in Carson City, other than the Virginia range, which is state horses. But on your federal lands, basically what we've got here is a tenement that's halfway burned down and it's infested with rats. Because you've got too many owners that, somebody in Connecticut.
So I didn't hear her talk about the sale authority horses, but I know she did. What did that mean, Janelle?
Well, it means the sale authority horses are when the buyer gets the title right away instead of waiting a year for the title, and they can do whatever they want with them at that point. And I'm sure the kill buyers are lined up and buying them sales authority. They're either over 10 years or older, or they've been offered for adoption 3 times, which includes online adoptions where not everybody will adopt through a picture on the internet.
Yeah, we would hope not.
Yeah, but they offer them just about. Those online auctions seems like constant. And so a lot of horses are lost that way. They end up going sales authority.
And so if somebody does adopt a horse, BLM claims that they come out and do a compliance check. And you have those horses that were formerly wild horses, or you have your burro as well. So did they come do a compliance check at your place?
Oh, heck no. They never came out. And that was 4 different adoptions. They didn't come out and check on them. I did have a problem with the burro. They contacted me after I adopted him and said that his freeze brand matched another burro that they had, and I needed to shave his neck, and give them some good pictures. And I said, well, he would be afraid of a shaver on his neck, and I'm trying to slowly, gentle him and get him used to me. Well, I ended up having to put him in a squeeze chute to shave his neck. Lost some trust there.
Yeah, I
And
imagine that was terrible. I mean, you're taking an animal that was chased around most of the time by helicopter, and then, put in this trap site with these animals that they don't necessarily hang out with because they're not all from the same bands or whatever.
yep,
So they're upset, they're terrified, then they shove them in a trailer, and this is all humans that do this. So these animals that may or may not have had interaction with humans before are getting terrorized by these humans. And then you get an adopter that takes one, and the BLM just expects that animal to trust you enough to walk up to it with an electric shaver so you can look at the freeze brand better.
yep. They made it so that I
Wow.
couldn't adopt because I didn't gentle him fast enough for their liking.
Where is
When
that in their regulations? How fast you have to gentle an animal?
I don't think it is.
Yeah,
I highly
exactly.
And when I sent the pictures, she said that it doesn't match him either, so they didn't know who he was, and that they would just adjust the paperwork.
Oh,
So I
that's
guess,
great. So a BLM screw up caused you to have to torture that animal even more.
yeah, and they wouldn't let me
That's
adopt. I
fantastic.
was trying to adopt another horse at the time, and they wouldn't let me because I don't gentle him fast enough. So it's kind of rude.
I guess they want just their tip trainers to make money off of that, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
I love the way this guy said that our lands are infested with rats after he talked about how many congressional members there were. I thought he was talking about Congress. I'm thinking, I don't think that's going to get Congress to help you much, but honestly, I think it was probably the rats he was talking about,
Oh,
or the horses.
in a democracy, that's how it works. Congress decides things, and whatever. Too bad for
Yeah,
him.
but I think he was really talking about the horses, calling them rats on the land. That's just
Yeah.
rude. So,
Yeah, he
I
was.
guess some man's rat is another person's beautiful wild horse, huh?
Yep. Well, these guys kill things, so
Yeah. All right, let's head on here.
okay.
It petitions their senator or their congressman, and they have just as much say as you or I do.
Is there not, feds, we're talking about a lot of that stuff, just not horses right now, of who controls what, like the border and Texas being able to arrest legal immigration, and but it's a Fed case and all this stuff.
Okay.
So there's a lot of that.
Apparently they don't like the federal government much, huh?
Sounds like it.
All right, let's see if they get back to horses here.
Who has control over things, right? Especially in the news right now. And is there nothing that the state can do legislatively as saying, okay, it's controlled by you, but why can't Nevada say, we are only going to take 20% of the allotted horses? We're going to ship out 70% to other federal land.
Because
there's still no funding.
The only thing that's
there she goes. The law. Well, duh. You mean, Jenny, those good old boys gotta follow the law. All right.
State has control over state lands. So they don't have control over BLM or Forest Service or Fish and Wildlife lands. That's controlled by the federal government.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, a lot of these groups are actually pushing for public lands to get turned over to the states. Part of it's because they don't like the fact that they can't kill off animals they don't want because they can't hunt them. And the other part of it is that they have not thought about, listen to me, I speak well. They haven't thought about the money it would take to manage those lands if they got turned over to the states. States can't afford it. They cannot afford to manage those public lands. So this kind of talk is just kind of silly, but it's their little wet dream, so we'll let them have it.
Yeah.
So, okay, on we go.
But states still have rights.
Not really.
No.
Well, and let me interact on this. Yeah, exactly. Well, let me interact a little bit.
Please
the
do.
law is very clear at state and in 1971, it's where horses were found. And I've got those historical numbers, for us to delve deep in it if we want to. So the law was very clear on where they're found. There's what we call 177 herd management areas in the 10 western states. There's 83 here in Nevada alone.
Okay. 177 HMAs. Okay. That's what's on the books. When you go through each of those HMAs and you look at what the population level is set at, in other words, what's allowed to be out there, some of them say 0. So 177 of those HMAs are not necessarily being managed for wild horses anymore. They're just still on the list. So, we're paying for all this, and we're paying for them to manage lands. We're paying for them to manage the horses. We own both the horses and the federal lands. So of course the states don't get the right to assert state rights into that issue. It's not a state issue. It's a federal issue. They are right in saying that, but they skew their numbers and their statistics by saying 177 HMAs. It's just really not true. And those HMAs are not where the horses were in 71. They've already lost half of their land, but we'll get into that later too. So let's go on and see what they've got to say here.
And is that the feds taking advantage of 87% of fed land?
Well,
absolutely. That's their land. So taking advantage of it. Yeah, it's what they're going to maintain.
And
it's multiple use.
Right.
So who?
No. Taking advantage of its multiple use. The law said manage areas where they were in 1971, principally for wild horses and burros, and not all uses get to be on every acre of public lands. So it's kind of silly that they would even say that, but let's see if it gets even sillier here.
Let me go at it kind of a backdoor way. Who owns big game animals?
The state.
The state manages
they don't actually own it. They hold it in trust.
Okay, so can the state not sue the government then for causing damage to their property?
Anybody could sue it, but it's not the state's property.
Who could sue then on behalf of the big game animals?
The sportsman could. The Department of Wildlife could.
Railroads,
ranchers.
You hear that, Janelle?
Yeah. Right there. Jenny's she's an employee of the federal government, and she's encouraging them to sue the government. Isn't that grounds for her to be relieved of her duties at the BLM?
I would think so. I cannot imagine BLM's going to take well to the fact that, or even, can you imagine Secretary Holland, who's ultimately her boss is the Secretary of the Department of Interior? Can you imagine her hearing an employee of hers saying, hey, sue my agency. Go ahead. Sue the federal government that I work for. Yeah,
and the BLM gave her permission to be on this thing, right? That's what she said.
Allegedly. That's what she says. Yeah, I've got permission to talk. Yeah, I don't think they gave her permission to say that. But let's go on here.
So has there ever been, I'm just trying to do it.
There actually has been a takings.
That's what needs to happen right now. We need to sue them to obey the law.
Wyoming is a great example.
Well, currently there is one lawsuit that sets precedents, and I think what you're getting at, and that's the Reveille herd management area that Joel and I have talked about, and it sets a precedence, and it was a waters taking on that in 1986, I believe it was. So the rancher came in and was able to prove that the water wasn't being used on his property, his water rights, because even the state, by rights, you have to provide water to wildlife and wild horses.
Okay. First of all, lawsuits do not set precedents. It's a precedent. But no, most of the big advocate organizations, especially those that can't afford to file those lawsuits, have a lot of people out on those lands. They don't have to meet the requirements to have legal standing to be litigants in a case. So she's trying to incite people by saying, we just look at pretty pictures and, little girls want pretty ponies. And so they think that, we have no right to be out there doing this stuff. But the case that she's talking about was a family, the Fellinis. You can see on your screen in front of you. They held grazing permits before the 1971 Act was passed. And the judge in that case, in my opinion, was really biased. He made some really bad decisions. And he didn't take into account that the Tailored Grazing Act itself, which was cited through his decision, was in fact amended by the 1971 Wild Horse and Burro Act. So when the judge allowed the Nevada state water laws to supersede the federal law for the wild horses and burros, he claimed that, and I'm going to read his quote here directly from his decision, federal law may override state law in the administration of the state permitted water rights asserted in this case if, number one, federal government has impliedly reserved those water rights by statute, which they had not, or two, the state laws applied are in conflict with needful regulations respecting federal public lands. The judge in this case claimed that access to water for wild horses was not a needful regulation. So I always felt that the judge was incorrect in stating that the government protection of water on public lands for use by wildlife was not a needful regulation use. And though the BLM has to take into account a state's water regulation laws, in this case, they grandfathered in that right to use water for a particular permittee, which didn't mean that all such use of water by horses is a taking. So even though he agreed that that was the situation in that particular case, it wouldn't apply to all cases afterward, like she's talking about trying to call, the problem with their game animals a taking. In fact, Western state legislators have been trying to get a bill passed that would stop the federal government from being able to control use of water in our public lands and turn it over to the states. It was just reintroduced this month because Congress has refused to pass it in several previous years. So we'll put the link in the video description to the new bill that got passed or that got introduced on water rights. But that's something we really need to look at. And we need to think about how's that going to affect the wildlife that is out there. And if they're allowing cows to come in and suck that water out of the land and help drain the aquifers, what's going to happen with the droughts that are getting worse and worse? What happens with the plant life out there? Not just the wildlife, but this water taking that's done by livestock industry is a really serious problem. So let's see how she tries to justify the case, though.
So he was able to prove that until those horses got over what I want to talk about appropriate management level, because we talk about that in hunting. Once they got over that level, then they came in and it was a water takings case and he won in court. So there's only two actual lawsuits that set precedent in history.
Precedent.
And you asked earlier, is it lawsuits? And absolutely, lawsuits stop us in a lot of ways from doing our jobs. There's some big organizations and PACs out there that are driving the message to Congress that have never been on our lands or sees it or believes it.
Yeah, see there? We've never been on the lands, but we're out here filing all these lawsuits.
And
well, for one, you can't have standing in a lawsuit if you haven't been out on the land. So that's a lie, and she knows it. I mean, we have to prove for wild horse cases, we have to prove that we were out there a couple of times before the agency made a decision and that we have concrete plans to go back there in the near future. If we can't prove those things, we can't fight for that herd. So it's bullshit for her to say that, they haven't even been out there. Most of the time, I find that the decisions that were made by a BLM employee, we have more standing than they do. They haven't been out there. Their assessments aren't recent. They have not, one of our most recent ones for Nevada was Roberts Mountain Complex. And they gave us what they called a rangeland health assessment that was like 500 pages long, mostly pictures.
Yep.
Yeah, and the gal who from BLM who did those assessments admitted in there that she needed more time to be able to get out of her truck and hike the HMA or the complex, because she was taking pictures of specific spots from her truck. She didn't get out there. She didn't hike. She didn't go see those animals. They weren't documented. And in fact, when she got to an area where she didn't see any horse tracks or, any sign of horses at all, she would say, well, I'm not going to look at this area next year because there's no horses here. Well, how is that assessing the rangeland health if you're only going to pick the spots where the horses are?
Yep.
That's bullshit.
Yep.
So it infuriates me when she does this garbage, but she does it. So let's go on and listen to her give us her wisdom here.
They see the pretty pictures and every little girl wants a pony.
Yeah, fuck off.
They're not seeing the devastation that it's causing and the inhumane treatment it's causing, not only to our wildlife, but our horses.
That's always, I would talk about that on later stuff that I have written down, but that is a big thing, that emotional tear of a horse that they don't, if you're so for the horse, you want them to be treated humanely, and what they are, a negative or a side view of what they want to happen is very bad for the horses. Well,
one thing that strikes me too is, of course we want our horses treated humanely by humans, right?
Huh? Yep.
But we also recognize that they are wildlife. Nature is not always rainbows and butterflies. In nature, animals get sick and they die, or they get killed by a predator. And we're not out there screaming, oh, don't let the mountain lion hit the horse or eat the horse because that's inhumane. No, we're screaming your helicopter gathers are inhumane. We're screaming that separating those animals not only from their home, from their land, but also from their families that they live with, that they interact with, that they have emotional, reactions to. They're very sentient. We're screaming that when you remove them from that home and their families, that is what's inhumane. A horse that is starving out on public lands is rare. When it happens, it's usually because they're old or they're ill, and that is nature. And is nature cruel sometimes? Yes, but that doesn't mean humans have to be cruel. There's a difference there, and I don't think he's getting it.
Yeah, and also the every little girl wants a pretty pony. Well, would that be in her pasture, or would that be on the range?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. When we're looking at those pictures of our beautiful wild horses, we're not sitting here, drooling, saying, I want that pretty little pony. No, I look at that horse run across the range and I feel freedom. Yep. I feel like it's such a blessing. Would I ever want to possess that animal and put it in a fence in my yard? No, absolutely not.
They don't know us at all. They think
they don't. They just they like to say emotional because they think it's an insult to us.
Well, they seem pretty. That's an emotion.
Yeah, we hear their emotion all through this thing. So, so let's go on. Let's hear more of their stupidness.
Yeah, you take a look at it this way. You and I, all of us sitting here, have been raised with horses our entire life, and we care very deeply for those animals.
So much so that we want to kill them all.
But because we talk about managing the horses on the public lands, we're horse haters. And the most important thing to do for these animals is to manage them.
You know, because we talk about managing them, we're horse haters. Didn't one of you just call them rats?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to me like you have this huge love for them when you're calling them rats.
Yeah. And having heard this, we know by the end of this just how much they love horses.
Oh yeah, it becomes very apparent.
Yeah, what a joke.
Yep.
We have to keep them at those numbers.
Why?
How many HMAs did you say were in Nevada?
In Nevada, where we manage horses, are 83.
83. And then how many? So those guys out there at HMA is a horse management area. So how many horse management areas do we have that are not supposed to have any horses?
Well, so what we call herd management areas is where we don't manage for horses. And that was where the original.
Whoops. Okay, we skipped a few slides here, but where they were talking about, I'll get into her little statement there in a second, but where they're talking about protecting wildlife, you know, allegedly from the horses, or, you know, protecting the range for the wildlife because the horses just like steal it all. I want to show you guys some stuff. There was a study done by Eric Lundgren. Oh, there's all the laws. I'm sorry, I'm a little behind on my slides here, but those are some of the laws that figure into wild horse and burro management, like we talked about a little bit earlier. So this is wildlife. They accuse the horses of chasing wildlife, you know, away from forage when it's scarce, and mostly from water sources. Well, this was deer that were hanging out with the horses, and I, you know, jokingly said, "Gee, the deer are chasing the horses away." So that's from the Pine Nut HMA, which is right in Nevada. Here they were just hanging out with the horses, and they were looking at the photographer like, "Hey, what are you doing?" Obviously not bothered by the horses. They're all hanging out together. So then we get into this. This is the burros, and they're digging, and they dig wells. And this is the Lundgren study that shows how these burros dig the wells. He documented these wells that were up to 2 meters deep, which is about 6.5 feet. He set up a game camera here, and he showed how various wildlife come in and drink out of these seeps that are dug by the burros. And you can see here, you've got, you know, bobcat and javelina and deer, and those are mule deer, which these guys love to hunt. And then even cattle up in the upper right there that were drinking out of these seeps that the burros dig. So they're actually very beneficial out there to the other wildlife. So, and again, we'll put the link in the video description for this study so you can look at it. There's a good video on there where we got a lot of these screen grabs from to show the different animals that were coming in and out of the wells to drink. So, and what I was laughing at when I stopped this was they had just said that horses are managed on an HMA, which is a herd management area. So she came in and she says that they're not managed on a herd management area. It was just yeah, it was a little Freudian slip. But actually, when the areas were first developed, they you know, wasn't originally it was the range, but they wanted to find some way not to have to manage all the areas that they mapped out after the 1971 Act passed. You know, it said that they had to manage horses or burros where they were found in 71, and they had to manage those areas principally for horses and burros. And they went, "Oh shit, that's you know, principal use of all those areas. We're gonna have to get rid of a lot of cows." So the ranchers had a fit. And so what they did was they did this relabeling thing, and they said, "Okay, look, it says we have to manage them on the range, principally for horses. So we're going to name a few areas a wild horse or a wild burro range with a capital R. And they have 3 for horses and 1 for burros in the entire country. Those are the only areas that are managed principally for wild horses and burros.
Yeah,
The other areas were called herd areas, and those were managed for multiple use, which,
well,
like I already told
those
you, doesn't apply.
even in those areas, the AML is really low, and there's likely more
Yeah.
cattle. So
Yeah, and AML, we'll get into it later, but that's the population range that's allowed to be out there. There's a low and a high end. Once they get over the high end, they remove them. So what she did here was she forgot that now when they just call it a herd area, that's not managed for the horses and burros. A herd management area is the little area that was part of the original HA or herd area. And that little area is where they shoved the horses, because the rest of the HA has to be managed for multiple uses according to them, which is what we argue with the court, that, no, FLPMA does not apply. And there's never been an amendment to the original Wild Horse and Burro Act, which still states that every area where horses and burros were in 1971 is supposed to be managed principally for wild horses and burros. That principally statement has never been amended or removed. BLM just said, well, we don't have to do it unless we call the area range with a capital R. So that's the big thing that I think that has been left out of wild horse and burro management on the side, where the advocates are trying to fight for BLM to follow the law, is that they ignored that law, and they've been allowed to ignore that law. And we have 8 cases now, I think, that are waiting for the appeals board to decide the cases. So they've never dealt with that issue. They're just ignoring it. And our oldest case is now 6 years old, and they've never made a decision. And they is the Interior Board for Land Appeals. It's a panel of judges that hear administrative appeals on these decisions of the land management agency. And they're supposed to come back with some kind of a ruling, but they don't usually do that. We will get some motions on and off that, they slap BLM's hand and say, hey, you got to fix that. But typically there's no ruling. So that's where stuff sits. But yeah, she made a little error there in saying that they don't manage herd management areas for horses. But like I said, some of them are zeroed out, but still on the list. So she is kind of right that they don't manage them for horses and burros. A little bit of a Freudian slip. So, be careful, Jenny. You're saying the quiet part out loud. So, all right, let's go on. This is a long podcast, so I got to shut up and let her talk.
Sites were found, and through a lot of stipulations from lack of water, highways going in, lack of forage. I mean, there's 12 to 18 of those out there that you can't manage for the long-term sustainability. That's what the law says, long-term sustainability. They're just like wildlife. You don't feed them, you don't water them. So there, I believe, is a little over 50 herd areas where we don't manage for horses. And I think currently right now, as of March 2023, we're up in our numbers. It's public land stats. But as of March 2023, we were at least 5,000 horses outside of those herd management areas.
Probably in the original herd areas. For some reason, we just can't get these animals to read the damn maps,
Yeah.
I think they should be permitted to use the original land like the act said, i.e. free roaming. That's the label given to them by Congress, free roaming. But, ironically, wild horses have these mapped areas. And the minute they do free roam and step off the area, they're in jeopardy of being removed because they're considered, off their HMAs. So they're actually the only wildlife animal I know of that actually can't roam freely. So, they can't do what every other wildlife species is doing, especially right now with climate change. They can't migrate to areas that are more suitable for them, that have better forage or water. So she's talking about how, gee, we had to get rid of all these areas because they didn't have this long-term sustainability. So, we've got climate change that is causing these droughts to be worse. And a lot of animals right now are migrating to where it's better. And where they're not migrating, and you've got groups of hunters that want these animals there, especially like the bighorn sheep. What BLM will do for them is they'll come in and they'll do water improvement projects. For the ranchers, they're doing water improvement projects. The only species out there I've seen, other than maybe in the South where they've got, feral pigs. But out here in the West, the only species I've seen them really absolutely refuse to do anything for are the wild horses and burros. They never do a water improvement project for them, or anything that helps them survive. And they're the ones that are not allowed to migrate, so they can't do it on their own. It's just a way of getting rid of them. Climate change is a happy dance thing for a lot of these guys, because we can get rid of all those darn horses and burros now. So it infuriates me. So anyway, let's go on and see what they have to say. They're just so stupid.
Yeah.
The numbers are incredible as far as how many horses are in Nevada and those sort of things. And you're kind of saying that right now. Now we're last year in March. So when we say this, when we do our numbers, we don't count foals. And basically a herd can double every 4 to 5 years, a herd size. So figure 20% on an average. So when we're talking March last year, today.
Before you do that, why don't you count foals?
Because they're still foaling at the time. Basically, foaling season is typically March 1st to the end of June. So we don't want to count those because that falls in the attrition state. So basically, in the middle of summer, just add 20% to what the herds are. And last year alone in Nevada,
so basically just do what adds the highest numbers to the population. Don't count the foals that are out there when you do the census. Just wait till midsummer and automatically add 20%. Even though she just admitted they don't count the foals because there's a lot of attrition, which means death. A lot of foals don't survive, or they do get eaten by predators, despite BLM's claim that, there are no natural predators for horses. That's just not true. So they add that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just add that percentage in there.
Yeah, just add 20%. And the reason they add 20% is because the National Academy of Sciences did this evaluation of the wild horse and burro program in 2013. And a lot of people lean really heavily on that. But when you even dig into that report, BLM cherry picks the recommendations that were made. And they say, oh, the NAS says this, and so we have to follow that. And the population increase annually was one of those things that they choose to use from the NAS. But what people don't realize is that claim of how much the population increases annually that the NAS put in their report was from information that they got from the BLM. They didn't go out there and assess the herds and say, okay, here's the range of annual growth for wild horses. They took the numbers that the BLM was reporting to them, and they said, okay, here's your average population growth. And honestly, BLM uses the high end of it, of course, to say that this is the amount that they increase every year. So the numbers are blown up to the highest possible numbers BLM can get away with.
Oh yeah, and add that for the ones they didn't see when they were doing their audit.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, NAS says that it's probably an undercount when they do aerial surveys because some of the horses aren't seen. So they also give them a percentage for aerial surveys to add for error. And then on top of it, they add this population growth rate. So we call these guesstimates that, are a result of BLM math, and figuring it out. It's worse than when I was trying to understand new math when my kids were learning in school. Only there's zero basis for BLM's formulas. Sometimes new math, you can find a formula that works, but let's go on and listen to the genius talk about the population here.
Talk about the appropriate management level for the 10 Western states. It's almost 27,000 horses and burros.
Ooh, that's so many.
This is total for all the.
Ridiculous.
That's so many. Oh my goodness.
27,000.
Yeah, there's 3 times that many deer in Nevada.
Now they used to say it was 27,000 because the population in 1971 was 27,000, but now they're saying it was 25,000. So they'll keep dropping it, but Nevada, there was Secretary Watt. I think that's on one of our slides. Yeah, here we go. This is what BLM claims now, is that there were 25,000 in 1971, so there can only be 27,000 nationally on the range. And that 82,384, I'm not sure if that's current or if this is an older slide. I think
it's a
I
current.
think now they're claiming now they're claiming there's 70-some thousand, right?
I think it was somewhere around there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we get into that later on here. But so what happened is during this Senate hearing, that this is a really old screenshot, so I'm sorry it's kind of blurred, but this is the way they put the documents online now that are so old. So this was from, again, Secretary Watt. He was a DOI, Department of Interior Secretary, and he testified in Congress that that the numbers were incorrect. I'm sorry. I think I'm getting my Senate hearing for appropriate. Okay, no, this was a BLM employee. The next one is Secretary Watt. So this was a BLM employee. They didn't say who it was that testified that the proposed increase of $300,000 in 6 positions, blah, 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 accelerated the program. So he specifically says in here, early implementation of herd management areas plans is critical to maintaining healthy wild horse and burro populations that are consistent with the environment that sustains them. Current estimates of population indicate that approximately 40 to 50,000 head of wild horses and burros from the natural resource lands versus the original estimate of 27,000. So he admitted to Congress in 1974 that their estimate of 27,000 was incorrect. And you just saw on the previous slide, let me see if I can go back. There you go. You just saw that BLM's now claiming there wasn't 27,000, there was only 25,000. And this slide was taken, I think, 2 years ago. It's part of a bigger research paper that I did on the relabeling issue of the areas, and then I'll link that in the video description as well. But you can see that by 74, not here in the 2020s, but 74, they knew that there were at least 40 to 50,000 head of horses out there. And that's even low because during a court case, they talked about this too. Now, this was Secretary James Watt, and he was testifying for the BLM, who were the defendants in this case. And, he even said that they had no obligation to manage the national population at 1971 population levels. And then he also claimed that there were substantially more horses than the BLM census indicated. And the first census was done in 1973, and that showed that there were significantly more horses than that 27 or 25,000. It showed that there were approximately 60,000 wild horses and burros. No, that's not it. I think we have a slide on that later in the show, but there were, when they counted all the horses and burros on BLM and Forest Service lands, it added up to approximately 60,000 in 1973. So they know that what they're saying is not true. They know it. So they're lying to the public, they're lying to the people, they're lying to Congress, they lie to the media, and nobody holds them accountable for it. So I don't understand why.
Yeah, me neither.
And honestly, if there were 25,000 out there, why would you reduce the herd to 27,000 when the law got passed because Congress was really alarmed? And so it got passed unanimously because they said that these horses were fast disappearing. Why would you want to take the population down to that low level again? It's counteractive to, counterproductive to the whole law.
Yep. They hate them, so, and they don't want to manage them. In fact, I wish they weren't the ones managing them.
Yeah, I'm not sure that, like Fish and Game would do any better because they'd want to hunt them then.
Well, they shouldn't.
So,
they needed Wild Horse and Burro group to do it.
Yeah, I think it's got to be somebody independent, somebody who's seen as the middle ground between the two. I mean, they consider us extremists on one end, and they're extremists on the other end, according to us. So we need somebody in the middle.
We need somebody with bias, like the BLM has bias, obviously,
big time. So, all right, let's go on with this here. I think we get into why they're blaming horses for all their problems.
For all 10 states combined, so about 27,000 in Nevada alone, just on the BLM horses, we were at 49,000, almost 300.
So notice she doesn't say how many acres that is.
Right.
So, I mean, traditionally we got what, like one horse for 5 or 10,000 acres out there.
Yeah.
So, all right.
So right there,
so that number should
times 20% today.
That number should scare us as sportsmen because, in 1988, Joel, we had 250,000 mule deer. I've heard that estimate 288. I've heard it down to 244. So let's just say somewhere around 240,000. Last year we had 75,000 deer. Yeah. This population this year, because of the winter we had,
75,000.
The counts that these biologists are doing right now and the lack of deer they're seeing, we might see, without any more interaction that the BLM has to do, we might see the feral horse population in this state go more than the mule deer. I mean, that is reality, and it's going to be very, very close this year.
I think it is already.
I'm kind of on your side.
You go out with optics. I mean, what do you see more of,
Absolutely.
horses or deer?
Absolutely. So that's, I mean, 5 years, hell, it's been 6 or 7 years ago when Chance had a deer tag in 14, which used to be one of the most prime tags you could get, trophy area here. We saw more horses than deer.
So he's talking about how the mule deer population will be less than wild horse population. After he mentions the bad winter, it's because wild horses have a greater ability to adapt and survive through these bad winters. Now they're talking about blaming the horses, and you can see by these articles that are not brand new articles. These are over the years. So they blamed the decline of mule deer, bighorn sheep. First, excessive snow and extreme drought, not wild horses. Second one, it gives a little history there. And they blamed wildfires, drought, lack of predator management. And then, again, are coyotes and mountain lions the problem, or is it the changing landscape and habitat? Now, the thing I found interesting in this last article was that third paragraph there. In the 1800s, with wagon trains, explorers, miners, and prospectors were traveling and living in Nevada. The only ungulates, or hooved animals, present in significant numbers, and this would include horses, okay, were pronghorn antelope and bighorn sheep. Deer were scarce to absent. Now, this is what they're bitching about, the mule deer decline. So in the early 1900s, mule deer were imported to Nevada. Imported. They were not there.
They weren't there. They can't survive there. And these guys are blaming the horses for their lower numbers.
Right. And the horses have always been there. So obviously the horses are native to the area. They survive better in the area. But yeah, let's blame them for lack of deer. So okay, so let's go on in here. There's going to be more stupidness here.
In 2 weeks of hunting there, we went calling coyotes in the middle of deer season because we couldn't see any deer. We called 2 mountain lions, which shows there's no deer to eat. And they're coming in to try to eat a rabbit.
Well,
they were calling coyotes to kill them, but the mountain lions came in to eat rabbit. Okay, well, at first I was like, huh? But I think I get it. They were making rabbit calls, like there was a rabbit trapped or hurt or something to try to bring the coyotes in, and instead they brought mountain lions in.
Maybe the mountain lions put the coyotes out.
I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know.
Not to get off on the lion thing, but they just collared 20 deer up there, and 18 of them were killed by lions.
Yeah, there you go.
So, but that's
the whole other thing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that just goes right along with management of horses too, because the predator, if you take horses and predators on top of the, killing of deer, they can't sustain themselves. There's only, had one mountain lion maybe called the horse killer up in Virginia City that they collared and let them kill horses. But mountain lions really don't eat.
I'm sorry. He's talking about all the reasons for the deer decline, and he's like, and of course hunting, killing deer. Yeah, that might cause a little bit of a decline, huh?
Yeah.
I just died. Yeah, logic here.
Horses,
yeah. That's one of the reasons
Absolutely.
That's one of the reasons we have so many damn lions, is because the horses are propping their populations up. The deer are gone, but
so did they before though? Do they prefer deer over horses?
Well, absolutely.
Yes.
Deer's ice cream.
So they have to go to horses because they're so
exactly.
There's a lot better chance to catch them.
Well, it's just like the vegetation. If you look at the vegetation out there, you go out here and most people don't know what they're looking at. They see some shrubs growing and it's all sagebrush. Yeah. Well, it's not all sagebrush. It's noxious, woody.
I'm not sure what this has to do with mountain lions being called in because there's so many, or being in the area because there's so many horses. He just said they prefer deer. So if they prefer deer, instead of following where the deer herds are more plentiful, they hang out where there's more horses that are causing the deer to go away.
But it makes absolutely no sense what he's talking about.
I'll laugh myself into a coughing fit here.
He thinks anything but that anyone outside their hunter groups see a plant and thinks it's just a shrub.
No, they think it's beautiful tall sagebrush when it's just a shrub. So he's like, oh, look, there's lots of sagebrush out there, is what the average person says, when actually they're shrubs. So, but yeah, what's that have to do with mountain lions and horses and deer? How did he get on that one?
I don't know.
I don't see the analogy he's trying to make.
And he's trying to
we don't know the difference between horses and deer. Is that it?
Yeah, the mountain lion's gonna go, oh, whoa, there's a foal. No, that's not a deer. I don't like foals.
Yeah, I want my ice cream. These guys are too much for me. All right, let's go on before I start crying laughing here.
Plants that have virtually no forage value, and a lot of them are semi-toxic to very toxic. So you're seeing stuff like shad scale saltbush and low sticky rabbit brush and the black sagebrush.
I'll stick you with my rabbit brush.
I'm trying to think in English terms. It's horsebrush.
He's trying to think in English terms. What does he normally speak? Maybe he only speaks rabbit because he's used to hunting. All right, sorry. I'm having too much fun with this. I'm sorry.
He's so smart he can't speak layman's terms.
Tell us what cheatgrass is.
But well, I just my background is I did range transects and range mapping for 15 years. I've done tens of thousands of range transects and soil pits and stuff.
Tens of thousands in 15 years. He was a busy boy.
Like that, but basically, without getting too far into it, what you're seeing out there on a lot of these ranges are little short woody plants that aren't any good to anything. Instead of your needle and thread grass and your blue bunch wheatgrass and your Indian rice grass and your bitter brush, the ice cream plants are gone.
He likes ice cream.
What's left is
I know. I think maybe he's a Joe Biden fan. He loves his ice cream.
rice cakes. Somebody wants to eat.
Well, and even winter fat. Winter fat's gone.
Well, winter fat, and that's another story because winter fat grows in a certain type of soil. If you ever go out on the White Sage Flats in eastern Nevada, you'll find that roads are just like flour. It goes up like this because that white sage grows in a certain type of soil. Once that white sage is gone, that soil blows away. It erodes. You have these ditches 40 feet deep and everything. But just because you see plants on the range doesn't mean that that's healthy.
Yeah, I mean, we just went to do a family trip. I can't remember where we went, but it was down south anyway. We took the cutoff there by all the new development out there, Tracy Clark.
Yep.
USA Park. And go to the top and you see the horses up there. And there's some areas that are fenced off. And you can just see, I mean, down to the ground rock where the horses are, and just off, you have a little bit of growth. And I asked the kids, like, what do you think is causing that? Fire? Like, no, those things right there. Yeah. It's an education on that part. But you see,
caged, fenced in horses.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, they can't go anywhere else.
It is out there.
Yeah, they put them out there in the worst areas, or they allow them out there in the worst areas, and they put cows out there to finish it off, and the horses are left with what's there.
That's right. Give them all the
leaves. So yeah, they're going to be out there because that's their herd management area.
Hey, but they're free roaming in those fences,
Yeah.
I mean, if you're looking for it, not just go, oh, look at those pretty horses.
The big thing about horses, there's a lot of these, there are people that have made money-making deals out of this horse. It's all, you go on their websites, donate's the biggest thing you see.
Yeah,
huge money. We took him what last year, Janelle?
Maybe 5,000, somewhere around, probably just under 5,000.
How about your sanctuary?
Don't even talk about that. We took in about 2,000 in donations, and most of the money that we spent outside of that 2,000 had to come from me because, we got to feed them, right?
Yeah, I think OWHO, I think, actually helped the sanctuary at one point too when you ended up getting some hay that had been stacked when it was wet from the supplier and it got moldy.
Yep.
So we also gave a big donation because, you know, we don't just support the horses in keeping them on the range, but, you know, when they come off the range, you know, they got to be taken care of too. So, you know, it's not like the caring and the taking care of them stops once they're removed from the range. That's still got to be done too. And BLM's not responsible for any of that. Once they ship them out the door, they're gone. So
Yeah.
there are a few organizations that bring in huge money, but you can't lump us all together there. You know, he just wants to say, ooh, donations. You know, I mean,
They
somebody
love to
wants to give us a huge donation, we'll take it. We're not picky, but we don't have deep pockets like the outfitters and hunters do.
Yep.
So, all right. I think actually I might have some slides. So will they talk about that?
That's huge money. But the
difference.
Whoops.
The livestock industry.
Well, this is on screen now is the Nevada backed hunters and anglers. Look at right up at the top. Third button from the right.
Donate.
Ooh, there's a donate button. So here he is slamming us for having a donate button.
Yeah, that's one of their favorite things to pick on advocates. Oh, listen to the people with the donate buttons. Okay, well, that's what we're doing right now. We're listening to the people with the donate buttons.
Yeah, because here's I couldn't find a more recent tax return from the backcountry hunters and anglers. But here's a snippet from their 501c3. And you can see on here, see the total revenue on that bottom line there? They brought in 5.4 million last year. The year before that was 4.7 million. None of the wild horse organizations that we know of, including the two biggest ones that we looked at, brought in that kind of money. So it's just ridiculous for them to make these claims, but they're going to do it anyway. Here's another one. This was the Nevada Chucker Foundation, which Uncle Mel, who's on here, Mel Belding, he either belongs or belonged to. I'm not sure if they're in existence anymore because I really couldn't find much on them after this 2021 thing. But look at them. They even brought in 104,000 in 21, and the year before 132,000. You know, we brought in what, under 5,000? Yeah, we're getting rich, you guys. Let's turn around and look at what you do, because this is ridiculous to say that. Here's the mule deer hunt rates, and Janelle, you were looking at this.
Yeah, this is where they get an outfitter to take them out on a hunt, and those outfitters make big time bucks. Taking like one, if they get one guide, you know, it's pretty dang expensive. And 2 guides is even more expensive for their little outfitter trips. And there's a bunch of them in Nevada. Oh, I wonder why the mule deer population's going down.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, let's listen to what he has to say here.
Between a horse and a cow, and they always blame the cows. They say, well, how come cows are bad? The statement that I always make is one horse in March will do more damage than 100 cows in September. And the reason behind that is because...
What?
That's the funniest thing I ever heard.
One horse in March will do more damage than 100 cows in September. Okay, so let me tell you something from my experience out there. When a rancher gets a permit to put cows out on the land, it'll tell them how many they can put out there, where they're allowed to be, but it also tells them the time that they're allowed to be out there, whether it's 2 months, 4 months, year round. Some of the permits are year round, which they always like to say cows aren't out there 365 like horses are. So what I'm betting he's gonna say is that because March is when the grass is just growing in, that if a horse eats that grass, it doesn't grow back, which is not true, because Horses have both upper and lower incisors, so they cut the grass just like your lawnmower does. And you can't tell me that when you mow your lawn, it doesn't grow back, because it sure does. You have to keep mowing. But typically, the grazing permits that we see allow those cows to be out there in early spring.
Yep.
And part of the reason the ranchers want that is because early spring are when the plants are the most nutritious. They have more nutritional value. So that's when they want them to be out there. And he says that one horse in March does more damage than 100 cows in September. Now, why does he say September? Because the cows are off by September. There's nothing left out there for them to damage in September. It's gone. It's either all eaten or it's dried up and gone because of drought. So it's dormant. So yeah, that would kind of make sense if there were no cows out there in March, but there are. There always are.
Yep. That's when the 100 cows are out there, and then they eat until September, then they pull them off.
Yep. So stupid statements.
Plant has a life cycle.
Yep.
You know, it goes in the high desert, it goes dormant in the winter, just like your grass does.
Just like I said.
In the spring, its life force comes up. It has to build its leaves, its plants, its
So
seeds.
you have 100 cows out there.
And it takes energy. Well, you move your cows around. You put them over here one year and over here the next year during the spring, and over there the next spring. Well, horses are there 365, 24/7.
There you go. There's the statement. The horses are forced to be there. They're not allowed to be in other places. And they talk about this rotational grazing like it's a huge thing that's saving the areas, because we put them in this area one spring and then other area the next spring. Well, the problem with that is, since cows don't have upper and lower incisors, they tear the plant because they wrap their tongue around it and pull. So it either tears the plant or it pulls it up by the root. And in both of those cases, that plant is dead. It's gone. It's not going to grow back. So even if they take the cows off that area the next year, it's going to take longer than 1 year for that area to replenish, because they lose all the ability for them to reseed, which is what they blame on the horses, going, oh, they ate it before it went to seed. Well, they don't eat like that. They just don't. And I think, Janelle, what do you call that when they're grazing, like, you know, a little bit here and a little bit over there?
Yeah, well, horses graze in a mosaic pattern. They don't stay in one spot like cows do. Instead, they move around in a mosaic pattern and create little narrow paths in where they mow. And small mammals actually use that. They don't have to like try to navigate through the taller grass. They can use the shorter grass to get around.
Right.
And yeah, it actually is beneficial the way that horses graze.
Right, because they're naturally doing that rotational grazing, so to speak. So
Yeah,
you think this guy guy's qualified to make these statements?
Well, I don't think he knows much about horses, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And I also don't think he's a plant biologist. So, you know, I think that the horses reseed things as they go. So they're beneficial.
They don't poop out a slurry like worthless slurry like cattle do. They have to, if they do eat something with seeds, they will replant those seeds in their poops.
Yeah. I think we talk about that a little bit later on too here. So let's go on and see what they have to say. If I can start it again.
Plant can't grow
There
up.
is no rest cycle.
Yeah, it can't grow up and get eaten, grow up and get eaten, grow up and get eaten. It has to be able to get around and drop its seed at
There you go.
some point, or it goes away.
And there's so many of them that you're never going to catch up.
This right now,
So bad.
I'll never see our Nevada rangelands recover in my lifetime.
Yeah, because of the cows. It takes 20 years or more for an area that's been overgrazed to recover. Because we have the drought, areas don't recover very quickly, and they have to have that reseeding happen. And the horses help with that reseeding because they have very bad digestive systems. So plants aren't just completely destroyed in their gut, right? Or seeds, I mean, aren't destroyed in the gut, so they poop them back out. So yeah, that's what we were talking about a minute ago. It's just absolutely ridiculous, and it's just stupid.
It's over for me.
And
Yeah,
some
it's
of this
over
may
for you.
take,
Go away.
it'll for sure take decades, and some of it'll take centuries.
if you start today.
If you start today.
Exactly.
Yeah, get the cow.
So we're talking,
Yeah, get the cows off today. We agree.
you know, that what Joel's talking, I'm gonna kind of emphasize is, you know, we're talking about 45 years from when Joel was out there doing the range assessments, and
He hasn't been out there 45 years to do an assessment, but please go on and continue giving us your assessment of how it is now, even though you haven't done an assessment in 45 years. Good. That's great. That's the way we do things.
and I know he spent over 250 days horseback in the mountain ranges of around Ely and Wells.
Or a horse.
And that lets you speak for the entire nation's wild horse and burro areas, doesn't it? Because you were around two areas for some days,
And
God knows what he was doing. He was probably hunting, so I can't imagine he was documenting the herds and their areas, their habitats. So I don't get these guys.
There's no deer. I don't get it.
Yeah, that's right. He's hunting anything else that moves out there, I imagine, like coyotes.
Yeah.
So he's seen it, but this is a very minuscule period of time. When we look at time, we're only looking at 45 years, which is nothing. You know, I mean, it's just minuscule. So, you know, the changes that you've seen, Clay, in your lifetime is immenseful. But you know, and all
immenseful. Is that a word?
all of time, it's nothing. It's a little tiny dot of what's happened. And yes, we do have to get these down to manage to low AML.
Yeah.
We have to get them there, and we got to keep them there.
Yeah, the thing they don't tell you about the AMLs, that's what we were saying earlier, is population levels. And the thing about that is when they decided what the AML was going to be for each herd, they were set administratively. It wasn't set with any basis in science, which the NAS report also says, but they don't tout that part of it because, you know, it doesn't fit their narrative. But and in fact, the NAS report said that they need to re-look at the AMLs and base the population levels on science, which is something they have not done. But, you know, I don't think that this guy is a scientist. And if school, I think maybe the SHAT needs to go back to school. So,
yeah. And getting back to low AMLs is not going to fix a damn thing when all those cows are still out there causing the damage. Of course, these guys want to say, oh, it's going to fix everything because the horses are doing all the damage.
Yeah, because they can't hunt them or eat them.
It's a false paradigm, period.
Yep.
And, you know, like Jenny's saying, when we, you know, we're in 4 years, we can easily double the herd. So that means we have to come back and do it. I'd like to, you know, Jenny, to talk a little bit about fertility, you know, control and why it doesn't work, why it might work, but the expense is just immense. And it's always the government. And when you look at a sportsman,
the damn government,
we're going to do it on our own. You know, they're right.
Do what? Kill the horses? We're going to do it on our own. Did he just admit the quiet part out loud again?
I think so.
That was kind of strange.
In the state, there's millions of dollars raised, and it hits the ground. And that's something you're not seeing on the other side of the fence.
Why spend,
People are getting rich.
why spend another nickel on habitat improvement if the horses are just going to destroy it?
Exactly. We have to get them under control. I do want to talk with you, Jen. I'm going to steal your piece of paper here. You showed me earlier.
Well, look at 2007, and I think, you know, Mel and Joel and I have talked a lot about this. You know, I go back, I started the BLM in 2005 in DC, actually doing the entire budget for the program, worked a lot of legislation and policy, was part of the 2008 amendment. And now today, all I do is talk about it. You know, I ran the program in Wyoming and did some what we call temporary jobs here in Nevada running the horse program. So a lot of these numbers, it's kind of personal to me.
Wait a minute. Personal to her? Isn't that an emotional reaction? I thought only the advocates responded to this issue emotionally.
Nope.
What happened?
Pretty emotional to me.
Yeah, I think she might have kind of screwed up a little bit there.
In 2007, we were literally 1,000 horses away in the 10 Western states of being at the appropriate management level.
I don't
When we say
that.
27,000, that's about the mid-level.
What? Wait a minute. I thought 27 was the ultimate goal. How is that mid-level? I thought it was supposed to be the minimum number of horses. BLM claims they have to manage for that. It's already based on a damn lie. Some of the pages we saw said 25,000, but that still wouldn't make 27,000 the mid-level. She's ridiculous.
So we saw it happened. All it takes is 1 year not doing anything, or 4 to 8 years not doing anything.
1 year, 4 to 8 years, 1 to 8 years. Yeah, it just takes 4 to 8 years.
Not do anything. They like up every year.
I love that though. In 1 year, and then she goes, 4 to 8 years. 1, 4, 8. Yeah, it doesn't make any difference, right?
And now we're at 49,000 just in Nevada alone, 84,000+ nationwide. And so, Mel asked.
She says 84,000. And again, I'm pretty sure BLM just claimed it was 70-some thousand.
Yeah.
Because we did an article on that pretty recently.
Yep.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Sorry. I'm so fucking silly of me. I get wrapped up in their traps. It's just BLM math. I know better than that. What the hell's wrong with me? All right, let's go on.
About the fertility control, which is being driven hard by Congress and by a lot of these groups, saying that, we can control the population with fertility control. The facts are so simple.
If they used it.
Yeah, PZP's been around. It's one of the fertility controls. For people who don't know, it's a birth control. There's 2 of them out there that they use in the wild horses, but PZP was the first. It was used now over 40 years on Assateague Island to manage the horses there. But of course, BLM's like, that's on the East Coast. It's different. It doesn't work here. They made all kinds of excuses not to use it for years and years and years. Now there's a new product and they're really pushing that. And they are really pushing that one because it sterilizes. But we'll talk about that a little bit later too. So I've got to shut up or we're never going to get through this podcast, Janelle.
Oh, that's true.
And you can argue with people that aren't ever going to listen, or we can talk about it
or
in a
people
logical
that know
manner.
You're stupid and lying.
And the facts is we need to get those horses to appropriate management levels and then get basically a better drug that will last longer than the effects of the drugs today.
I need better drugs just to listen to her.
To allow us to slow that population growth. Because bottom line, back in 71, when the act passed, nobody discussed ever having to adopt horses or holding horses. It just wasn't part of the discussion.
Wasn't it in the act?
Yeah, it was. She's lying.
Okay. I thought maybe somebody had discussed it back then.
And if you think about 71 and why this act passed, it was probably
We were all so hopeful.
one of the worst times, and I'm not sure you're old enough to remember it, but the worst times we saw in history was during the Vietnam War. So this was a feel-good act that came about by Wild Horse Annie, who was a secretary here in Reno. And there's a lot of confusion and misinformation out there. She wanted to make sure that these animals were getting managed or gathered or whatever the case in a humane manner. So in 1957, the Wild Horse Annie Act was passed based on transporting horses.
Wait. I'm so fucking confused here. I thought she said the 1971 act because of, how bad things were feeling to us because of the Vietnam War. I thought she said that act was a feel-good act, but now she's saying there was one passed in 56 that prevented the stuff that was happening back then, that was, the god-awful transport and in the way that they were capturing horses and treating them and handling. Wouldn't the one acted 56 have been the feel-good act? Because according to everything I see from BLM, they use the 71 act to say that they have to control the horses and keep them at a population level that's low. And so how the hell would that be a feel-good act compared to the one that stopped all the abuses that were going on by Mustangers? I'm just not sure, but I think she fucked it up there.
Yeah, and the Vietnam War, what's that got to do with it? Oh, people were feeling terrible about the Vietnam War, so we needed to help the wild horses because we were feeling bad, so we needed to feel better.
Yeah, that's what she's trying to say.
The public supported it. It wasn't just a bunch of school-age kids either.
Yeah, which I think she'll probably try to use. Let's see.
Instead of stuffing them all in a trailer, we don't need to go in that degree. In 71, she had a pencil writing by school children.
Yeah, there
Matter
it
of
is.
fact, recently they tried to do that and it didn't pass, but
what didn't pass?
They
had school age kids introduced a bill?
No. They sent letters, I guess, or something, but they love horses just like their parents. I saw a little girl crying over one that was foal that was removed from the.
Oh, that's right.
Yep, that little girl came home from school and found out they'd captured that little foal that she'd been watching on the internet.
Yeah,
was in tears.
Yeah,
So
I don't. One of the things that nobody's addressing right now, is that with social media, now people are able to follow these animals online. And so they see the pictures of these families, here's the lead stallion and one of his mares, and she had a baby, and you watch that baby grow up. They don't understand the connection that people get, even though they're only looking at images on a computer. They're still creating that bond with those animals. So when they see that they're gone or that they were involved in some incident and they got killed, it's traumatizing. We're raising a whole new generation that are going to be traumatized by seeing stuff like this. And it's not just the horses. I mean, we're seeing it with wolves and mountain lions and coyote killing contests and all kinds of stuff on there. And they're either desensitizing people to the normal or to the emotional reaction they have so that it becomes a more normal thing to them, or they're traumatizing people because they're constantly seeing the horror of it all.
Yeah. Some people still have empathy in this world, and some people.
Yeah, it's
thank goodness more people do than don't.
Yeah, I agree, and I think we need a few more of them at the BLM maybe. But so what I moved to on the screen was that initial census that we were talking about of the population, because she wants to keep saying that there were 27,000 out there in 71. And here's the one, that shows that there were, 57,000 some on BLM lands, and there were another 3,000 on Forest Service that wasn't shown on this chart, but it was about 60,000 by 73. And even by their statement that wild horse population will double in 4 to 5 years, it's not possible to have gone from 27 or 25,000, depending on which one of their websites you look at or which one of the people speaking. It's not possible to have gotten to 60,000 just about a year later, because the act was actually passed in December of 71, and they did this census early spring of 73, so it had barely been, a year and a couple of months. Yep. There's no way that the population went from 25 or 27,000 to 60,000. We'll dig into that a little bit more, because I'll tell you how that's even skewed there. So let's see what else she has to say here.
It was a long, fought out draw, though. You guys are but we're talking about the legislators
last year, yeah.
Just last year.
But and then once the act passed and everything else, they started realizing, and actually Wild Horse Annie came out on a gather, and I believe it was 76 or 78, and had stated to one of our contractors that still gather horses, and wrote a letter stating, you guys did a really great job, but we need to make sure that these animals aren't overpopulating at the rate they are. And as you look at that paper, it happened within 3 to 5 years.
Okay. 3 to 5 years later, after 71. 3 to 5 years later, these horses had all doubled, right? So all of a sudden there's a population boom and they've got a problem. Number one, first census wasn't done until 73. So 3 to 5 years after the act passed, they learned that there were significantly more horses than they thought there were in 71. She just assumes that means that they more than doubled their population. So I guess every horse out there, including the stallions, had a baby.
Yep.
That's the only way they could have done it.
Where's this letter she's claiming?
I don't know. They don't. It's a podcast, so they don't show us anything. I've never seen whatever this letter is. So, yep. But again, this is BLM math. So I don't know why I even am surprised, and it's silly me. So let's go on.
So in came the 76 Act, PRIA and NEPA in 78. If I'm not switching those around, I could be.
Yeah, you could.
But yeah, so here comes those two acts, and
the people here don't know what NEPA is.
So the National Environmental Protection Act, and
it's the National Environmental Policy Act, dumbass. Yeah, she worked on policy in DC, but she doesn't know the name of the act. Good job. Good job.
That's pretty funny. It's right after he says, and most people don't know what NEPA is.
Yeah. We've actually heard that before, because there's somebody who works at BLM, and we got her email to another BLM employee during a public records request, which is, it's called a FOIA on the federal level, Freedom of Information Act. But we got a letter that she sent to another BLM employee where she actually said, wild horse advocates don't read and they don't understand NEPA. She just got slapped 18 months into an appeal with us because she wasn't following the NEPA laws. And we had said, the first time here, they didn't follow NEPA. So they sent a little bit of information to us that we were supposed to get. And I said, yeah, well, that's nice, but it's not all of the information that they have to legally provide under NEPA. And we didn't expect a response. We thought the briefing was over at that point. We were out of, anything that we could respond to. There's a certain order of briefs that you get to put in and responses and stuff. But I thought that was going to be the end of it. And surprisingly, the Board of Appeals, the judge, sent out an order saying, hey, these guys are saying they still don't have all the records you were supposed to supply. So BLM, you've got 30 days to complete this record. So I went, who doesn't understand NEPA now? Wasn't me, was it? So, I love the way they like to criticize people for not understanding it or not knowing what it is. Because, there are some of us who have worked very diligently and probably know NEPA better than a lot of these BLM employees do. So it's offensive, but that's the way they like to be toward advocates. So no surprise.
Yeah.
Thing that the BLM does is based on that environmental assessments of the land, and you do that when you're doing anything on.
No, you don't. The environmental assessments, especially for renewals for grazing permits, are very often not done. They're supposed to be done every 10 years. There are some that haven't been done in 40 years. They just rubber stamp the renewals instead of doing the required assessments. There are big articles about that. You can look for articles from the Government Accountability Office, or GAO. You can look at articles from an organization called PEER, PEER. If you just look up PEER, you'll find their articles on the assessments. Even Western Watersheds Project, they put them out all the time. But everybody knows these assessments are not done. So I don't know what the hell she's trying to say, but she had to shut up.
Yeah, do you know whether it be a mine or anything else?
We kind of look at it as just red tape.
It's red tape.
Yeah, it's just red
Yeah.
tape.
Yeah.
I wrote the first NEPA document on an allotment for the Forest Service in
Yeah.
Nevada.
You know what? I'm sorry. When they're talking about how it's just red tape, what do we say all the time in our appeals? That they follow some of the NEPA procedural steps that they have to follow, but they don't do what they were intended to do. Like we were
Right.
supposed to be able to put in public comment, and they're supposed to really consider what our public comment says, and that might affect some of their decision if they actually listen to what we're saying and take it into account and go, you know what, I think they're right. I think we should have done this, or we should have included that, but they don't. They have predetermined decisions, and that step to allow the public to have input and get a response to their input if it's substantive, that step is just red tape to them. It's just regulatory. They don't actually give us any kind of a substantive response.
Mm-hmm. And
They ignore us.
They all act like they care so much about the land and all this crap. Then they would want the environmental assessments. That's how you protect the land.
Yeah,
But
but no, they'd rather just blame the horses and say, "Oh, we're doing assessments." No, you're not. No, you're not. We already talked about the assessment they gave us. It was 500 pages from a chick who couldn't even get out of her vehicle and do an actual assessment.
Yeah, and
So
of course they have tunnel vision. They force.
yeah,
Never
exactly.
livestock. Never livestock.
Exactly. All right. Well, let's listen to her blather some more.
Well, somebody had to take the fall.
Yeah, that's about what it was, too.
Well, I don't know if it was the fall.
But so I mean, these amendments came into place in 76. The Public Rangelands Improvement Act came in place, and Joel and I have had discussion between the 34 Taylor Grazing Act and the 57.
I looked it up and I was right. So.
Well, the original one that got amended.
I thought it was 33.
Well, tell them about what the conversation was about. Before the Taylor Grazing Act, public lands, it was tramp bans of sheep and cows. Whoever got the grass first got it. There were no allotments or anything. We had the same thing back then that we have now, but it was livestock and not what.
What, Jill?
I said, yep, exactly.
Yeah, same thing as we did back then.
Livestock, yep.
Wild horses. The land was grubbed to the ground and it was flat. They had to have the act in order to get control of this, and we're at the same thing now.
And I want to say the act is probably the greatest act written if it was just followed.
We agree. Please just follow the act. Don't add in all your little twists and turns and contortions of law. Just follow the very plain language of the act that says manage them where they were in 1971, not find every excuse under the sun to say you can't manage them there. So you got to remove them. So we're asking for the same thing. Just follow the damn law.
It really is a great act.
You're right.
Another thing, let's talk a little bit about the myth. Okay. The biggest one I see, everybody's on Facebook, I guess, and you get on these groups and you hear these discussions, but we talk about a helicopter.
Oh God.
And
yeah. Oh God.
Us guys in wildlife, we know it's with us, it's the safest way we can trap and transplant our animals. And the BLM, these contractors with these helicopters are doing the same thing. And they try to make it, they take their pictures from an angle to where it's the helicopter right on top of the horses. And nothing further from the truth. They're way off of them. It's just, this kind of, but you
okay.
There's the myth. He just gave you a myth. He said they're way off of them.
Yep. So we're showing you some of this, but even a camera angle can't fake all the dust you see in this one. If that helicopter wasn't so low and almost on top of those horses, it wouldn't be kicking up the dust like that. And a lot of these horses, once they get to the holding pens, have got so much of that dust and those particles in their lungs that they end up developing respiratory issues and they get killed for that. And then here's another one. This is a shot, and it's blurry because it came off of a video. So you've got to try to take the screen grab off the video. But this one, the skid actually lifted up that burro's butt in the air. You can see. So don't tell me that's a camera angle. I don't think a camera angle is going to magically lift that burro's butt off the ground. Here's another one. No camera angle tricks there either. You can see the dust again. He's right down there trying to turn that burrow in a different direction. And what happens when they turn those burrows, Janelle?
They fall down.
This is a different one. This is an Idaho gather last year. They got those horses. These are jute wings that you see on the sides. This man was in the jute trap, and the horses turned around and tried to run back. And he went to punch one of the horses that was coming out of the trap. And we zoomed in on this to see what he was doing, because I thought he was going to punch the horse in the face, right? Well, that white thing you see in his hand is in fact a handheld cattle prod, or what they call hot shots. So he was going to hit this very, very pregnant mare with that cattle prod. Just really irks me. And Janelle, you were talking about those flags.
Yeah, the flags cause a big problem. These guys don't know what they're doing. When you scare the animals, they're already scared because they've been rounded up, pushed into there by a helicopter, and these horses turned around to come back out of the chute the opposite direction, and these guys with their flags jump in there and panic the horses. That's when they get hurt.
Yeah, and I think we had another shot. No, I guess we didn't have it here. Oh, we didn't. Yeah, that's right. I didn't put it on because I didn't want to show it. But yeah, this is from an Idaho gather that happened last year in 2023. And those horses, when they were driven into the jute wings, as they got close to the actual pen opening, instead of going in, they spun around to come out. And they admit that one foal got trampled and died. We think there were actually 3. And from the still that we took, there was the man, I think the same one that has the hot shot in his hand here. He was crouched down right in front of where a foal was trying to run. And so the foal was trying to stop. The adult horse behind it went up in the air to try to go around the foal. And I don't think there's any way that horse stopped before it hit the man that was crouched down. And they ended the gather really abruptly after that run. And when we went when we went frame by frame, we think there were actually 3 foals that never came back out of the jute wings. So we think there might actually have been more foals that died. And we know from our ground crew that there's at least 1, maybe 2 more foals that are still, have never been seen since the gather started. So there's some big questions. We also know there was a mare that came in without her foal that would have been about a week old, and that foal was never found, and the ground crew was out there for a few days searching and just didn't find it. So this is
gone.
Yeah, this is just kind of cruelty to me. I can't imagine. And even in 2011 there was a lawsuit where this U.S. district judge, his name was Howard McKibben, he said it appeared to him that the horse had been hit with the helicopter skid. And even if it wasn't hit with the skid from the I don't know if they had still photos or videos at that point that he was looking at, but he said even if it wasn't hit, that helicopter was dangerously or unreasonably close to the animals, in violation of the Wild Free Roaming Horses and Burros Act. The other thing that never gets mentioned that's always kind of bugged me about this is when those helicopters fly that low near the trap site, they're not only too low to the ground for the horses, but also the humans that are there. And that's an FAA violation. And nobody ever seems to look at that or mention that. So
and a chopper went down in Oregon this last year too.
Yeah, they've had some human accidents from, being too low and hitting a rock formation or something like that accidentally, and it spins the helicopter into a crash. So that happens as well. I don't know if they've mentioned the death rate or not, but
I don't think so, not yet.
Yeah, let's see if they talk about the death rate of these gathers.
Make it look like they're there. So these myths are bad. When we transplant an animal, the safe average, the average that we think is legit is to lose 5% of the animal. So Nevada has never even come close to losing 5%. You might see single digits lost in hundreds of animals that are captured, but it's the same thing with the BLM. They just took out over 2,700 horses out of a place at the low AML. Well, let's just talk the high AML. The high AML is 555. The low AML, appropriate management level, is 343.
And they took 27
They
out.
just took 20.
Left how many?
Well, it's still
best.
over high AML.
I knew that. I'm just saying.
So, but my point is, there was only 4, what the BLM, I think Jenny
3.
called acute, 3?
Yeah.
3 acute deaths.
And we put down 21 horses due to
flat.
All right. So BLM's general claim is that only 0.5% of horses die in a gather. The one he's talking about was the antelope complex, where more than double that died of acute injuries. She said they killed 21 horses from the gather. Look at their daily gather report for the antelope complex. It was 31 horses that died from the gather. That's that BLM math again.
Yep, and that included a stallion who broke his leg during the chase and escaped.
That's right.
They chased him. The Wranglers chased him, and eventually the helicopter
took off chasing him too.
Yeah, for half an hour before he was finally shot because of his broken leg.
That's fucking cruelty at its finest.
Why
now it's government sanctioned cruelty.
Yeah, they chase a horse on 3 legs for that long.
That's ridiculous. Half an hour
suffering.
And who knows how long he had that broken leg before they saw him. I don't know if it happened.
No, it happened
at the trap site.
Yeah, he jumped the panels and caught his leg in the panel.
That happens constantly, or they run into them and break their neck. I mean, it's common. And now, okay, so they've used the term acute death. Those figures don't include the horses that they kill for what they consider pre-existing conditions, like clubfoot or being blind in an eye or whatever. And it doesn't include horses that die out of the range that, aren't in public view. They don't report those a lot of times, or maybe any time, I don't think.
Foals that are lost out there.
Yeah, and they don't, like the foal we were saying was missing. Or even horses that die in the holding pens the following days. It's really common for horses, especially young ones, to get something called capture myopathy. Basically, it's where all the muscles seize up, including their heart muscle, and they die. And that's from being run at, long distances for long amounts of times, or high speeds. And you can't see those horses. They're moving the observation back further and further and further. So you have to have these really high powered lenses to even be able to see the trap site. You don't get to see the helicopter. They won't allow anyone in the helicopters. There was a group of veterinarians that were going to assess the program, and they let them in the helicopters to go out and fly over the HMAs and stuff like that, but they refused to allow them in the helicopters when they did the gathers. And the recommendation from those veterinarians was that they put 360 cameras on the bottom of those helicopters when they do the gathers, so that it provided the transparency to the public. And they refused to do that. And you got to wonder why. Why won't they do that? So, and then the other thing, of course, I talked about the respiratory issues, like pneumonia or whatever. If a horse gets that, they invariably say, oh, it's got a poor prognosis for recovery, and they euthanize them. So none of that stuff is included in their alleged, 0.5% statistic for horses that die from a gather. And, one of the things that's just fucking amazing to me is that if there's no member of the public there watching the gather, there's no dead horses. Amazingly, they did that gather just perfectly with not one person dying. So I just yeah, perfect job when nobody's watching. So it just amazes me. So anyway, let's go on with the show here.
Amazing to lose 3 out of 2,700.
Our numbers are phenomenal.
This is some of the greatest.
Phenomenal, all right.
This is some of the greatest actions by a helicopter operator that's, in my opinion, that's ever been done. So where do those go?
I guess he never looked at the helicopter pilots in war, right? These guys are the most amazing because they can get out there and round up and kill animals. But hey,
they're just horses.
Huh?
They're just horses. What does he care?
That's right. These guys are amazing pilots.
They go to holding.
Miss Turner's property in Montana or wherever.
Or Madeline Pickens in Wells.
Oh, let's pick
No,
on her.
they don't go to Wells because she hasn't done an environmental assessment yet. But here in Reno, we've got Palomino Valley. We've actually got an incredible amount. We have literally a total of 73 off-range holding sites. Of those, 29 are corrals, 29 sites across the United States. 40 of them are pasture land. So when I say sites or corrals, like Palomino Valley is what we consider a maintenance facility. They'll go in there, they'll go through the process of getting acclimated to hay and get their shots and obviously check to make sure there's no disease. Otherwise, the critical disease of Coggins will put them down immediately. But we'll manage them there. We'll get them prepped for the adoption market. And then from there, they'll be transported across the United States to different adoptions. We do an online internet adoption where people from the East Coast, because the majority of our adopters come from the East Coast, we'll transport.
That's because the Western market's already saturated with them. So those East Coast adoptions are not always necessarily a good thing. And most of the places in the East Coast where they go to are so much more humid than they are out here in the arid lands. And sometimes those horses develop respiratory issues out there because they're not used to all that humidity. So it's not necessarily a great thing. Plus, they don't have compliance officers for the eastern states. When I first got involved in the wild horse and burro issue, it was because I knew of a family who had starved a horse, and I found out in trying to get them, the sheriff's department, to charge them because they didn't want to. But I found out that they also had BLM horses that they had adopted from an adoption event at Cornell University in upstate New York. And I called BLM and I said, hey, you know, they've been charged with starving a domestic horse. And I said, I learned that they've got these wild horses that they adopted. I said, you know, and your website says that you'll do a compliance check. And, you know, so I begged them to come out, and they kept telling me they didn't have to, and that they only had one compliance officer for 31 eastern states. I think that's been changed. I think they've increased it because they are pushing what they call their East Coast storefront. So I think maybe they've added more compliance, but that's what drove me into this in the first place, was that they don't do compliance checks on these animals. Once they're gone, they're out of their hair and they don't care.
Right.
So, and the other thing, when she talks about all this, the holding, what, you know, if we're going to lease these pastures for these tens of thousands of animals, how about we just put the cows there?
Yeah.
And have the cows on these private lands instead of our horses. You know, wouldn't that solve the budget issue that they have?
Yeah, grazing's better in the east anyway. Why they got them out in the desert?
That's right. Move the cows out east. You know, I always laughed and said, you know, we pay all these subsidies because, you know, ranchers have an animal that's killed by wolf, or they have to haul water to their cows, and we pay them by the mile to do that. I always laughed and said, you know what? Since they get all these subsidies, I think I'm going to move to Alaska, and I'm going to open an outdoor pool company. And when it fails, because, you know, it's not warm enough very long there for people to want pools, when it fails, I'm going to say, hey, government, I want subsidies because I had a shitty business plan and it's costing me too much money. So pay me. So anyway, let's move on.
Those animals closer, again, taxpayer dollars, transporting those horses. But we figure anywhere from $28,000 to $50,000 lifetime cost per year per horse that we gather and remove. And currently our numbers in holding as of January 1st were about 64,400 animals. Basically nobody wants. That is not what the act says. I don't see that happening. And you mentioned it, the emotional end of it. Nobody wants to be the horse killer. And it doesn't matter if it's one horse or if it's 1,000 horses that die on a gather. These are the fights.
You know, you can't adopt from a long-term holding pen. She just assumes nobody wants them because they were offered for adoption 3 times.
Right.
I wanted to adopt one of my horses. I tried to, because she was born in the corrals. I wanted to adopt her mother, and they took forever to figure out who her mother was. And by then she's like, no, you can't adopt her. She's in long-term holding.
It's ridiculous.
So that would take some of the load off of them. to let people adopt out of their long-term holding. But no, that rancher's making so much money from taxpayers paying him to care for them, so he doesn't want to get rid of any of them.
Yep. Yeah. Did you hear what that guy just said? I want to
What
be a horse killer.
Oh my God. What a
Mhm.
asshole. She laughed at
And
that. That's
uh-huh.
what you're laughing about? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
They started this podcast saying they all love these horses. My ass.
Uh-huh.
Please don't
Yep.
get a dog and claim you love it. They're acting like psychopaths. Sorry. Give me normal human emotion over that crass bullshit any day.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm always stunned by this. Just stunned. I mean, this woman that's worked for BLM for 18 years, and most of that's been wild horse, law and policy and management, and she laughs when somebody says they want to be a horse killer.
Maybe they actually.
I think she needs to retire. I mean, I don't let the door hit you on the way out, you lunatic.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe the guy is a horse killer. Look at all the burros and horses that get shot out there.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, let's. I'm gonna throw up if I get too into this.
Well,
Yeah,
I've always said
And I
you can
think
manage them very successfully. For every deer or elk or whatever tag you get 2 horse tags.
This is a solvable problem if we're willing to do what it takes.
100%.
But there's a law that says you can't eat a horse in the United States.
They want to hunt.
Seriously?
They want to hunt and eat horses. It's talking about horses.
Yeah, he's saying that there's a law that says you can't eat a horse in the United States. That's not true. It's not true. They can be legally slaughtered for food, but because they're classed as an amenable species, horse meat can't be sold or shipped without inspection. So, like, if you have your own horse and it dies of natural causes, there's no law that says you can't eat your own horse. So I'm not sure where they get that from, but that's disgusting. So they think that's the answer. Kill them and eat them. Just gross.
Well, it says if a
Passed
horse
by
dies,
That's all.
they that's only if they die of natural causes.
Right. Well, yeah, because if they've got a disease, you don't want to eat the meat.
Well,
So.
as long as they haven't had any butte. Go ahead, fuckers.
Now wild horses carry things like what's it called? Trichinosis, I don't know. I'd have to look it back up, but there are a couple of diseases that wild horses carry that could transfer to humans if they're eaten. And even some of the drugs that the Bureau of Land Management's giving them, like Gonacon, is that other birth control we were talking about.
Yeah, sterilizer.
Yeah, it sterilizes most of the horses. And maybe to sterilize the hunters. That's right.
Yeah. Well, they're giving it to their game animals too, so
Yeah. I was so shocked when I first started looking into Gonacon. I didn't realize they had been using it on deer and elk for a long time already. And they even use it on things like prairie dogs that they hate because they have holes in the ground. The cows break their legs in the holes in the ground, blah, blah, blah. So they had been using it on all these animals that they consider overpopulated or vermin or whatever. And we've been waiting now for a couple of years for the EPA to provide us with the studies that were done to get this product registered. And what we think is that they allowed them to skip the studies that show whether or not that product, Gonacon, either for equine or other animals, actually has what we call pass-through or feed-through properties, where if one animal's treated with it and another animal eats it, could it pass through to them? Or even could it be leached, like if they pass it through their system so that it's in their urine or their poop, could it then leach into groundwater or be on a plant that something eats and then affect that animal. And we did find that those hormonal birth control, they're called GnRH vaccines, and humans were given those, and I believe still are, but what they're finding is that the urine from humans, when it gets back into the groundwater, I mean, even treatment's not taking it out of the water. So when it gets back into the groundwater, what it's doing is actually causing damage to fish populations. So we know that it's got these pass-through properties, and there's not been studies done on that. So we're trying to verify exactly what studies were done. What did they say for this specific product? And the EPA has been stalling for 2 years on giving us that FOIA information, that public record information that we requested. So it's just ridiculous. But okay, we got to shut up and just let this thing go, Janelle.
Yep.
Talked about earlier, I'd go to Italy and Australia.
Believe it or not, it's the Asian countries.
Australia's doing it now. I ate horse for the first time, and I had that emotional deal because grew up riding them, loving them, having them, and then
But I
eat the
ate them
horses.
anyway.
It's a different mentality, but it is what it
I
is.
read them, they're fine.
And so there's a whole, you're saying if you take the hard truth about it and you take those 60-something thousand are still left, that
It's a resource.
They're either
A
before
resource.
we get too far off from what Jenny was just talking about, let's just go back into it. Well, I'm glad. I mean, but I wanted her, she mentioned what's happening at the facility out there. But she, and like all of us, we don't look at the care, of what happens out there. But how many full-time vets are there when we're for the health of these horses?
All our facilities do have either an on-call vet or out in Palomino, or the vet that's been out there has been out there over 40 years.
But at one time we had a couple full-time vets at that facility.
Okay. So he's saying at one time we had a full-time vet, and she's saying he was there for about 40 years at PVC. Well, PVC, which is Palomino Valley Corral, by the way.
Yeah.
But PVC was built in 76. So if he was there 40 years,
And he's on
was
call.
on call, not full time. So 40 years, that means that they had maybe 8 years that they had a full-time vet there. And that was more than 40 years ago. So yeah, I don't think so. And I've tried to give vet records when, something happens, like there's a large number of horses that die at a holding facility and we're questioning the reason for it. Or like after a gather, I'm trying to find out how many of the horses died that went into the holding facility. So I'll put in a FOIA public records request and ask for the vet records. Very rarely is there ever a vet record, even when the horses have been euthanized. So they don't even necessarily have the vet there filling out a document that said this horse had this or that or whatever and having it on file. I don't know if the vets actually go out. I have a feeling it's a phone call. Maybe they show them a little video or picture or something of the horse and say, look, it's doing this. And the vet says, yeah, just euthanize them. They don't go out there. They don't.
Yep.
I've never seen one at the holding facilities. I mean, it's just ridiculous for them to say, oh, they're full time. They're on call all the time. They may be on call all the time, but that doesn't mean that they go there. It doesn't mean that they're there when a decision's made on whether or not to kill a horse because it's limping or got a cough. So it's just ridiculous.
There's not much caring there at all. There's no transparency. And a lot of times there's no person there.
That's right. Right.
Nobody's watching out for horses.
And that's something your tax dollars are paying for every day. And,
no, they're not.
It's about caring.
They don't pay the vets that are on call. They only pay them when they go there. That's stupid.
It sets a myth what these people want you to believe about the BLM.
Well, Joel said it. You look at the land today, and I mean, to me, it's criminal as a horse owner. Half these people screaming and yelling and hitting the keyboard probably have never owned a horse. But as horses are in my backyard, knowing what it takes to take care of these animals, when we pull some of these animals off the range and they're in body conditions,
Put them on the
really you should be put.
they're talking. Yeah, we own all the ones on the range. They're ours.
It's just a big BLM statement, that they always put out there, that people are just hitting their keyboards, probably never owned a horse or were never even out there. Advocating for horses is criminal, according to her. You heard that.
Yeah.
So, we have volunteers who are out there most of the time on the Western states and several Western states, because despite our name, Oregon Wild Horse Organization, we are a national nonprofit. And we have people in several states and volunteers that are out there all the time. And so
we're not the only one.
We aren't the only ones. And, people share these pictures and videos, and someone who hasn't even been there can see the shape these horses in. So does she really think we're that fucking stupid? And that nothing we say is intelligent input, so it doesn't matter if we're saying it online? What, are we supposed to call her every time we want to say something so that we're not considered keyboard warriors or whatever they want to say? So just kill them. Who cares how many were killed when that gather happens? It's just stupid.
Them down. There's that fear. We put down, I think, 24 or 26 horses out of the 2,700 we gathered on that last gather. And only 3 of them were death by basically happened at the gather. The 21 others were, blind or crippled or
pre-existing conditions.
Think about what we're talking about. 20 horses and we're 50.
I know.
We're 50,000.
I know. Why am I even making an excuse?
Right. The problem is, here's a woke culture. Nobody's willing to say kill them.
Yeah. Right.
When did woke become such a bad thing?
He just wants to kill them.
So when people wake up to the fact that people like him are sociopaths and don't have an ability to feel empathy at all, or treat animals like they're just rocks on the ground that can be, thrown around or disposed of or whatever, I think that's what's criminal. And I think Jenny and her little cohorts on here just love to spend their time killing anything that moves. So, they want to call us bad names. Well, I think they're the ones that have some serious issues here. Other than that, I have no opinion.
Well, we got to adopt them. We got to birth control them. How do you shoot a horse with something that only go 30 yards? You're going to do 30,000 horses that way? No way. That's a feel-good thing. Yeah.
A feel-good thing?
Okay. You can dart a horse with PZP from 50 yards. He says you have to be within 30 yards. Here's our, he's going to talk about the money shit too. So, but seriously, I think this guy is probably a kind of lousy hunter and won't be getting his sharpshooting badge anytime soon because he thinks you can't dart a horse because you have to be within 30 yards of it. That's just, it's not even true. It's not true.
There's no solution that I can see that's going to work without killing horses.
And, again, back to the act. The act says you will destroy them.
The act does, and that's where we get into politics.
And that's where the grind comes.
Yeah. The Congress will not change or has not changed. I'm not going to say will not because we can't talk about the future, but, in 53 years of doing this, 1971, 53 years of doing this, they've never amended the act to stop that. But they've put a rider in since the late 80s stating that we won't euthanize a healthy horse. Well, in the act, it's very clear that we are to euthanize any lame, sick, or old horses.
They're not healthy. Duh.
Right. Lame, sick, or old. So they just want to kill them all.
Yeah.
Got it.
Trigger happy. They're
Yep.
hunters.
Pen? Or
That's a
up to
perfect
debate.
question. We don't have a policy on it. You know, so at the end of the day, why have a policy if they're not going to allow us to do that? So on a BLM end, we're mandated by Congress. We're mandated by Congress to make sure that it's multi-use, and Joel hit that. It's not multi-use if we're not at appropriate management level, and every
Huh? It's not multi-use if we're not at appropriate management. Okay. I can't get to her level of stupid right now. I can't do it.
little bit of livestock is, or if we want to talk cattle, you know, everybody starts quoting allotments or number of cattle in the state of Nevada. But when you look at the herd management areas, we'll say there could be, I don't know, 5 to 10 allotments within that herd management area, but that doesn't mean the entire. The last one we went to at Roberts Mountain, there was a little bitty corner in one of the herd management.
Okay. I don't know. We got out of order with our slides. Did I miss something, Janelle?
Yeah. We didn't go over the
Well, I thought
patent.
they made an excuse in here, but maybe they haven't done that yet. Let me see. Maybe I can go forward and then back up the slides. This is Roberts Mountain. I might have them out of order. Sorry. So she's talking about Roberts Mountain. When you look at this, the left side of the screen shows the map in its entirety, and then on the right side, I blew it up so you could see the Roberts Mountain Complex. Roberts Mountain Complex is this the kind of peachy colored area there, and the turquoise blue and the purple. Those are the herd management areas within the Roberts Mountain Complex. Now, she claims that a little corner of Roberts Mountain was a livestock allotment. When you look at these really, and I wish I could do a pointer, I'm sorry, I can't. But when you look at these really faint lines on the right side that you see going down that peach area, you can see to the left is the 3 bars cattle allotment, which goes over part of the HMA, but it also extends beyond the HMA. And she says that that area that's about 1/3 of the Roberts Mountain HMA only covers a little corner of it. But if you're talking about the whole Roberts Mountain complex, you have to also include this purple area down here, which is part of the Lucky 6 allotment, but it's also an HMA called Fish Creek, and it's the northern part of Fish Creek that they gather as part of the Roberts Mountain complex. So you can see that purple line that goes through that showed the whole complex area. That purple line divides the Fish Creek HMA for horses because there's a highway that goes through. So they manage the northern part of that purple wild horse allotment there. They manage the northern part of it as part of the Roberts Mountain complex. And then, of course, Whistler Mountain HMA is the turquoise colored one. But you can see in the purple one, it's part of the Lucky G cattle allotment, all of it. And then in the turquoise one, you can see where the right side, minus this little portion that's to the left and lower section, that right side is all the Romano cattle allotment. So for them to make the claim that there was just this little corner that was a cattle allotment is just blatantly false. Jenny's just lying.
Yep.
So, all right, so let's go on here.
Areas that was part of the allotment that I don't think they've grazed for 20 years.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah, there's no fence there that keeps them off of the HMA from their cattle allotment. So she's saying they graze that part that's north of the wild horse HMA when there's no fencing there that keeps them off the HMA. They put cows out. We saw it in the environmental assessment that they did. So again, another lie.
Maybe BLM has, not maybe, but we manage our numbers and everything else differently in the horse world. So you might have an allotment, doesn't mean that they can graze. Very different. This is not apples to apples. It's grazing of livestock is a discretionary item within the Bureau of Land Management. We can tell them when, why, how, and where they can graze. But on the horse end, it's like wildlife, 365, 7 days, 24 hours.
And they're completely different from the native.
Exactly.
Not a split toe.
Right.
Dig up water.
Oh, the Great Basin never had herds of buffalo.
Yeah, I don't know.
Split toe, give me a break. That tears up the ground a lot more than the horse hoof.
Yeah, you're right, it does.
But that's a whole other thing. So
yeah, they like to claim because they have split toes, it disperses their weight better. But the thing that they don't say is that the cows today weigh so much more that they're getting to the point where they weigh almost double what a wild horse does. So yeah, let's talk about weight distribution.
A lot more of them.
Yeah, plus horses have this concave shape to the hoof. So when the hoof steps down, it's the hoof walls that actually touch the ground. It's not the entire flat part of the hoof because it is concaved instead of flat. So that's the other thing they miss. And those animals that have, toes like a cow, you have double the little point on the edge that's going to dig into the ground. Whereas a horse's hoof has got this nice rounded wall and it doesn't dig in nearly as bad. Does it dig in? Yeah. You still see it, especially in areas that are kind of sandy or if they're muddy, you're going to see that they do dig into it. But so does a human. So does an ATV that's out there. And they allow all those and they don't bitch about it. So, God forbid an animal should step on the ground. And that's kind of what they're saying here. So
country can't, on 6 inches to 14 inches of rainfall, it can't support huge ungulate numbers like it could back in Kansas and Texas and stuff like that. This country's an arid landscape with fresh.
That's right. So why do we have millions of cows out there compared to tens of thousands of horses?
Yeah.
Fragile soils, and it just can't handle that.
It can't, the native animals here, are
like wild horses. That's right. They argue and say that they're not native, but we know better than that. They will get into that later.
Wild game that we manage, they're split toed. They go eat for 20 minutes or 4 hours and then go lay down for 10 hours.
Yeah.
20 minutes, 4 hours, so specific there.
Horses are on their feet, drinking, digging for water, and I don't know the exact numbers, but they eat
20 pounds.
I was just going 30 times what a deer does. They drink.
Okay. 30 times what a deer does. Yeah. Okay. We'll deal with that a little bit later on here.
100 times the amount of water that they do. So.
Okay. What did I do with my slides, Janelle? Because, we talked about their claim that the only reason advocates want birth control is because they're making bazillions of dollars off of it. And this dispelled that. I'm not sure if that's where we're at yet. They go back and forth in this, so it's a little bit hard for me to have the slides in exactly the right place for you guys. But
number 35 is the cows and horses stuff.
All right, let's go ahead and go forward. Okay, here's this one. I'll back up to the other ones as we need them here. But this compares the horse and cow and mule deer forage a day. Honestly, really, you can see that what they're claiming is just not true. They say a horse drinks 30 times what a mule deer drinks in the average day. I look like 30 times to you?
Nope.
Looks like 5 to 10 to me.
This is BLM
So-
math.
Yeah, it's that BLM math again. A little bit of exaggeration thrown in there as well. So, but you can see the cows by far are consuming more forage and water than the other ones. So, and we'll go back and forth on these slides as we need to here.
It's just, when you talk about the multi-use act, why do they take precedent? Because if they're going to write an act where you have to have for recreation, for energy, for all the things that the multi-use act gives you.
The multi-use act. It's a multi-use act. Dude, it's FLPMA, Federal Land Policy Management Act, not the multi-use act.
Them ability to do, why are horses taking precedent?
And-
It's the federal government.
But the federal, I mean. it's
And it
federal
comes down to
government,
money.
But they're
Money and
controlling
land.
the energy that's
Mhm.
off of federal land. They're controlling recreation. They're controlling everything that lies under the multi-use act.
Mhm.
But why is horses not managed like everything else?
Because that act was passed before FLPMA, and FLPMA said it didn't override any prior land use policy. I can tell you why it doesn't override it, dude. Do you know how to read? Because if you read the laws, you might understand. And Jenny's there. She's supposed to be able to explain this stuff to them, but she hates the horses, so she's not going to do that either.
Yeah,
Just
right.
ridiculous.
It doesn't apply to wild horses and burros.
Correct.
Let me tell you what I think, okay?
No, please do.
When sportsmen have a problem, okay, what do? We have a banquet. We want to seed something, we want to have a guzzler, we want to fence a meadow. What do? We have these functions, we raise money and we pay for it.
Yeah,
Okay. Do we ever call the feds and say, hey, you guys need to go fix that meadow up there? Although they own it, but we don't say that.
they don't own it. The American people own it. This is your problem, dude. You don't understand what the situation is. We
They
own
don't.
it. It's held in trust and managed by the agency. I just don't get it. And they do call them when there's something going on out there. And there are all kinds of habitat restoration projects that they do for wildlife, even for livestock. And that's the same with water projects. I could give you page after page after page of different projects they're doing for wildlife and livestock. You don't ever see that for horses. So
Yep.
get off it.
But these other people on the other side of the fence, that's where they're going. They're going right to the feds.
Duh.
And the only way we're gonna beat them is to honestly sue them. We
Now they
have
want-
to get these numbers.
Huh?
I said now they want to beat us.
I know it's not about working with us. It's not about coming to compromise. It's only about winning for them. And that's the thing that pisses me off, because we're not out there saying nothing can ever be on our wild horse areas because that's for the horses. No, we acknowledge, yeah, there could be multiple use. There can even be cows if there has to be, but they can't have principal use of the areas where the horses are, because that's what the law said.
And if
And they have misinterpreted, twisted, and contorted it so bad that almost every one of our wild horse areas has 30 cows for every one freaking horse out there.
Yep.
So we want it to be fair. We are willing to come to a compromise. We don't need to beat them.
Yeah. And
It's just such a total different attitude. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Janelle.
if they really truly want to manage it for the health of the range, they would look at the livestock numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, they have to. Even climate change. I mean, they don't take that into consideration either. It's just, we hate the horses, get them off.
Yep.
So, all right, let's go on.
I want to talk about that more, but we have a lot more to talk about, but the suing is what I want to finish with, because that's going to happen.
Oh, okay.
But I just think the people that are for the wild horses they're so hypocritical, because at one time they want to protect the horses, but at the other time with the cows, it's cows' fault for climate change, right? So
Yeah,
can
right.
we swing that around and go, no, the horses are causing climate change, we got to get rid of them. They want to protect other birds. And
he wants to use that in a lawsuit. He wants to say the horses are causing climate change.
Good luck with that, dude. We wish you luck, and we'll get our giggles when we read the lawsuit that you file.
other mammals that are living off the same land, but at the same time, they let the horses destroy everything for all the bird nests, for everything that other survives on the same stuff. But horses, because of the emotional tie, get precedent. I just don't.
Let's expand on that. What those people, they say, well, we're speaking for the horses because they can't speak for themselves.
Yeah.
Well, who in the hell's speaking for the Indian rice grass and the needle and thread grass?
He is. Right here. He is.
The sage grouse and
Western Watersheds Project. And you fight with them too.
And the other animals that, that's our job. We need to stand up and speak for the plants and animals that are supposed to be here, not the ones that aren't supposed to be here. There's no money in this cause, though.
Well, and you mentioned the sage grouse, and the sage grouse, when we're doing the environmental assessment for the sage grouse, you look at that environmental assessment, and it states right in there that in order for us to combat and make changes to the land, because the sage grouse became a big issue, especially here in this state, from being endangered or threatened.
Okay. So we're going to move on from these slides. I don't know where they were. And that one.
Sage grouse stuff that she's talking about.
Okay, so they're talking about environment. So here, there's 3 main greenhouse gases: carbon dioxide, methane, CH4, nitrous oxide. We're going to get into all this stuff later as well. So we've gotten lost on our slideshow, Janelle, but let's hear, because she's going to talk about this gather thing that they did. So
we luckily, currently it's not endangered, but it's at the threatened stage. And where, if you look at that, and
it depends on the type of sage grouse, which we'll get into later.
Environmental assessment, it says we are to keep the animals at appropriate management levels. And trust me, everybody that works for the BLM, they want to see those appropriate management levels, mainly for the horses, because the things that I've seen in over 150 gathers I've attended in the 18 years I've done this is some pretty incredible stuff. Well, on Facebook and everything, the pretty ponies are the ones that are making the covers of the magazines, and you're seeing that one horse compared to 100 horses. It's criminal. If they were in my backyard looking like they do on the Virginia range, which aren't BLM horses, but regardless, I'd be in prison. Exactly. And so at the end of the day, yeah, it's a tagline, whatever the case might be, but the facts are the facts. We want to see healthy horses on healthy rangelands.
I don't.
Do you hear him? I don't.
Yeah.
I'm
looking for that.
I'm wondering if this podcast has been changed from when we first listened to it, Janelle. I think that might be why we're out of order a little bit. It looks like they took some of the really bad information out, because she had talked about a gather.
What time are you on your thing? 44:06.
43:54.
This says, you heard that, right? When the guy said, I don't.
Yeah. So, okay. So they took out a section where she was talking about a gather. And in that gather, we looked up the number for this BLM math issue that they seem to have. In that gather, they claimed that 858 horses were gathered, and that 786 shipped to holding, one stallion was released, 17 horses died or were euthanized, which left 54 horses that were gathered that are unaccounted for.
That was Robert's Mountain. Yep.
Was it? I thought they gathered more at Roberts Mountain. So, okay. So at any rate, this is what we see with typical BLM stats. So maybe I was supposed to show that during the gather. Yeah. Oh, I was because we were talking about the death rate, how they claim that the natural death rate is 0.5% from, or the average, I'm sorry, death rate from a helicopter gather is 0.5%.
Mm-hmm.
And during this gather, originally it was 2.2%. And then what actually happened was that they had animals die that during transport because they had a trailer flip over. So when we look at all the death that happened as a result of gathering and removing those animals and transporting them to a holding pen, the death rate ended up being 8.3%. And he made that claim that, you know, they never lose 5%.
Yeah, no, that was 8, and that was just the gather related, basically. But
that's right, yeah.
Their numbers showed that 54 horses were unaccounted for. So
yeah, they weren't shipped to holding.
They cut that part.
Released. They didn't die. They weren't shipped to holding. They weren't released back to the range. So what did Spock beam them up? What happened to them?
Yeah.
They're just gone. So I don't understand that. So
the next slide's on their water.
Yeah, these were the where he made the claim that horses eat 30 times what a deer does and drink, oh, I was wrong, 100 times as much as water. So let's see, they eat 12 pounds of forage a day, and horses eat 30 times that. I don't think that's 17.
Yeah. BLM math.
Yeah, BLM math. So, and when you look at the ratio of cows to horses on public lands, you know, one day with one horse would mean 17 pounds of forage, right? But there's 30 cows for every one horse. So even if they were only out there one day, 30 cows would eat about 780 pounds of forage that one day. So it would take that one horse 46 days to eat what those cows did in one day.
Yep.
So keep telling us that it's, you know, the horses being out there 365 that makes a difference. No, it doesn't. It's the number of cattle that get put out there because they eat significantly more than horses do. And, you know, the other thing that they don't take into account when they look at the forage that a cow eats is what her calf eats. You know, a 500-pound calf is going to eat 15 pounds of forage a day, whether or not it's still nursing. So it makes a huge difference. And then when we look at the water, they say 100 times more than a mule deer. Again, 5 to 10 times. So let's quit being so silly there. And on average, beef cows now weigh about 1,200 pounds. And if it's a beef cow out in the range, typically about 12 gallons of water a day. If it's a cow that's lactating, it can be up to 30. And so when they're talking about how advocates say, oh, the cows take 30 gallons of water, that's actually right. So, you know, do your research, dude. And, you know, that's for beef cows again. So dairy cows, which we don't have on public lands, take up to about 50 gallons of water a day. So cows take a lot of water from the environment. And I think that's something they don't look at at all. So, and then they were talking about how people on the other side of the fence, and, you know, I just want to tell you, I looked out my window and I don't see anybody on the other side of my fence. And honestly, I have to tell you, I may be a bleeding heart animal advocate, but we do carry in this house. So, dude, stay the fuck away from my fence.
Yeah.
So, no, nope, nope, nope. I'm amazed by the comments here. It's phenomenal to me. So, and then they want to talk about the impacts of cattle and horses. And so, Janelle, I think, did you have the paper that we had on the climate impacts that compared horses to
Yes.
cows? And could you
Yep.
read part of that to us? Don't read the whole thing, but just the talking points we had outlined.
Yeah, I got it right here. Okay,
Yeah, go
so
ahead. So she's going to read. This is not a reaction. This is reading from a paper that we did for an environmental law conference. And we'll link that in the description of this video as well.
okay, so cattle differ greatly from horses and burros. While cattle, which are ruminants, have 4 stomachs and chew their cud, horses and burros only have a single stomach. Cattle eat and digest their food slowly, producing a nitrogen-rich slurry, which sits on surface soil and, unless broken up and scattered, prevents any plant growth. That means they're cow pies. The way horses and burros digest their food, the resulting dung is not as broken down. The resulting bolus is a perfect seed package ready to grow the following season. The major difference is the level of CH4 or methane gases. More cattle and producing alfalfa to feed them contributes to CH4 and other greenhouse gases. Additionally, the cow and horse should be compared for their ability to sequester carbon. David Mason Jones, in an article on Hoofbeats, states that a horse is a carbon sink. Interestingly, he states that the biomass of a horse is a carbon sink in the same way as the biomass of a tree in a forest is a carbon sink. Ruminants are poor nitrogen converters because only 5 to 30% of ingested nitrogen are taken up by the animal, and the remaining 70 to 95% are excreted via feces and urine. That's from a study by Luo, Luo, et al., 2010. Approximately 80% of damage to streams and riparian ecosystems have been caused by livestock grazing in the western United States. Even though these areas compose only 0.5 to 1.0% of the overall landscape, 70 to 80% of all desert shrub and grassland plants, aquatic life, birds, and wildlife depend on them. Livestock look for water, forage, and shade around riparian areas, causing trampling and overgrazing of stream banks, soil erosion, loss of stream bank stability, declining water quality, and drier, hotter conditions. The damage has caused reduced habitat for riparian plant species, cold water fish, and wildlife, which has caused many native species to decline in number or go locally extinct. Other issues with livestock on public lands are damage done to the quality of the water sources themselves. Cow's urine is high in nitrogen and causes the growth of algae blooms that kill a river. There are also fewer nutrients available for plant and animal growth. And so when he's asking us, who cares about the plants? We do.
Yeah.
Do they want the cows out there? They don't care.
That's right. So please, just go on and tell us how we are hypocrites when we're using the available science to form our opinion. What science is he using? I haven't heard it yet.
Nope.
So now we're on to talking about sage grouse. So as they talk about sage grouse, we just want you to see, since they're blaming the horses, we're going to show you a few pictures here as she talks about sage grouse, who, by the way, the science that we've seen also says that the decline is from ground disturbances, vibrations from road, human activity, mining, and oil activity. But the biggest issue is livestock. And a lot of that is the fences even, because these birds get caught in the fencing, and the fences also create places for, see, Archer agrees, the fences are the problem. Yeah, you tell them. So, you know, the animals get caught in the fences, but also those fences give the predatory birds a place to sit and hunt these grouse. But yet BLM removes pinyon juniper stands, some of our old growth, you know, forests, and they say, well, you know, we have to do that because the trees give these predatory birds a place to sit and hunt. But the junipers actually cover for them. It's hard for those big birds that are predatory to kind of get down in that juniper, because I guess you'd have to look at how juniper grows. It's kind of this mangled mess of branches, and you know, they're kind of low to the ground. And if you see them, there's different kinds of junipers, so maybe I'm overgeneralizing there, but they turn these juniper removals into something that they're claiming is done for sage grouse, when really they want that juniper removed because grass doesn't grow underneath the junipers. So they have no food for their cows. So let's chain them and get them out of there. So, you know, our organization and other organizations that we routinely work with are like Western Watersheds Project. They've been speaking up for native plants and sage grouse protections. So I don't think he listens to anybody outside his little hunter bubble here.
No, he doesn't, you know, for information.
Yeah, and again, they want to call the horses invasive, so you know, they damage the native wildlife or whatever. But you know, whether or not they want to believe that the horses are native is almost irrelevant anyway, because legally they're supposed to be there. So I guess the laws only apply for things they want, and only when they want them to apply. So, you know, talk about cherry picking facts and laws. Here we go. You know, I can't decide if these people are actually completely ignorant or if they're just evil. I'm just not sure. So anyway, let's go on here, and I'll show you some more pictures of sage grouse while they blather on about how it's all the horse's fault.
End of the day, if those rangelands aren't healthy.
Well, let's talk about the game we play with AML.
I know.
You got low AML and you got high AML. Okay. The horse advocates, you know, they're never going to go below high AML. Well,
they're not even going to get there.
High AML guarantees that you're going to be way over AML.
Run wild and free.
Okay.
Run wild and free.
So they're already going back to AML without finishing the whole discussion of sage grouse here. So you can see in front of you, this is a picture by wildlife biologist Eric Mulvar, and he was out hiking and he flushed these sage grouse out. They were hanging out with this herd of wild horses, so they obviously coexist just fine together.
Yep.
So every year, this is habitat restoration, right? Every year, Bureau of Land Management spends millions of taxpayer dollars destroying thousands of acres of native pinyon pine and juniper forests, sagebrush stands, while the projects devastating these lands are mostly done in the name of habitat restoration. There's little evidence that supports the BLM's assertion that these projects improve landscapes for anything other than cattle grazing. So that goes to what I was saying about how they get rid of the pinyon juniper. Claiming that it's habitat restoration and protects the birds and blah blah blah. And you know, here's SUA, which is the Southern Utah Wilderness Alliance, specifically saying no evidence for that. It only improves it for the livestock. And I think I had one more. No, okay, so the next one's going to be the NAS and their recommendations on AML, which I already told you that they like to tout the NAS report, when they like what it said in its recommendations. But when they don't like what it said when they reviewed the program, they ignore it. So you can see in front of you what they said about AMLs.
You go to low AML, you're going to be back to high AML in 2 years.
Okay. Low AML was set so that if you remove the animals to the low AML, it gives you 4 years before the horses would get back to that high AML level. That's how they determine the low end range. When they do a gather, they remove them to the low end AML. Has nothing to do with what advocates say or want or feel or anything else. That's how they do it. And you can see in front of you that they're trying to claim that, horses are starving, and, pretty ponies that we see on the land are all we know anything about. But, the BLM themselves has not provided pictures of all these starving horses. They tend to use the same picture over and over that we saw Representative Chris Stewart from Utah making. And he would hold it up in front of Congress at these hearings and say, we've got to do something about these horses. Look at what they all look like out there. And I recognized the picture the first time he did that. And it was a mare from the Cold Creek herd in Nevada. And it was the only time in all the decades that I've been doing this where the majority of a herd was actually underweight. So honestly, if they're going to keep saying that, give us some proof. Either fucking put up or shut up with that stuff. But I'm so sick of them hearing or us hearing them say that these horses are starving and dying out there. I actually confronted Representative Stewart about it back years ago, probably 2 or 3 years ago. I'd have to look, but on C-SPAN, he was doing an interview on there, and I called in and asked him to respond to the ethics complaint that was filed against him for Title 18 violations. And, he tried to say, there's never been one filed against me. I said, well, maybe your staff can let you know, but our organization, which at the time I was with a different organization, but I said, our organization filed one against you on this date for lying to Congress and holding up that picture and saying that that's what all of our horses look like out there, or even the majority of them. And he said, well, until you come out here and you let me show you what these horses look like, you're never going to believe me. So I said, oh, okay, well, when can we schedule that? And he said, well, you'd have to contact my office. And then they cut me off of C-SPAN. So at any rate, we got a hold of his office and asked for that tour. And we had, people waiting. We had a busload of people that were ready to go see. We called it the Dead and Dying Horses Tour and kept asking his office, when can we get this scheduled? We got all these people that are ready to make travel plans. When are we going to get this scheduled? And after a couple of months, the office wrote us back and said, oh, we're sorry, the congressman's not going to be able to accommodate you on that tour. And I went, mostly because that's not true and he knows it. So At any rate, so here's this Yahoo on here saying that if they remove horses to the low end AML, they're going to be back at high AML in 2 years, which is not true. Again, the formula was set so that low end AML would be a number that would allow 4 years of population growth before they would be at high AML again. And BLM knows this, and she should be correcting him. But once again, why would she bother? Because the whole purpose of this podcast is to slam the wild horses. So at any rate, and again, these AMLs were set just administratively. So for them to say all this is ridiculous, to even talk about the AMLs, there was no science used. They were set administratively, which means basically there was this, they used to call them FMUDs. It's a final multiple use decision. And they would basically say, okay, what are the multiple uses going to be in this specific area? and they would use grazing allotments as the areas. So they would say, okay, in this allotment, we've got wild horses. So we got to figure out what kind of forage allocation there's going to be. And those are AUM's animal unit months. And basically that's the formula for forage allocation. And they already had those set for the number of cows that were going to be out there. So basically they said, okay, this is how much this area produces. We've already given this much to the cows. So we've given this much to the wildlife. We'll take out this much for wildlife and we'll give that to the horses. And they left those livestock numbers the same and basically just gave wildlife and horses the scraps, the rest of it there. So again, if you want to blame wildlife decline on something, you've got to look at those livestock numbers, which they do not do. And you can see by the slide in front of you that the National Academy of Sciences made several suggestions, and a lot of it had to do with a scientific approach to developing these AMLs and even going back and revisiting them and changing them, and transparency to the people, which they do not provide.
Yeah.
So what were you going to?
They don't like science. It's too hard.
That's right. That's right. Okay, so let's go on here.
I think our job is to go for nothing, because the way it is now, it's like the other team gets to start on the 50-yard line and we have to start on the 20-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
You can't win a game playing it that way. If we're going to get to low IML, we got to go beyond that and push them back. This is just like gaining ground on a football field. We can't let them start at midfield when we got to start back at our goal line.
He thinks we should be playing a fair game.
Fair game. Just starting mid game or mid level, or we're starting at the bottom. These guys make all the decisions.
Well, and if you wanted to play a fair game and follow the laws, again, every area should be managed principally where the horses were in 71 should be managed principally for wild horses and burros. In Nevada, they have 2 areas, one for burros, one for horses. That burro range, the population, the range, the AML is 78 to 104 animals, which is not high enough for genetic viability at all. And there's still even livestock there, even though they claim it's managed principally for horses and burros. There are livestock there. They just don't get the lion's share of the forage on that range. And they still don't even get an AML that's in line with the numbers that are necessary for genetic health. They have their own geneticist that they worked with all the time. His name is Gus Cothran. And he said that the minimum number of animals they had to have in a herd for genetic health was 150. And I just told you that AML range for the burro range, the only burro range in the country, is a 78 to 104. Again, genetic health had to have a minimum number of 150 animals. Their high AML is 104. And when they gather them, they only leave 78.
Yeah, and the suggestion these guys are saying is go below that low AML.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's
yep. And that's being really generous because, you know, we've looked at other geneticists that have talked about the minimum number of animals for wildlife herds, or, you know, flocks or packs or whatever animal they were looking at. In this case, herds, obviously. And there was a woman, I cannot remember her name, I apologize, but she did an evaluation of the Pryor Mountain herd, which is a wild horse range in Montana, one of 3 in the country. And she said there that the population should be set at 277 for genetic health. And then outside this country, if you look at some of the studies, I think Frankham was one of the studies, but he was saying that number increased exponentially and should be in the thousands. Okay. So he's talking about fair game. I don't think so. And if you
No.
look at what the NAS said about the genetics, they said that they had to measure these animals for something called allelic richness, as well as observed heterozygosity. And the observed heterozygosity is kind of more of the physical characteristics. And what BLM does is they only manage through observed heterozygosity most of the time. They never have a plan that comes out that says, look, we're going to make sure that we monitor the allelic richness. They don't do that, even though the NAS said that they need to do that, that it was really important. And they ignored it. So again, cherry pick the parts of that study that you feel like you should follow the recommendations for. You don't like that one because it means there'd be more animals out there. So yeah, let's ignore it, pretend it doesn't exist.
Yep.
So I think, you know, when he's talking about this whole going lower than the AML, I mean, that's not even legal. They can't go below the AML. That's why they had to set ranges. They had to say, okay, this area is going to have a minimum of this many animals on it. So they can't go below that. But, you know, for them, laws are kind of like, you know, fire extinguishers in the case, break glass in case of a good law that'll support my bullshit narrative. Otherwise, just leave it locked the fuck up and ignore it, right? So
Yep.
I don't know. Before we even talk about horse lovers, let me just say once again, BLM Jenny only gets half the facts right. And she talks about, you know, lands needing rest. So we're going to hear about that too. But when she talks about how the land needs rest, you have to get the cows off of it too.
Yep.
So let's listen to her blather on a bit.
Well, and the reality of it is you're never going to catch every horse. So when somebody says that, or when Joel or people say that, the facts of the matter is we need to allow this land enough time to rest and recoup to a certain way, because it's never going to come back to how it was, even when I moved here in the 80s. But we need to have that ability for that land to recoup, because at the end of the day, the people that are disseminating these horse herds are these horse lovers.
Yep,
let them run wild and free until when? When is too many too many?
Let's talk about horse lovers.
Never.
Everybody has to preface the statement that we love horses. Well, you know, I love horses that I can ride or that I can pack.
Or
But
you
these
can eat.
or that I can eat. Yeah, exactly.
horses out here, I hate them.
Yeah, I agree.
You hate them. I thought
He
he loved.
hates them. No, he said I hate them.
Yeah, but before he said he loved them.
Yeah, we tout them as horse haters, but you know that's not fair because they love these animals. But he just said I hate them.
Yep.
So maybe we labeled them correctly in the first place by saying they're horse haters, huh?
Yeah. Seems to be true.
Cows,
Yep.
I like cows because I can get a hamburger out of them.
Ugh.
I don't see one positive thing about wild horses.
But I love them.
I don't see one
Nothing,
positive.
nothing positive.
Guy.
Yep.
There is no money created out of them except for the wild,
The taxpayer.
well, and the wild horse people.
Yeah, the lawyers.
We have to
It's-
import horse meat
It's
now.
costing us money,
Yeah.
you know.
We have to import horse meat now. What the fuck is she importing horse meat for, Janelle?
Does she eat horse?
I guess BLM Jenny, who's part of the Wild Horse and Burro program for 18 years, eats horse.
Maybe that's where they're all disappearing to.
Yeah, it's possible, I guess. I don't know. That's just gross. I mean, just gross.
Cows are a positive thing. Wildlife is a positive thing.
No, they're
Horses
not.
are not a positive thing.
No.
I have no use for them. I have no compunctions about saying that to anybody.
I would second the sentiment.
Yeah, we need to start talking that way instead of going out to the 30-yard line with them. We need to push them back and say, we don't want any goddamn horses.
Yeah, it's not
I
about
don't want any goddamn cows out there. You know?
Yeah.
And he talks about the 31-yard line or whatever he just said. But, by the numbers, they're winning because there's at least 30 times the number of cows out there as there are horses. So, and how many times more deer and elk and every other animal he can shoot and eat out there than there are horses. So, public lands mean every American, not just you, Mr. Belding.
Yeah, it's not all about you, jackass.
No, he claims he wants to, that we want to get rid of hunting and trapping and guns. And yeah, I do want to get rid of trapping because it's an antiquated practice. Yeah, it doesn't discriminate on what animals it kills either. It's not done humanely. They leave these animals to suffer a lot of times for hours or even days, whatever the law is at that point, before the trapper checks the traps again. And hunting, I don't agree with trophy hunting ever. I mean, ever. But I have no argument at all with people who want to hunt to feed their families. In fact, my whole family hunted. They put that meat in the freezer for their families for the winter. So, this jackass making all these generalizations about entire groups of people who fit into the wild horse advocate category is just stupid. I know advocates who are vegans and ones who aren't, advocates who carry guns and ones who don't, advocates who hunt and ones who don't. So just fucking shut up with this stuff. I'm so tired of this argument from these people. It's ridiculous.
That's what they want to do with us.
Yeah.
Right? They want to get rid of hunting. They want to get rid of trapping our guns. It's the same people with this, just a different cause and a different name.
It's with them, it's our way or the highway. And if we're going to come to the middle someplace, it's like a teeter-totter. Yep. You got a fulcrum, you got two ends.
Jackass. No offense to Jack.
Here and we're up here. Or no, we're in the middle. We're sitting on the fulcrum.
Balance
that. We need to get out and become extremists in order for this to happen.
And that's the thing with our side.
They're claiming they're not extremists?
Yeah, he already is an extremist.
I mean, seriously. They're claiming that they're not extremists, Janelle.
Yeah.
I don't understand that at all.
Like threatening to shoot horses?
Yeah.
Or Bundy standoff types.
Oh,
Trying
that
to
was great.
wild horse and burros is not extremist either. We're not the extremists. Do these idiots know what extremism is?
I don't think so. I don't think they do. I mean, this fulcrum shit is bullshit.
You want to call it, have always had the leave us alone kind of attitude. We've never been the just go get them. Screw you. We're going to put our foot forward this time, and you're not going to take them because we've always okay, whatever. And by doing that, they'll come in and take. Okay, well now your 96-hour check on trapping is down to 72, and now it's down to 48. Oh no, down to nothing. They just take a little bit, and now you're nothing. Then you're never going to get it back.
Yep.
Yeah,
so there's so many aspects to what.
Sorry, what?
They cut their trapping because of the decline in the numbers of animals.
Yeah. Well, that and they are phasing out a lot of the trapping because, like I said, it is antiquated and it is cruel. It's absolutely cruel.
And
it's not necessary. When trapping used to happen, it was because people needed the furs, and they used them for warmth and hats and all kinds of stuff. But we don't need that anymore. We don't need hides or furs. We have synthetic materials. There's no reason that they have to have those anymore. It's not a necessity to survive. So,
side for cruel people to go out and kill things because they aren't educated enough to get a real job.
Yeah. Or they just get off on killing and killing and killing, and it's just so gross. It's just gross.
Yeah.
They're saying, no, screw you.
We're going over here. Yeah. It's a tug of war. We're not going to start in the middle of the mud puddle.
Yeah.
We're going to start even Steven and see who gets to drag the other guy into the mud.
And this, not that I'm going back because we can't go back, but this, you know, I said 18 years of doing this, and I can remember in 2007 saying to Secretary Norton, met with her once a week, and saying, we are at a critical point, and we actually had Congress agree to make some changes in taxes and things like that, and went to the ranchers and the folks that were managing the lands at the time. And the logical side of them was, we're not seeing damage, and we're not going to play that game with
8 counties in Nevada have declared
and
an
now
emergency.
8 counties.
Oh, for God's sake. So she says that 14 years ago, they tried to get Congress to make changes, claiming the land was damaged, but Congress said they didn't see the damage, I guess. So they refused
No, she
BLM
was,
rhetoric back then.
didn't
But,
she say
you know,
she was talking to the secretary?
yeah, but then they
Yeah.
went to Congress.
Yeah.
And Congress said, we're not going to play that game because we don't see the damage. You know, but what she's saying is that they were at a critical point back then. And they're saying that they're at a critical point now. And, you know, it's just ridiculous. I mean, they've screamed emergency for so many years. It's kind of like the boy who cried wolf.
Yeah.
And, you know, BLM, Jenny even said that Congress wouldn't even play that game back then. So at any rate, now they're bringing up this state of emergency in 8 Nevada counties, and we do have that. So let's see what they're saying about that.
This is you know,
They've
15 years later.
8 counties have
Yep.
declared an environmental.
But it took 15 years to get there. And now, I mean,
Now he said that it was a state of emergency for ecological disaster. I don't know if you could hear that. It was kind of in the background. But you can see, here's the 8 counties on screen. State of emergency for 8 counties and 2 tribes because of flooding, mudslides caused by snowmelt runoff. What in the world are they saying that had to do with horses?
Yeah. Or land degradation.
So, unusual heavy snowfall for Nevada. That's a climate crisis. And maybe they should look at some of the causes of climate change.
Mhm.
It doesn't have anything to do with horses.
Yes, there's another lie.
Yep.
It didn't have anything to do with wild horses or rangeland health. It was flooding and mudslides, and they probably did it to get the money from, you know. Well,
yeah, because most of that money comes from the feds. Here, they were also bitching earlier about how it's not a state issue because it's the feds, it's the feds, it's the feds. But hey, have flooding and mudslides, and oh my God, we need the feds. I don't know what does he think that we should be doing with them, you know?
Yeah, he wants to sue the feds.
Yep. All right, so let's go on here.
the aha moment's there, but I wish it was
uh-huh.
there in 2007, because if it was 2007, our budget would be more about $50 million instead of $150 million.
Yeah.
And we'd only have to gather 5,200 horses instead of 20,000.
Such insanity.
Well,
Right now,
yeah.
we got 60,000 horses. How long would it take before we have 100,000?
4 years,
Yeah.
less than 4 years.
And then
Listen.
how long is it going to take before we're at 200,000?
Well, and
Oh, come
Look,
on, dude.
Another 4
we
years.
can't gather more than 20,000 horses a year, just logistically. We can't do
some-
it.
Well, you could, if they're on the other end of it, you were getting rid of that many by killing them, sending them off to glue factories, sending them off to leather.
What?
He thinks they should kill them, send them off for glue and leather,
Dog food.
dog food. Turning back the clock, huh?
Yeah,
Like
no
the good
kidding.
old days when Mustangers ran amok and caused Congress to unanimously pass the Wild Free Roaming Horses and Burros Act.
Yep.
Pretty extremist, if you ask
Yeah,
me.
no kidding. They call us the extremists. I think
Yeah.
that might be a little bit extreme right there. And you know, Congress passed the act because of all that abuse that was happening from those Mustangers.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't get, now we have government sanctioned abuse as opposed to rancher abuse of the horses or Mustangers or whoever they were. I mean, most of them were ranchers, but
Yeah, when Jenny's talking, I'm just sort of wondering. We should talk to the secretary almost daily. Um, what was her thing back in 2007 or whatever she's talking about? She probably wanted to start killing him then,
probably.
and so we'd only be paying what 500,000 instead of whatever it is.
Well, she was saying that 2007 was when they were close to low AML. So she thinks that if they would have gotten whatever they wanted passed back then, that their budget would be smaller because they wouldn't have all those horses. That's what she's saying. So,
well, probably just kill the ones that they take off is probably what she wanted.
Oh, they probably looked at the numbers in 2007 and Congress went, yeah, no, we're not touching this because you're back down to about the number there was in 71 that caused everybody to panic.
Yeah.
So that's probably the bigger reason why Congress told them to bug off. But
yeah,
at any rate, let's move on here.
On food, whatever. There's other cultures in this world that would love that.
And Congress won't allow us to do that. And so, you know, when you were asking, what can we do as a state? I think the state is stepping up to the ability that they can. They're talking to the people that have a vote.
Well,
right.
This is a political problem and needs a political solution. And until the politicians feel the heat and the pain, nothing will happen.
You know, they say that, you know, they need to get more extreme. Well, you know, saying something like Congress needs to feel heat and pain is a little more extreme. And somehow I don't think them threatening Congress is going to win them any awards at all. And
Definitely.
Also, I don't know what country doesn't already have their own horses that they can benefit from. So it's just silly to me to talk about other countries.
I think we ought to send the horses, honestly.
Yeah, send them away.
To Tajikistan, Pakistan,
let the meat be
because these people will cherish those horses.
Yeah, but
they will. I mean, if you see what they have now, but Joel and I,
the hungriest countries.
That's a whole other set of problems.
Yeah, but and it is a big problem. I'm going to tell you what that problem is. Joel and I tried this about, what is it, 20 years ago, Joel, with the coalition. And we had a big rancher from Montana. We had a landowner in Mexico. Yeah, and they were willing to take these horses. And we were working with Senator Reed back then.
Yeah.
And this thing was serious. Well, we really did. We thought we had this done. But guess what happened? We found out we couldn't take him out of the borders of the United States.
We hold the title for a year. And so, that's,
I mean, this would be a great thing to, you're giving someone that would cherish these things. It would change their lives for a lot of them.
But you'd have to get that government to accept it. There's a whole other set of.
Do you really think it'd be that tough? It wouldn't be.
And I'll tell you, I've got friends in Europe, you know, adopted 5 horses to these folks in Austria who are very tight with the parliament, and the parliament is currently trying to get their government to talk to our government. You know, look, it costs them $28,000, we figured, per horse just to ship one horse back to Austria. And the wife looked at me one day and said, well, why can't we have these horses? You know, this was a lifelong dream of my husband. And I said, well, because we've got groups of people saying, oh, they're just going to eat them. And she looked at me and said, well, that's some pretty expensive sausage, isn't it?
You know, they just said they can't ship the horses out of country because of the law.
And she says, talks about the title though, thinking that, oh, well,
right,
is her license. So she works for BLM and she adopts horses and ships them to Austria?
Apparently, because she just said that she sent horses to Austria.
Okay, does that mean that she's making money off of our wild horses?
Or is she the middleman to launder them over the borders?
Yeah, good question. Maybe we should look
Uh-huh.
at.
Yeah, I have some. I maybe that's another FOIA there, Janelle.
Maybe.
So, all right, let's see what they say.
So I mean, there are countries, that want the horses to be used in
Like they don't have their own
certain ways, and there's other countries that could benefit from them
by eating them.
In many other ways, so
there's a market for adoption.
there's a huge market. And
well, no, where I'm going with this, there's a market for adoptions, but it's numbered in thousands and maybe tens of thousands.
Sure.
It's not numbered in 50 and hundreds of thousands.
Okay, so there's a market demand for thousands and tens of thousands, but not for 50s and hundreds of thousands. Okay. Wait. Okay.
That's funny.
I will get my shit together here. 50,000 is 5 tens of thousands. So when you say thousands and tens of thousands, you can't then go, wait a minute, when I get to 50, now it's 50s and hundreds of thousands. I just can't. They're so dumb. Oh my God. I think it's that BLM math thing again, isn't it?
Yeah, he gets his education from the BLM.
Yeah, and I'm sorry for people listening. I know this is a really serious topic, and I don't take the topic itself lightly, but these people are not serious people, and I'm gonna laugh at them for the ridiculous, ness that they put forward here. I can say ridiculousness, really. I promise I can.
There's a show called.
Yeah, but what they want, the reason they do and say these things that a lot of times they know aren't true, is because they want us to be angry and panicked and feel that crisis is coming, or it's imminent, and we're at a critical point, and they want to get us so that we do react emotionally, because then they can say, oh look, it's an emotional horse advocate. Well, of course we are human, but I'm gonna laugh at them when they say stupid shit like this. So, and Lord, I apologize for that. They can't help it if they're fucking stupid. Larry the Cable Guy here. Lord, I apologize. So, yeah, I don't get it. I swear they must think that wild horse advocates are stupid. So I don't know. So let's go on here.
You have to get those horses to a place before you can. That market's oversaturated by 10 million times.
10 million.
What's more
10 million
expensive? I think I know the answer. Just thinking about it, the rounding up and the cost of gathering 2,500 horses every X amount of years, or the 2,500 horses that are now, and now you're saying 60,000 in captivity.
Me. Ask me which one's more expensive. I got the slide in front of me to show it. So here's the long-term and short-term holding costs. So which one's more expensive? The cost of removing or the cost of warehousing? Kind of the same thing there, dude. If you remove them, you gotta warehouse them. So the cost of removing, which on here shows gathering 8.5 million, would lead to the short-term and long-term holding, because you got to put them somewhere. You're not allowed to kill them. So yeah, they're all the same thing. If you don't gather them, you don't have a cost. So which one's more? I think we know, right?
Yeah,
it is just ridiculous. More dumb shit. Now this is 2021. I couldn't find the same information for 2022 or 2023.
The transparency thing.
Yeah, of course. But they spent a combined 7.7 million for holding. So I think she makes some claims about how much holding has increased, and it's just ridiculous. So let's go on.
That's astronomical in price on the taxpayer.
You're
To hold
right,
them
it
in these
is.
places for feds and hay and.
It's
They
the
lived-
holding
they lived for
costs.
30, 40 years.
I mean, so
We spend about anywhere from 60 to 80% of our budget per year holding horses that nobody wants.
That
Hold
nobody
it.
wants to
That
throw that
nobody
in.
wants.
I'm
Well,
sick
you know,
too.
I want them, but I'd like them to manage them on the
On the
range.
land. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, they could do that using reversible fertility control if they wanted to, but you can see on their budget they spent $0.9 million on fertility control. And the other thing I found was really interesting looking at this was that there's $0 in the entire budget that's being spent on habitat improvement. Now, this 0.2 million, we questioned, could that be habitat improvement? I don't think it is. I think it's more corrals and trap sites and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, permanent kind of corrals might go into their holding, but really they don't explain what that construction means. I mean, it could be building a new facility for BLM, I suppose. So you really can't tell. But again, where's the habitat restoration in there? Water improvement projects. Where is any of that in there? It's not there. And if you look at the bulk of the monies that are spent, gathering, monitoring, long-term holding are all things that their contractor buddies get paid for.
Yep.
So
The ranchers.
yeah. All right, let's move on a bit here.
you said your budget was 150 million a year?
Last year it was 153.7 million. And currently in the House, it looks like as of yesterday, the House is asking for a 10 million or $13 million decrease, which if that's the case, then
Okay.
what we're gathering right now is going to be all we can gather.
So
And
70 plus or minus million in holding costs, just to hold them
Yes.
and unwanted horses.
Well, last year alone in holding horses in corrals and pastures was about $109 million of the 153.
Yeah, so that.
So where is that? Where's the transparency? Where is that shown? Because again, I can only find 2021. This podcast happened in 2024. So she's giving 2023 statistics, which are not publicly available. So
Yep.
show us the proof there, Miss BLM Jenny. I don't believe that's necessarily true. I think that's a pretty big jump for 2 years, although they have been gathering a whole lot of horses. So maybe it's jumped up that high, I suppose.
Well, they're giving their rancher buddies more money to open more corrals to
Right.
put the supposed unwanted horses in.
That's right. And the thing that they're not talking about here at all is they're not comparing it to the cost of the livestock grazing program. And unlike the money that taxpayers pay for wild horse and burros, we have to pay for the deficit that occurs every year for the livestock on public lands. These are privately owned animals for corporations, and I mean, they're not little mom and pop ranches for the most part anymore. These are huge livestock corporations that run cattle out on these lands. They have a manager in place that lives there. So, you know, that's how they get away with it. But these huge corporations are making these profits off the animals that are out there that we're paying for the deficit that doesn't get covered by their grazing fees. In fact, we even have to pay when they have to haul water to their animals. And we'll dig in. I think I have a graphic later that'll show you the cost when they start talking about it. But you know,
I don't think they talk
we don't-
about the cost of grazing.
no, but I think we dig into it a little bit later here.
Yeah.
But what we don't see is any return on that investment we make into the grazing program. We don't get a share of those profits. And maybe they think they can just go out and shoot and eat one of our wild horses. Well, maybe we should be able to go out and just shoot and eat a cow off the public land, because people, I mean, I personally don't eat beef, but if somebody does, maybe they should be able to just go steal the fucking cow off of public land and eat it, because taxpayers are paying for it the same way they pay for these wild horses and burros. So, why do we pay that much when there's no benefit whatsoever of that? So, and then when we talk about the grazing program, here's the slide we had on this, and it might be a little early, but that's okay. So, Janelle, do you want to read this report that we had from the GAO?
Sure. So the Government Accountability Office, is the GAO, has reported the federal government spends at least $144 million each year managing private livestock grazing on federal public lands, but collects only $21 million in grazing fees, for a net loss of at least $123 million per year. The GAO admits its report is incomplete because several agencies, including the National Resources Conservation Service and the Environmental Protection Agency, which spends millions of dollars mitigating for grazing damage, such as non-point source water pollution, did not provide estimates of their grazing related costs to the GAO. Other programs that benefit both private and public land ranchers, such as the Livestock Compensation Program, were also not included in the total subsidy to public lands ranchers. Considering the additional direct and indirect costs not included in the GAO report, economists have estimated that the federal public lands grazing on only BLM and Forest Service lands may cost as much as $500 million to $1 billion annually. The majority of BLM and Forest Service grazing fees are not deposited to the U.S. Treasury, but instead are diverted to the Range Betterment Fund to pay for fencing, water developments, and related infrastructure that support continued livestock grazing.
So in other words, we had $150 million budget for wild horses. They're complaining about that. And when they look at all the different programs with subsidies, predator control, there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into it, but they get to between 500 million and 1 billion that grazing program just on public lands, BLM and Forest Service, costs the American taxpayer.
Yep.
I think you ought to be able to get your beef for free with that cost.
It's shipped overseas. The meat.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The really sad thing is that only 3% of the beef consumed in the United States is raised on public lands. So I think we could do without that 3% of beef. I really do.
Yep.
So it's pretty disgusting. And here's the thing on the predator control I wanted to show you too. So this talks about, how much we spend to subsidize public lands grazing. $8 million. $8 million.
Just in predator control.
Yeah. And if you talk about not just livestock grazing, but other reasons they would kill predators, it was a total of 10.8. So 8 million out of that 10.8 was just to protect livestock. 75% of it just to protect livestock. Now, the thing that you should realize is the predator control budget is only paid for by ranchers at 1%. The percent of cattle and calf losses from predation is only 2.7%. And that was in 1995. And it's dropped since then because we have less predators. Now, the percent of cattle and calf losses that were attributed to other issues in 95 accounted for 97.3% of the losses. So when only 2.7% were being killed by predators, the USDA Wildlife Services spent 75% of their wildlife or their predator control budget to kill those those predators that were going after livestock. And one of the things I found interesting when I did a little research on this was that we also pay a subsidy even if the cow doesn't die if it's been attacked by a predator. And the thing that cracked me up was that the livestock industry justified that by saying our cows got scared and they never really got to full, slaughter weight because they were scared. So they were underweight and we got less money. So give us more money. It's like, now we pay for cows with PTSD. I mean, come on. So it's ridiculous. But anyway, let's go on with the nonsense here.
More than 70. Well, she's talking both short and long term.
Yeah.
So the long term is a lot less expensive. I want to say one more thing about day. Before we get off, the BLM is trying to do something, and they're certainly not the sportsman's enemy. But just a couple of weekends ago,
definitely.
I was really surprised to look at what these horses went for off of that prison.
Thank you.
I mean, it was.
Thank you.
It's amazing. I mean, you look at these. Some of these, the horses that the prisoners train. Okay, 8,500. Yeah, probably 12,000. A lot of people. You look at these prices, and a lot of people don't even know that.
120 days started horses. In October, one went for 13,000. The month before, or the adoption before in June, I think we got one for 12,000. February is always the slowest time, and sold one for 9,000. And I think the average of the 22 animals adopted was $4,300. We were just in Winnemucca, and it wasn't that high.
That offset, that goes back to
Nobody wants them.
It does. So a portion goes right to feed horses. It goes, matter of fact, when I was doing budget, all of that money on adoptions goes back into a no money account for feeding horses.
That's
minuscule.
I mean, you take that into effect with just take the same amount of feed that you were doing 10 years ago versus now,
Right.
and the inflation of how much hay cost versus just a year ago, 2 years ago. I mean, it's astronomical.
Well, and the thing is, it's just not money that's well spent. It's nonsense.
Chasing nothing.
It's just nonsense.
Yeah.
It's just
it could be
freaking
better
nonsense.
used for
Nonsense. Say nonsense. It's nonsense. Just say nonsense again, motherfucker. Say nonsense again. It's ridiculous.
so many things.
Yeah, it's just nonsense.
Well, for the habitat,
see?
so that
Nonsense.
we can ensure we've actually got animals out there,
Well, they had one burrow at that cell.
which should have gone for a lot
When
more.
I looked at
but-
that, when I looked at him, I said, I would like to go have that burrow. Beautiful bay, just a beautiful meal.
That mule burrow at the cell, not a sale.
Burrow. And when I looked, it was the cheapest thing that went. I thought it was going to be the most. It went for $300. That's what it went for.
It went for $300.
October sale before that sold for $2,700.
You never know what's going. But I just said, you know what, burrows go so fast, it's not going to be worth it. But I would love to have had that burrow. It was just a beautiful burrow.
It was a beautiful burrow. I think he's trying to sound like a burrow. Yeah, a burrow.
$100, I'd have ground him into burger.
Oh, great. So for $300, the asshat would have ground him into burrow. I bet he eats road pancakes too,
Yeah.
Fucking redneck hillbilly.
Well, it might have worked. I like Joel's
Might have
or
worked.
something else.
Yeah.
I
I mean,
like-
they're great
I
eating.
like
I've heard. I've
Joel's.
never eaten a burro. I've had horse.
I've had a worse.
For
also.
$300, you get have a good freezer full right
We
there.
might have done that.
What a bunch of fucking dickheads.
Might have done that, huh? If he bought that little burro that he thought was so beautiful,
You might have
he
done
might have
that.
stuck it in the freezer, huh? Yep, they
Yep.
love these animals. They love them, Janelle.
Yeah. What a bunch of fucking assholes.
I cannot believe the stuff that they say. They prove themselves to be hypocrites.
Yep.
So,
Yeah,
For
sue me.
$300, it'd have been pretty cheap, right?
Yeah, sue me.
It's going to cost us $6,000 to go take a bison, right?
Exactly.
Where does, if at all, does fire management play into this? Like, because
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, fire is an issue. I mean, obviously, on any landscape, whether it's wildlife or anything else. I mean, fire is an issue. The Martin Fire destroyed one of the better herd management areas here in Nevada. You know, that's going to be issues, and that's also
that's going to be issues. Does she speak English?
we've got a plan on that, and
good. She
we
has a
have
plan.
emergency gathers. I mean, three years ago, everything we did was emergency based on lack of water, the drought, and a couple fires.
I don't know where she learned how to speak, Janelle, but that's going to be issues on that. We have a plan on that. I'm not sure where she learned how to speak English, but I think it's the same place that they learned how to do math.
Maybe. Sure.
Those aren't controllable. I mean, we're doing the best that we can, but when we've got our landscape turning into cheatgrass and kerosene
From
due
cows.
to
What? Wait, what? What? Wait, what?
Kerosene?
Did she get confused and think kerosene comes from plants? I think we might have something on that, Janelle. Oh, look, there's this kerosene out there on the public lands. You see it? There it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had pictures of it. But seriously, kerosene's a paraffin, a combustible hydrocarbon liquid derived from petroleum. But maybe she's talking about a solar plant. I don't think so. But we did find this one plant I thought was really cool. And this is off topic, but I just thought I'd tell you guys. And there's the link for it. I don't think we have in our description, but at any rate, this guy developed this technology where they actually pulled water, sunlight, carbon dioxide out of ambient air, and then they turned it into kerosene and a jet fuel. It was just really cool. It was this guy in Zurich. So at any rate, maybe she's thinking kerosene comes from plants like the kerosene plants. So therefore, plants like the plants out on the ground are kerosene, I guess.
Isn't there a plant expert in that group? I mean,
yeah, he did all those transects for 45 years, right?
yeah, maybe he thinks there's kerosene plants.
I guess. I don't know. But we found them. See, they're right there. Those darn lanterns planted out there everywhere with kerosene in them. All right.
overgrazing.
well, yeah, I mean, I think obviously
That's an issue.
there's way more benefit to a fire wrecking grasslands than animals, because a fire, I mean, natives and Native Indians used to burn for
Well, fire.
Completely different type of grass than what we have
No,
here.
no, I'm just saying that, but the fires don't happen like we're talking about 365, 24 hours a day like horses do. So
what? Oh boy, I don't know about this.
fire, when it goes through, it allows, if there were no horses on that land, eventually that grass
gonna
starts to
rejuvenate it.
replenish itself. But
What the actual fuck are they talking about, Janelle? They're trying to say fire is less destructive than the horses, because the fire's not there 365 days of the year. And then he talks about indigenous people who used fire as a way to manage and rejuvenate the land. But he couldn't figure out why. He never completed that statement about the benefits of a controlled burn. So when there's a fire on the land, the land can usually replenish itself, and the horses are really helpful in that healing process. Because since we have a huge cheatgrass problem, the first thing that comes back is cheatgrass, because cheatgrass is a very opportunistic plant. It chokes out the native plants like our bunch grasses that we need. And the horses don't hinder the healing, at all. The cheatgrass does, and it's fast cycling, so it takes over, and it's an invasive plant. Most of those plants that are invasive, that act as like a carpet, so they've got this really phenomenal fuel load for the fires to really take off and be more intense. They, because of that carpet, our native bunch grasses, you'd have a plant, and then you have some soil in between, and then another plant a little ways off, and so it took longer for the fire to spread. But most of those grasses, like cheatgrass, were introduced with livestock production. That's how those seeds were carried in the first place. They don't talk about that at all. Not at all. It's amazing.
But your plant expert on there, does he know these things, or what?
Well, I don't know. He hates horses, so even if he knew it, he's not going to admit it, right?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, let's go on.
Fire is really good in some places and really bad in other places.
No
It depends
shit.
on the soils. It depends on the aspect of the slope. It
Depends on whether or not there's a house in the way.
depends on the precipitation that you get,
And especially elevation.
Yeah,
And what
exactly.
plants are
That's
out
what I'm saying. Depending on the microhabitat, fire can either be great or it can be terrible. It's not just something you can just throw a broad brush at.
Yeah.
So in some places, it's incredible.
I'm gonna bring up another myth now. I gotta say that Joel and I, we belong to some of these groups, because we do. We care about these horses, and we comment on it. But
we want to eat them.
Something that I read, and I've seen it a few times, and we heard it at the Hidden Valley talk that they had.
The panel they just had. Yep.
They say, well, horses control fires and how big they're going to be. Now,
you hear her in the background? When he said they say horses control fire, she went, "Oh God."
Yeah.
Has she ever read any of the science on this? Because there is science about how areas where the horses have been allowed to graze and eat the underbrush and the fuel loads, really does decrease the fires.
Yeah.
So I think, maybe if BLM really cares about the animals and cares about the environment and rangeland protection, as opposed to providing a space for these cows to be, or even the game animals that they can hunt and shoot, I think perhaps, since BLM spends millions of dollars in fertility control products for horses, I think they could spend some of that doing some studies on how horses might impact wildfire.
Yeah. Well, and how many of those Nevada fires started on a HMA, or maybe spread to an HMA? The horses can't stop fire on areas they're not allowed to be on. So, maybe if they were on more areas, there would be less fires. And they can't get away when they're stuck in an area either.
That'd be an interesting thing to look at. Sometime we should pull, the maps for where fires have started in the last, 5 or 10 years, and see if any of them actually did start on the HMAs. I know they've spread to HMAs some places because we've had emergency removals because of fire. So we know that they've spread to HMAs, but I don't know if any actually started on HMAs. That's a good question. We'll have to find out. So,
and if the forage is so bad, I wouldn't think that the fire would keep going. There'd be nothing to burn.
Yeah, that's true.
But there's no land, no nothing. So, okay.
Yeah, if it's all just dirt and rocks, like they said, then, how's there fire? I guess the rocks are catching fire. I don't Let's go on here.
This is the biggest bunch of BS that probably I haven't heard anybody say except for, well, we have native horses. You know, the horses that we have today are native to, you know, to the North American continent. And we all know it 15,000 years ago, the horses that we did have, they went extinct 15,000 years ago. But
we don't all know that. Here's the most recent studies in front of you right here. And this is not just oral histories. These are actual scientists who are studying fossils. They're doing mDNA studies and splicing DNA from the fossils that they're finding. And you can see they like to claim that they went extinct for a period of about 10,000 years. I think originally they might have said 12,000, but at any rate, now Ross McPhee, who is a PhD at the American Museum of Natural History, was doing a study up in Canada with Tyler Murchie, Hendrik Poinar, and what they found from that study from the Yukon and Alaskan sediment was that the horses were there as recently as 5,700 year to 4,500 years before present. And that's YBP is years before present. So then there was another study done by Dr. Miller in Mexico, and they found this continuum of horse evidence from tens of thousands of years ago to around 900 to 1,000 years before present. So, you know, even though they say that that species is Equus mexicanus, it's important that you realize that Equus caballus, which is our modern horse that's here, encompasses other strains as breed differentiations. So rather than separate species, Dr. Kirkpatrick was saying that specifically Equus mexicanus belongs to the species Equus caballus. So they're the same horse. I don't believe personally that these horses ever went extinct. And I've watched that timeline of, I think it was 12,000 when I first got into this, 12,000 years, shrink down to now 57 to maybe even 45 in years before present. So I think that, and the indigenous histories, which, you know, I think they laugh at in here, that say that these horses never went extinct. I believe they never went extinct. And one of the big things for me was, you know, using a little bit of common sense, which I know they're not great at, but I'm going to do it anyway. When you look at where the fossils are being found, especially here in Oregon, they're found in the exact same area that the wild horses are today. Now, what are the chances that these horses went extinct and then, excuse me, were reintroduced by Spanish conquistadors and made their way back up to Oregon and ended up in the same exact spot, which is actually the eastern side of the state where it's high desert and arid, and you know, they didn't come to the western side of the state where it's lush and there's water, and you know, no. That's where all the population is, and the horses were eradicated from the western side of the state years ago. So the only place that they're now still permitted to exist in the wild is out in that desert area where there's not all the population, the human population. And that's what happened over time everywhere, was these horses were just moved out of the way like wildlife is all the time. And where we're finding them still today are those same areas that they were in back then. So I find it highly unlikely that it's that coincidental that where those fossil finds are for the horses that they say went extinct, there's horses there today. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, these guys don't make any sense, and they're not scientists. They're just your typical horses aren't native, they're feral, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
All that total
Right. And let's
BS.
not look at the science because it might prove us wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
We can't get BLM to respond to the science anyway. We submit it every time we put in public comments and we say, look, you say this, here's the science. Please tell us how this science is wrong. Support your statements. But they won't do it. They just ignore us. And if they do respond to some scientific paper we turn in, they'll try to disparage the author by saying that they're not as qualified as BLM's experts or whatever. And not on this, because they don't have an expert to prove that they went extinct. You can't prove a negative. But but in other situations, we've refuted their scientists and they just ignore it. They're like, no, no. Or they'll tell us it's opinion when it's another scientist with peer-reviewed stuff out there. They'll say, oh, it's just opinion. Just drives me nuts. There's no science at all in this. We're going to do what we want, and we're going to find some way to support our narrative so we can do what we want. If that means twisting the laws, paying off scientists, whatever we need to do, we're going to do it because we're going to do what we want. And that's what we've learned over the years with them. So at any rate, I'm talking too much and my voice is starting to suffer. So I'm going to shut up for a minute here.
You read from these people and they say, oh no, the Indians had them out. They hid these words out. When white man come, they didn't even know they were here. They were hiding. And they call them Navajo horses. You've seen it, Bill. You read the same comment. But that myth about because the horses are out there 24/7, 365, it's stopping a lot of fires. Well, if that was the case, we'd never had a fire in Nevada.
Yeah.
So, it's just another big myth.
And remember, that was a guy that got himself into that panel, and I couldn't even listen to it because it's just, if that was the case, I think that would have been the solution in 1971.
I wasn't even talking about the fire brigade guy.
Oh, there's not naming him, huh? Way to not name them. So they're trashing two advocates that were at that meeting. And that's the meeting that wasn't online anywhere. We couldn't attend unless we lived right in the area. So
she said she couldn't even listen to him, which is obvious. They never listen to anybody else but their own people. So
that's right, because if they listen to other people, they might learn something that goes against what they want to do. So they can't listen. So all right.
Oh, something. If horses were native, then NDOW should have the right to manage them.
So is he admitting that they're native and should be managed by NDOW?
It kind of sound like it, didn't it?
He would swear they were native if it meant he could go hunt them.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. So I don't. Again, whatever fits what they want to prove at that point in time. And we agree that they shouldn't be managed by BLM, but I'm not sure NDOW is the answer either, because if NDOW managed them, these guys are pushed to be able to hunt and eat them.
Yeah.
And I don't go along with that. If we had millions of wild horses in the country like we do deer, then maybe, we're not a culture that eats horse, but there are cultures that do. And, like if we were in India, they look at us and go, oh my God, I can't believe they eat cows. So who am I to judge what somebody eats, what their beliefs are? That's not my job. But until we have as many wild horses out there as we do deer, I don't want to hear this shit. I don't even want to hear it.
Yeah.
So, I just don't get it, but let's go on here.
That's yes. I kind of always go back. I don't know if I told the story one other time when you were in this podcast. His sister, my aunt, is married to Lavore, right?
Yep.
And did you ever hear about that story about his dad and the deer?
Might have.
Okay, so I'll tell Jenny. So basically, I'm going to do it an injustice of the storytelling, but basically he has cultivated land, hay, back in the day,
170 acres.
170 acres.
Wow.
And even back then, deer were just reckoning, right? And he was basically the start of the Nevada being able to get paid for a landowner tag, because he's like, okay, I'm going to come get your deer off my property. If they're your deer,
Right.
come get them off my property, because they're killing my operation. They're cutting into my profits of my grass or my hay, right? So they're like, oh no, you can't do nothing.
Takings.
Whatever. He's like, okay, well, I'm going to shoot 300
He likes that word,
deer here
takings.
tomorrow, so come get them.
Uh-huh.
And then we're there the next day rounding up and shooting them themselves off this property. So it's back to what you're talking about. If they're the state's
It's always the
property,
answer.
then
Just shoot
why
'em.
not?
Yeah, the state
Yep.
is, every state is responsible for the wildlife within its borders to manage it in a public trust.
Yes.
Now, if it's a migratory animal or a threatened or endangered, then the feds get involved.
Well, and let's talk about the Virginia range horses. I mean, look, they're, and folks that aren't listening to this from Nevada, I get probably 10 calls a day, and we don't have the authority of those horses. The state does. But the issue is identical, yet they've got a lot lesser laws to be managing those horses, and they're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
They're doing the same thing that Congress is doing to the Bureau of Land Management.
They're just taking your guys and
Can't
They're
say,
playing,
doing
they're,
your, taking your property.
it's all on emotion.
can't say the word kill.
For you,
It's all in motion.
you guys
Yep.
that don't know, where the Virginia range is at, and what we're talking about is from Interstate 80 East at Vista, just
Yeah,
outside
everybody
of
knows
Florida,
that.
all the way to Highway 50.
Well, that
Everybody
tells
knows that.
me, for those listening who don't know where Virginia Range is, what if you live in another state? You gonna know where this is? Or do they assume that everybody that listens to their podcast lives right there in the Reno area of
That could be
Nevada?
that the only people that listen to our podcast are their local buddies.
Yeah, I think that, it shows on here that they've had like 11 people that have listened to it, but I think probably 6 or 7 are us.
Yeah, I think so.
Because we've started and stopped and started and stopped this so many times. And then there's, it's being shared in other horse advocate groups too. So a few of those people have listened to. So I'm not sure how big of a audience they have. Maybe they download it and share it around and you don't see it all on here. I don't know. Who am I to say? But,
Yeah, true.
again, let's assume all of us live in Reno, Nevada who are listening. So give us the directions there, buddy.
My mound house outside of Carson, all the way up to Fernley.
That's like a
and
lot of acreage.
395, old 395.
Probably, yeah, old 395. So that's what we're looking at. And these horses, they're managed by the state, what we're talking about, the Department of Agriculture. And we call those East-Stray horses.
East
And
Stray.
on the other side, they call them, I don't want to use the word wild.
I don't want to use
horses.
that word.
Why? Does it hurt?
He's being
Do his-
emotional.
Do his dentures fall out when he says wild? Why? Why don't you want to use the word? It's not like them being wild gives them any better protection than anything else does. But
Yeah.
it's because he wants to call them East-Stray horses.
Yeah.
It's a stray, but okay, go on, dumbass.
So that's where the Virginia range that Jenny's talking about.
Yeah, and
Thanks.
now we've got signs with flashing borders on
Yeah.
them.
Well, let's
Speed
just
limits
stay on. I was
level.
just going to say,
Let's just stay on that. Let's just stay on that for just a second.
Yeah,
How many horses did they admit to in Elko this last year that we lost in the Virginia range last year?
Oh, well,
How many died?
So within 3 years, a group, which I'm not going to name, actually posted on their website that they lost 50%. That's the Virginia range horses. It's on their website, so I'm not
This is
saying
last year.
anything. 50% of their horses, and yet they were sitting there claiming it was from fertility control, which again, we already talked about, that slows population growth, is not going to kill horses,
okay, 50%. Not true.
Yep.
Not even close to fucking true. In 2021, they had 31 horses there. 31 horses. Okay. So 50%.
3,100.
And I have never ever heard any of that organization, and who they're talking about is a group that was called American Wild Horse Campaign, and they've changed their name to American Wild Horse Conservation. So if you look them up, you got to look for the newer name. But they have the contract to go out and dart the wild horses. Somehow, I don't think it was them that were screaming that 50% of the horses died from birth control. So I don't know who she's following, but I seriously doubt that the group that manages the fertility control program says that 50% of them died from that birth control that they administer. And also, if they're the ones that are doing the census, please show me the proof that these people that claim 50% of them died went out there and did a count, and how they did it, and how they collected it, and how did they figure out how many horses died, and how many of them did it take during that 3 years to say, 50% of them actually died. And I think at one point she claims that the 50% of the horses was 3,700 horses, which is more than the number of horses that are out there. They've never reached, 7,400 horses out there. So this whole thing is just really weird. And I seriously think she's got some reading comprehension problems. I mean, I can see why some of the policies that were developed and got slid through Congress are so bad. She was involved in developing them. So, I mean, this is just stupid stuff. Just stupid.
Well, and there was 50 horses that died during a roundup operation. That's all we could find. And there was only in 2021 there was a little over 3,100 horses there. So
Right.
I don't know how 3,700 horses died. Nobody ever said that.
Yeah, and was she counting, all the horses that died in the state, or I don't know how she gets there, but let's see what else she has to say, and we'll continue on.
Can't find a blade of edible grass because I live out there.
They lost 50% from emaciated.
You live out there. You're the top.
Well,
They said it was the
winter
winter.
But we're only talking 50%, but let's put numbers. Yeah. That becomes over 1,500 horses.
Oh, it was 3,700.
See, there's the 3,700 claim.
Yep.
I knew she made it. So 3,700 died,
And that was
which was
50%.
over half the population when there was only 3,100 horses.
Yeah. BLM
Yeah,
math.
there's that BLM math again. Why do I keep even stopping? I'm so sorry. It's just BLM math, silly me. Anyway, let's go on, because she's going to bitch about this PZP that they were using.
Versus
So
they
now we're
couldn't.
talking 1,850 horses that were lost.
Oh,
Last
1,850 now.
winter.
3,700 horses.
Oh, see, she corrects him. He says half was 1,800 some. She goes, no, 37 was the number that died. So she is trying to say there were 7,400 horses out there.
He's better
We
at
know
math
people-
than he is.
We communicate with people that are out there. We know that's not true. We verified it last night. In fact, it's not true. We'll show you some slides later on, but let's go on, because I want to make a point about this birth control.
Is
Oh, you
lost.
think
They're
there's
saying there's
7,400?
only like 4,000 up there now.
3,100.
50%
Wow, I didn't
of the
think it was that big.
herd at the
That's
time.
the most successful fertility control program we've ever had.
So, yeah,
Death. Death is the most successful fertility control program. Death. Jackass.
I want to go back to the fertility. You said that drugs last only how long on those?
So the drugs that we have currently, which are very well known, I'm not even going to try look at Joel for the Latin name of it, but Or no. PZP is one of the fertility control drugs that are used on the Virginia range. What that drug does is it coats the egg of the mare, so it doesn't allow the sperm to penetrate it. So the mare actually stays in heat. Now they're claiming that there's different claims, a lot of misinformation out there. That's what that drug does.
She's part of the misinformation problem
She
here.
is she is the misinformation.
Yep. And mares don't stay in heat. They have normal cycling with PZP. They don't stay in heat. They're not in heat 24/7, 365. They have normal cycling.
Preferred drug that's approved in our environmental assessments and have gone through for the BLM is what we call Gonacon equine. That really almost stops. And I say almost stops because they're still doing research on that. The gestation cycle. So the mares aren't in heat during that.
Right, because it acts hormonally. It changes their behaviors. And part of the act, the 1971 Act, says that they have to protect those natural behaviors of the horses. But it's okay. They can change them because, that's what they want to do. And
I think you have a slide.
Yep, it's on here. So
okay.
they're going to talk about Gonacon. The only wild horse study that was done using Gonacon on horses, not all these other species, because they use it on all kinds of species. So in his final report, he was saying that 19 of 24 mares that he studied were still infertile 11 years after a first dose of Gonacon. I can speak. My mouth's getting tired. Sorry, but Gonacon. And they had a booster after. That booster was given after 4 years, and those mares remained infertile. So what he wanted to do was continue that research, because he wanted to take those 11 mares to Colorado State University where he was working and see if they remained infertile for the rest of their lives. And BLM went, no, we can't do that. Because BLM knows that this is a drug where a high percentage of the mares, you can see there 19 out of 24. I think there was 78, 79% or something. I don't have the calculator open, but at any rate, they stayed infertile. And BLM thought, oh crap, if we have to put out a study that says this product creates sterility, then we're going to have to go back through NEPA and say, okay, we want to use a sterilant on these animals, and it's going to cause all kinds of uproar, and we're going to get sued, blah, blah, blah. So instead, they just ignored the fact that it's a likely sterilant. So it just, they gave themselves this handy dandy little internal memo that said, hey, we're going to use this shit. We don't care, if their studies are done or anything else. And they rushed and they started developing all these 10-year plans for the herds, so that during that 10 years, they can do gathers anytime that they're over AML. And they can also apply this fertility product. So they'll be able to gather them anytime during the 4 years to apply fertility control. They don't have to be removing horses to do a gather. And what bothers me is that when they do these 10-year plans, even though we try to file appeals, we've got appeals sitting there for 6 years that don't get an answer. So it gives them 6 years to be sterilizing these animals, and the courts just aren't making decisions on it. They don't care. So it drives me crazy that they're able to do this. And when they rush through all these 10-year plans, when we do get this thing to court, they're going to say, well, we'll just let the 10-year plans, play their way out. And, we don't care. So it's a way to get rid of these horses using a sterilant. And if you look at some of the letters and stuff, it showed that they didn't know the interval between the initial dose and the boosters. And, when he used that 4-year interval, he had that huge percentage of mares that didn't come back in. And the shorter intervals would have a higher sterilant factor. And BLM, even though it's never been tested on horses, decided we're going to do 30-day. So they have to gather up these horses. They take them to holding. They have to hand dart them, because trying to dart them remotely was a really low efficacy rate. It was lower than PZP. So they realized that they have to gather the horses. They can't do it out in the field, because they have to hand inject every one of these shots. And because they didn't want to wait all those years with a horse and holding, they decided we're going to do the booster 30 days after. So they gather up all the horses, stuff them all into holding, and then they hold the mares. Sometimes the stallions go back out earlier that they're going to put back out. They don't put many back out, but they hold all the mares for at least the 30 days, because they give the initial dose. They wait till they give a booster dose 30 days later, which was never approved, never studied, but that's what they decided they were going to do. And then they let the mares go back out. So, they talk a lot about how some herds can be managed easier because they're acclimated to people. And, that's always an excuse for not being able to remotely dart PZP. And yet they're going to hold these horses in a holding pen where they're reliant on humans for 30 days. You can tell me those horses are not going to be acclimated to humans when they go back out on the range? They've learned they get food and water from humans. So it's a bunch of garbage. But again, it's the BLM double speak. It just drives me crazy.
Me too. It's funny that it's
You
named
think about
Gonna Con.
I know, it's
Gonna,
the big con, isn't it?
yeah, they're gonna con us.
I never noticed that. If we just added an N to GonaCon, it'd be GonaCon. That's right. Okay, let's move on here.
an overpopulation. And again, here's the woman in the room talking. Those mares on the Virginia range or in overpopulated areas are being bred over and over again. Those studs are breeding babies.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
It's horrendous out there. So with GonaCon, it seems to last. We're seeing out on the range about 3 years before it wears off. The PZP 22.
There's no records available that prove what she just said.
Well, and they just started using it according to their, I don't know. I guess they aren't very transparent.
Well, they don't.
3 years.
They don't use GonaCon on Virginia range that any of us know. They talk about a study of GonaCon on horses done on Virginia range, but not even the people who are out there darting, to my knowledge, knew anything about GonaCon going on out there.
Yeah.
So if they did, then we've got a problem with that advocate group for not being honest and transparent with the people. And that would be a big deal to us, because it's a sterilant and it changes the behavior of these horses. Both things are not the way you manage animals on the range.
Yep.
So, all right, let's hear her out.
Is what Joel was talking about, darting. You got to get within 50 yards of the horse to dart it. You can't do that on the Bureau of Land Management. The horses, they hear a truck and they're gone.
They hear a truck and they're gone. Well, why are you driving around in a truck trying to dart them? Well, go to a water source, dart them when they're leaving the water hole, bait trap them, one bat at a time, dart and release. I mean, if they're going to do GonaCon, they got to round them up anyway. So what's the difference? The difference is PZP doesn't sterilize the way GonaCon does. That's the big difference. And, if they're going to do like surveys via helicopter, why couldn't they dart the horses with PZP from the helicopter? You know, they do it with all kinds of species, you know, and even when they're going to do tranquilizer darts to do weights and measurements and all that stuff they do of animals that they monitor in the wild, they do that via helicopter. Why couldn't they dart them with helicopter?
Yeah, it'd scare them less
Because
than
they,
to a trap.
and it's because they don't want to use PZP. They can't do darting from a helicopter of Gonacon because it has to be hand injected. I mean,
Yeah.
it's obvious. I mean, we see the truth here. So I hope the public starts seeing the truth in all this too. They wanted the worst product because that product will sterilize the animals. And that's the only thing they're going to be happy with. If they can't get rid of them and kill them, let's sterilize them all. And that's what they're talking about. So at any rate, let's move on.
Virginia range, they'll walk up and you can pet them because they're also feeding those horses
Not
out
true.
there.
Which is against the law in the BLM.
Which is against the law in the BLM, and it's against.
No, it's not. BLM, Forest Service, Nevada Department of Ag do diversionary feeding all the time to keep the horses away from roadways and things like that. It is absolutely not illegal. And the people on Virginia Range that were doing diversionary feeding had permission from the Nevada Department of Ag. So don't fucking lie.
The state, they call it diversionary feeding to get them out of neighborhoods. But you can drive down Veterans Parkway and you see exactly where they're getting
So
fed.
how do you do it? You have to gather?
So for the BLM, and typically you've got to gather those animals in order to initiate that drug into them.
Right.
And again, the PZP, you don't even know if it works because with that drug, you have to actually mix it. And it can only be, it's only good for 48 hours once you mix it to the velocity.
Huh? Velocity? I don't think so. I think she made a little oopsie. Velocity is the speed of something in a given direction.
Yeah, I think we did a slide on that. Yeah, there you go.
It's here. There it is. Okay. PZP has a certain viscosity.
That means you shake it.
Well, it's the thickness. I mean,
it's not that hard.
When they mix it and they do this, you know, somebody who's going to dart PZP goes to the Science and Conservation Center and they get trained. And so when they train them, they teach them how to mix it. And basically you've got the actual, you know, product itself that you mix with this adjuvant, which carries it to where it's supposed to go in the body, right? So you've got this protein and you add the adjuvant and off it goes. Well, they have to mix it to the right viscosity, which means add the right amount of product to it, which would give it this thickness. And you can see here they recommend these duo darts because it is thick. Well, like I said, Gonacon's even thicker, but the problem that she's talking about that causes issues for mixing it is that PZP has to be kept very, very cold. And I'm not sure what the length of time is it can be left out before it's no good. So a lot of the advocates, when they, you know, head out on the range for the day, they'll put it in a cooler that helps keep it cold with, you know, ice and stuff. So they have to keep it at those temperatures. And that's the big problem for them is BLM wants to eventually develop something that they can just put in these remote darters. And when a horse goes by, it would read a microchip and go, oh, dart that horse. And that automatic darter would shoot him with dart. They want something that's simple and easy like that. We can't do that with PZP if it's got to be, you know, kept in sub-zero temperatures or whatever. You can't just put it out there in the remote darter. So it's harder for them. They would have to actually work. Yeah. And they don't like that much.
So much stupid.
Yep. All right, let's go on here.
You don't even know if it works. On top of it, if they're pregnant, does nothing for the pregnancy.
And then
neither does Gonacon. Although I think Gonacon may have caused abortions in certain gestation of mares. I'd have to look back on that. So anybody has questions and they want to get back to me for, more facts or science and something that I say, please feel free to contact us. And we'll get you these reports in the science. And we work with scientists, and I am not, but we work with scientists all the time. One of which worked with Dr. Jay Kirkpatrick at the Science and Conservation Center, who developed PZP. That was his life's work. And she had worked with him several times, communicated with him. They were very good friends. And so we consult with her on stuff like this when we have questions. So definitely, if you have questions, let us know and we'll get back to you with the science on it and find out for you. So, and again, don't ask me a whole lot about Gonacon because we're not getting the information on Gonacon from the EPA that we've asked for. So all I have is what's out there. And that last report that we showed you a snippet of from Dr. Dan Baker, his final study report is not the one that BLM uses. BLM uses their own employees and an employee from the National Park Service to say what the final results were. Part of the reason for that is they didn't like what Dr. Baker said. He wanted to continue that study to prove that this is a sterilant, and that pissed BLM off. And they don't use his study, his final report. They use his earlier papers when he said, well, it's looking like this is it, and this is it, and they were positive, and it was looking like it was a great product. And toward the end, he went, wait a minute, these mares are not coming back into fertility. I'm a little more concerned than I was. Can we finish the study? And BLM went, nope. So pick and choose your facts. That's what they do all the time. So anyway, let's go here.
You gather, shoot up, and release right back onto the land?
If we find dry mares. And when I say if we find dry mares, if you gather, and I've seen it, I didn't believe it until I saw it, but if you gather a mare and a foal and you give fertility control to the mare and release them back on the range, basically the mares take off and leave.
Not true of PZP. Again, look at acetate. Over 40 years, they don't have abandoned foals. And if she's trying to say that about Virginia Range, that's a lie. They don't have abandoned foals from this. They've had a few on and off. It doesn't have anything to do with PZP. It has to do with younger mares that don't know what they're doing and don't understand they've got to take care of that baby they just had. They just don't have the instinct for some reason that most horses do, and they'll abandon their foal. It happens once in a while. Not a huge problem, but it is part of being wildlife, nature. It's just the way things go. So her making that claim again, stupid, just stupid. And also, if you want to talk about those things happening, then let's look at the PZP herds that BLM's managed over the years. They've had McCullough Peaks, Pryor, Sandwash Basin. I think there might be a couple other ones I'm forgetting, but they used PZP on these for years, and we're not seeing, orphan foals or anything else. So I'm sorry, would you say, Janelle?
The pine nut herds.
Is pine nut managed with PZP too?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So, and we're not hearing huge reports of all these abandoned foals. So I just don't know what she's talking about. But okay, let's let her go.
Yeah,
It's
like your
just
house.
not.
You live trap the mice in your house and you kill half of them and throw the rest back under the refrigerator.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Jenny said something there that,
Funny, huh, Jenny?
I want to emphasize is that the horse stays in heat. We call it season in some places, but it stays in heat.
Intelligent bred?
Well, no,
Yes.
when they're treated, it's going to stay in heat.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be, it's not going to get bred.
Yeah.
But
What? Okay, you're seeing some of our beautiful Virginia Range horses right there on the screen.
Yeah, we're so used to wanting them out there.
Yeah.
They're starving.
And there's a few more. Just hanging out, relaxing. And I just, I don't know. Stay in heat. They stay in heat. They stay in heat, but they're not being bred. Okay.
They have normal
They-
cycling.
Yeah, they have normal cycling. They don't stay in heat. And I, not to be completely crass, but horses are one of the few species besides humans that actually perform sexual acts because they enjoy it. They enjoy it. So it's not like the mare's out there being raped by all the horses, which we've heard before. All the stallions are raping that poor horse because she's staying in heat. No, you still have a lead stallion who's not going to let that mare be bred by all these other stallions in his herd, blah, blah, blah. And honestly, when a mare's in heat, they want to be bred. They actually want to. And somebody that we know from Virginia Range, when we talked to her about this, just to verify our facts, she said, yeah, those mares can act like little whores out there. So, they stand for it. They want to be bred. So, I just, I'm glad they're not in my bedroom. That's all I can say. So, let's
Yeah.
go on.
It really is. They're just gonna have fun with that mare for a long time.
Yeah.
We've seen mares come in with broken backs and healed incorrect.
Lie. Not from being bred.
That's
From
hilarious.
being overbred is what we're anticipating, what we believe has happened. And again, it's I'm getting the dirty look from Joel because it's like, why are we discussing this
There
at
should
this
be,
point?
and I agree with you, there should be one view and elimination.
Yeah.
That's it. If you're gonna spend
The one view is
Joel
elimination.
wonderful. He trolls the advocate pages, the Wild Horse and Burrow pages, and gives everybody a bunch of crap. And that's his thinking right there.
Eliminate.
Yep.
So he's one of the ones that will admit that it's a zero goal.
Yep.
0% goal. I'm sorry, 0% horses
Well, he's
on
a
land.
realtor, so he wants those developments going on in Virginia Range area. So
Okay. Yep. All right.
to gather, it's kind of like that. Sorry to interrupt. It's kind of like I don't know if it's a joke or if it was actually a real story. I think it is a real story from a farmer whose cattle and stuff were getting killed, and they said, "Well, we'll just go with the predators, like coyotes, right?
Coyotes.
We'll give this drug to the coyotes." And he says, They're not in my sheep. They're eating them. So to take that to the
That was the true.
the true story, I think. Have you ever
No,
heard
it is
that?
a true story.
I don't know if Jenny's ever heard that, but that's
Grower, I think it was in
yeah,
Colorado.
they're not
that
eating
said
my. They're not. They're eating
that.
my.
I got to see the guy.
So on the
Like
horse
that.
deal, if it only lasts 3 years, it's just again.
Well, that's the
emotional, it's
Gonacon. The PCP only lasts a year.
it's throwing money. I mean, it's just
And
so.
I just don't even have a comment, Janelle.
oh,
I'm sorry. I don't. I mean, they're talking about controlling a predator species that's eating livestock with fertility control. And they're using Gonacon on them, which will sterilize them. And they're saying that the rancher said that won't work because the coyotes aren't fucking my sheep. They're eating them.
yeah. And
How
they
does that
that
how
was
does that relate? I don't understand how it relates to the horses. If you're reducing the population of a species using a sterilant, you're going to reduce the number of the species out there. Does he not understand that concept?
no, he wants to kill them. That's his goal.
Yeah, they can't even be
He
out there.
doesn't want to sterilize them. Yeah, he thinks it's a waste of time. He wants to just kill them. Let's not spend money trying to use birth control. Let's just shoot them.
Yeah, I think this is on their brain because there's been so much talk lately about, humans and banning recreational sex even. But you
Mhm.
know, it doesn't mean you should be banning the horses from it too. I mean, I think you need to leave living things alone to do their fucking if they want to do it. And, you know, that
Yeah.
should be that. I just, why do we have to control everything all the time? Why can't we leave anything
And,
alone
why
and
why
let
is
it be
the
available?
solution why is the solution death?
Yeah, that's the only solution is get them all gone.
Yep.
That's not managing them. That's extinction.
Yep.
So, all right, let's move on here.
Don't the wild horse people have financial interest in the drug?
The rumor is that there's a one of them. I mean, that's the rumor. I'm going to say that's the rumor. This is not BLM talking. This isn't.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's a rumor because we
It
know
is.
it's not true. I'm going to say it's a rumor because I know it's misinformation. Okay?
Yep.
So, for a second time, there are no advocates that make a cent off the patents. Now, HSUS holds the patent for PZP, and their website specifically said, and I showed you guys earlier, you'll be able to back up and look at those slides, that PZP is produced, distributed, and sold at or below cost by the Science and Conservation Center, right? So the HSUS and HSLF don't profit from the sale and distribution of PZP vaccines. None of the funds from the sale of PZP are distributed to HSUS or HSLF. They just hold the patent, so they get the product registered in the states where it's going to be used for the horses. That's all. Now she's mixing them up with AWHC, who does the Virginia range darting of PZP. I think they get paid the contract to manage the horses via PZP by the Department of Ag, but there's no transparency on that. We've asked AWHC and the Department of Ag for those, and we don't get records on how much money they pull in for that. Now they're the largest wild horse organization in our country right now, and they brought in I think $3.1 million or something last year. So they bring in quite a bit of money, but part of that is the government contracts to be managing horses with PZP. Yeah. And so that's you know, they get paid by contract, but they're not getting paid to make this product or sell this product like they try to say. So apparently what she knows is rumors, you know, so there's no facts, nothing so far. She's just talking out of her ass, and you know, no offense to ass, we actually love them.
Yeah, Joel's a realtor, so the Virginia range, you know, they're getting ready to do more development there.
Yeah.
And a whole ton of it's been done in recent years, and they're fencing out major water sources for the horses right now.
That's right.
So
yeah.
They plan to open another area for horses to get to a different water source. The poor horses are always being rerouted for nothing other than human encroachment, and of course the developers and, you know, realtors almighty dollars.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe that's why Joel wants them gone.
Yeah, we you know, in our discussion with a resident down there by Virginia Range, she was saying that this new development is taking them out of the main lake where they get water right now. They're going to be fenced out of it. So they had to open another area that the horses will be able to go to a natural water source away from there. So every time there's development, they move the horses. And then there's development, so they move the horses again. So it's just, you know, again, it's all administrative decisions that are made for the convenience of humans. So, all right, let's see if we can get through this. We got about never mind, I don't even want to say. We got about 40 minutes left, so I'll get back to it.
Anything else but that they own the patent on PZP. And so you'll see on the Virginia range, They're promoting it. They're wanting to use it. There's a lot of misinformation on it.
Including yours.
Jenny, I want to get back to mares and breeding real quick, just real quick. But,
Yeah.
talking about that
I agree.
sheep. That's true. If I'm going, I'm taking my food.
You sure like the sex talk.
Huh?
They sure like the sex talk, don't they?
Yeah. Somebody called him a pervert, so they're all just cracking up like, yep, that's him. Real funny, isn't it?
Exactly. I'm going to borrow your clothes. But honestly, you know, we look at mares and then we look at a stallion. How old is a filly before she's bred? When could she be bred?
Well, we're seeing it on the range. I can speak of, let's just say the Virginia range, because that's my backyard. I'm literally seeing yearlings still attached basically to their mares with studs going after them.
Also a lie.
So, okay. So, to me, I would have thought we were going to say 2 to 3 years.
Well, that's what it should be, 2 to 3 years.
So it's even
If the
happened
population was
Here's
there.
my point. Guys who raise cattle, they have a first-time heifer, okay? And they have a special bull for that calf,
right?
For that heifer. And it's a very light, you know what I'm talking about. It's lightly boned. It's a smaller. They're gonna throw a smaller calf. But now take a look at that poor yearling or 2-year-old that's bred by the same stallion. How many? I mean, we probably will never know, but how many horses do we lose because of that?
Okay. So they don't breed them till they're about 2 usually. Sometimes there's the occasional thing that happens when they're younger. That's usually because so many horses have been removed from the area that these animals instinctively are trying to breed to increase their numbers. That's compensatory breeding. Typically, it doesn't happen until a mare is at least 2 years old. And at that point, if they're bred, they're going to be almost 3 when they fall, because 11 months for a mare, to be pregnant. So again, let's get some facts in here that are real instead of just dumbass shit.
Mm-hmm.
They can't handle this.
No.
Is there a same thing like in
if they can't handle it and you're losing all these horses to it, then why do we have so many horses out there?
Yes.
humans or of the same generation? Does the DNA?
Well, yeah. I mean, the genetics are getting, when you got any type of overpopulation and the genetics are starting to breed, stud to their filly, you're going to have a problem with that.
Bullshit.
I have a problem with the whole idea that we have different types of overpopulation. And she said that the genetics are getting, when you get any type of overpopulation and the genetics are starting to breed. Well, genetics are these little DNA molecules. I have a serious problem if those DNA molecules are crawling out the horse and breeding.
That would be pretty bad.
I think she was watching too many sci-fi movies. That might be a good plot for a sci-fi movie there. So, if there's an overpopulation, there's no reason that the horses would feel that need for compensatory breeding. So I'm not buying it. It's not an overpopulation that's causing genetic issues. It's an underpopulation where the horses feel instinctively they've got to increase their numbers. So they're causing these genetic issues by removing too many animals and causing that compensatory breeding. Again, that was in the NAS report. Another thing they choose to ignore from it, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the offspring is going to have
Right.
problems.
Well, and if you don't have enough forage out on the range, let's go back to the plant issue. If you don't have enough forage out on the range, then those mares aren't going to produce the cholesterol that is needed by a newborn. And my understanding from a local veterinarian is on the Virginia range alone, they found 10 foals that had been abandoned. The mare's going to abandon them. That's a wild
That's not true.
strategy. They're going to ban.
No, it's not true at all. It's not even true.
There was
And
two last year.
Yep, two. So is she talking about 5 years, 2 a year, or 10 years, or I just, she makes all these allegations, but she provides absolutely no proof. We don't know what she's talking about, what period of time, and what, was the mayor dead, or was it truly abandoned? What happened to the mayor? Why? So, making these vague allegations with no specific facts. So she does this through the whole thing. She doesn't want to name names, or not going to say who they are. And she doesn't provide a study, no facts that can be verified at all. And that's so common when we deal with the government on stuff like this. They use this social cognitive theory or systematic desensitization to make people think that all this stuff is so awful. So they get the public used to hearing all these awful things, like mayors being raped and broken backs. And if they repeat it enough times, the public gets desensitized and starts to believe that this is all true when they hear it over and over and over again. And they do that to try to convince people that there is this overpopulation problem, and that they can't that they can't use PZP, which was safe, reversible fertility control, as long as it's given properly and not done for, I think, was it more than 5 consecutive years before that would sterilize a horse. So we know BLM's not going to get out there 2 consecutive years to do it unless it sterilizes them. So we were never worried about that happening. But
and she's talking about no colostrum?
Yeah, colostrum. Colostrum.
Is colostrum.
Yeah, I know what it is, but she doesn't. So I mean, if a mare has no groceries on the range, she's probably not going to carry the baby to full term. So I doubt that
if the foal's abandoned, it's not going to have any colostrum. Duh.
She'll go on to talk about one that they claim was abandoned, and she goes, "It has no colostrum in it." Well, duh, it was fucking abandoned. So I just, but the thing is that I'm sure she's not going to say is that when a mare produces colostrum, she gets that from calcium and phosphorus in the plants. And the more calcium and phosphorus, the higher quality colostrum she has. But either way, she's going to produce colostrum. So it might be the quality that's affected, but it's not the production of colostrum. So she's just lying yet again.
Yep.
They brought 10 foals to Comstock in Pleasant Valley because they were abandoned. Those foals had 0 colostrum in them.
10
colostrum.
Had no colostrum. Colostrum. I'm
10.
Sorry, it's colostrum. And honestly, maybe they didn't have any colostrum, Janelle, because I don't know what the fuck colostrum is. So I believe they didn't have any.
It might be a good thing they didn't have it, because it doesn't sound very good.
That's right. That's right. I've never heard of a foal that was loaded up with colostrum either. So I guess that might be all of them.
Yeah. Well, if they're abandoned, they wouldn't have colostrum.
That's right.
Because they weren't nursing.
They were really abandoned. But again, we couldn't verify that 10 foals to Comstock, so I'm not sure where that story came from either. So
out of her ass.
Yeah, that's pretty likely.
So if they can't produce a milk,
treated the horses, do you think, also?
If they can't produce a milk, colostrum is not the milk they produce the whole time. Colostrum is what they produce for the first couple of days. That's loaded full of antibodies, so they pass those antibodies to the baby when it's newborn. They don't produce colostrum the whole time they're producing milk. So there's a little bit of a difference.
And the foals that are abandoned wouldn't have it because they weren't nursing, because they're abandoned.
Right.
So it doesn't mean the mare wasn't producing it.
That's true too. Maybe the mayor was. She just wouldn't share. All right. I don't know. We can't reckon anything they say with facts. So
I think these mayors were treated with PZP.
No, well, they claim that
just
every
because of
mayor
the
out there
conditions
has,
that
but
they're
that's
in.
not going to hurt the cholesterol. The cholesterol is based on the plant
cholesterol.
of the protein that they're intaking. And when there's no protein out on the range, they may produce milk because of water, but it doesn't mean that the nutrients are in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the plants don't have any protein for them to produce colostrum. Yet there's a huge overpopulation because so many foals are being born and surviving despite not having colostrum because it's not in the plants that are out there, so that they have healthy babies that survive. But there's an overpopulation. I can't do the circle jerk she's doing, Janelle.
No, she
I
makes
can't get
absolute
there.
sense at all. None.
No, I think they're just trying to bash PZP because they want to use Gonacon.
Mhm.
And then they're also trying to say they're overpopulated, but yet there's nothing to eat. And because there's nothing to eat, they don't have colostrum, but yet they're overpopulated. I can't do it. I just can't do it. They're
Hard to wrap your head
overpopulated,
around.
but they're dying and abandoned, and but they're overpopulated, but they're dying.
Can't wrap your head around it.
No, see, I'm gonna start making horse noises now. It's the only thing I can do. All right. Anyway,
Yeah.
Do you see on politics side, do you see a certain, when the House is controlled by the House, Democrats or Republicans, or you have a Democrat president or Republican, do you see any change in funding, any change in ideas, any change of anything according to politics?
nope.
Yes and no.
No.
I know in 2007 was during the Bush administration, and of course, in the changeover in the administration, usually that last year during the voting season, things start sliding. Everybody's looking for a new job. Who came in was
Which she should be doing.
the Obama administration. Neil Cornsey was running the BLM, who worked for Harry Reid. He came in and it was almost like, I don't know if they realized it. He said, we're only going to gather how many horses we can adopt. And if you look at those numbers there, you're going to see the lowest adoptions were during that administration, about 2008 on up. And so we were only gathering 3,500 horses a year based on our adoption rate. And then you're going to see where those numbers exploded by the end of that 8-year term. 2 4-year terms. So again, it goes back to those numbers. You can't stop not gathering these animals.
You can't stop not gathering.
Okay.
So not gathering was happening, and you can't stop the not gathering. So we shouldn't be gathering. Because she said we can't stop not gathering, right?
Yeah. So
we're gathering.
Stopping the gathering and adoptions. Thanks,
right?
Jenny.
We're gathering. We're not gathering. And she said we can't stop not gathering. So we have to get back to not gathering. Got it. Thank you. We appreciate that. We agree, Jenny. Woohoo!
On adopting these animals to think you're going to make any leeway. You have to get those numbers down there for the benefit of our land, our animals, and our wildlife.
And benefit of the horses themselves. I mean,
and filters.
I think that would be the animals, wouldn't it? She said for the benefit of the land, the animals, and our wildlife. So I assumed by animals, she meant the horses. And he said, and for the horses themselves.
Yeah.
Maybe he considered the animals to be the livestock that are out there. So he didn't think she included the horses.
Well, maybe she was talking about the livestock. You never know.
That's true. Yeah, silly me. I'm trying to figure out BLM logic. Can't do it. Ugh.
You have to,
Everything.
not if you take the standpoint of I want to see healthy horses, which me and Joel agree that they're the only healthy horses, dead
Yeah.
horse.
It's a dead horse.
That's what he just said.
Me and Joel agree. The only healthy horse is a dead horse.
Yeah, so for the benefit of the horses, we have to kill them all. Okay.
Because that's really, that's the only way you're going to do it. And if you start today,
Yeah.
if you start today, there's no way,
He's
to
ready.
get back to
He's
it.
ready to kill
If you keep, because if I sue, or, sportsmen sue, the other side's going to sue, and it's going to appeal and appeal and appeal and get 5 years down the line, new ministry. There's got to be something to where,
well, it's
either kill him or
Follow the act
enforce
or-
the law that's on the book.
Right.
I vote we follow the law. Okay? We
Yep.
have been fighting to get BLM to do that for decades. So see, we don't agree with the killing, but we agree with to follow the law. So we agree with Dumb and Dumber and their cohorts here, stupid and ignorant, where we're actually agreeing now. Follow the law, please.
well, that's it. We got 3 branches of government. We got the executive, we got the legislative, and we got the judicial.
Hey,
His part.
he did better than Marjorie Taylor Greene. He got the
Yeah.
3 branches:
smarter than I
executive,
thought.
judiciary, legislative. Marjorie
That's right,
Taylor
only
Greene,
she knows.
remember, she said we had the Senate, the Congress, and the executive.
Yeah, see, he knows something.
Yes, yeah, he's smarter than a Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm impressed.
Yeah.
We're not gonna get anything out of this president.
Yeah.
The Congress is just too many. It's too unwieldy. There's 450 people there. I mean, how are you ever gonna get them to agree on killing horses?
You're not. It would kill them politically. You're not. We had several polls that came out, and 89% of Americans currently do not support the slaughter or needless killing of horses, period. So you're not going to get Congress to ever agree to doing that.
So the act and the law says destroy them if necessary. So from my opinion, the only remedy here is
But again, that they hold the strings to the purse.
Right.
well,
So if they-
and that's it. It's like collecting on a judgment.
Yeah.
You can
exactly.
get a judgment, but
Yeah.
can you collect on it?
So then it goes back to the 435 people giving you the money.
Yeah, but at least you've got to start there.
Yeah.
Somebody acknowledges that the law exists. Right now, nobody even acknowledges that the law exists.
That's right. BLM needs to start acknowledging that the damn law exists and follow it. We agree.
Yeah, they all interpret it very differently.
Amen, sister. I can talk about how you guys interpreted that law all fucking day long. In fact, I have a 28-page research paper that shows how you interpreted law and created the overpopulation myth that is a lie. So yeah, let's talk about how you interpreted the law.
Yeah. Yeah.
8 pages long, and I've never seen something so mis.
8 pages long. Again, 8 pages. I'm going to print out 43 CFR, which are the Code of Federal Regulations, which are the implementing regulations on how BLM is going to follow that law, right? I'm going to print it out and tell you how many pages it is. I'll post it in the description or in the comments on this video and tell you how many pages of law there is to manage these wild horses and burros. And then she can choke on her 8 pages.
Fun.
What would you recommend, or what does BLM recommend hunters do? Because if you see, we're caring people
Go
for the
home.
animals.
Right.
We are.
Uh-huh.
And if you see a hurt deer or hurt whatever it is, there's certain things that we can do on the.
Careful, buddy. You see the slide there. That's from NDOW, Nevada Department of Wildlife. You cannot just dispatch a deer. No, sir.
Well, BLM's point of view, what happens if we see, 10 freaking horses that you can see rib cage to rib cage? I know you can't shoot them. It's against the law.
Right.
But that's really the most humane way to do it.
So he says, if there's an injured deer, we can take care of it. In other words, they can kill it, right? That's not the law. They're breaking the law if they do that. But he's saying that they can't do that if it's a horse that's skinny. So NDOW, I think you need to check into his behavior and how many animals he's illegally dispatched because he claims they were injured or sick. Okay, and that's number one. Number two, there's a big difference in an obvious injury to an animal than there is a horse being skinny. Horses may look skinny when they come out of winter, and especially those that come out of winter and then give birth fairly soon after that. They need groceries, and they will look a little ribby. There's also a big difference in the time of year. They'll look skinnier coming out of winter, and so the other cases, you might think that there's a cause to go out there and shoot a horse, because they're sick or injured. Like BLM kills them now because they're blind in an eye. So does that mean if these hunters are out there, they think a horse is blind in one eye, they can just shoot it? Or if it's limping and it would recover given time, can they just shoot it?
That's what they want to do. That's what this guy wants to do. He wants to go.
Where would the limits be on that?
Yeah, he's got an itchy trigger finger. He just wants to go out and shoot it.
Well, even BLM, for God's sake. I mean, when you talk about blindness in horses, some of them out there are blind in both eyes, but yet when they chase them down with helicopter to do the gathers, they make it to the trap site just fine.
Yeah.
So obviously they can survive out there. So why would BLM even kill them? So no, they can't have permission to fulfill their little wet dreams and go out there and kill everything that moves. Sorry, no, not allowed. It's just not allowed.
Because they're suffering. So
no, they're not.
What is the BLM? Because what are they going to do? Come capture it and then they kill it and cost us money?
Cost us money? No. I mean, okay, wait a minute. I take that back. I guess it would cost the amount of money that it costs for the bullet. Because when they come out there to shoot that horse, they're coming out there on the time that they get paid to do a job. That's part of the hours that they would work anyway. So we're not paying them extra money to go out there and shoot a horse that does need dispatch. Sorry, no, not the way it works, dude. Just isn't.
But is Jenny gonna?
Jenny won't correct him. She just sits here and agrees with him the whole time. She's just stupid. And she has no good intentions. None.
Nope.
There's several different options. I mean, obviously, if you're seeing dried up water holes and you're seeing horses that are struggling, are sucked up just like a deer or elk get without water, especially here in Nevada or in any of the 10 Western states, know your district offices for that federal. Call that district office. And in some cases, they'll send law enforcement out there and allow, certain things to happen with law enforcement there. But there is a penalty. So I do not encourage anybody to sit there and even though that's right to do,
it's not right.
There is a penalty. It's a $2,000 fine for each offense and up to 5 years in jail. So don't do that. I mean, that's just, and again, you're adding to that donate now button when something like that happens. But know your district offices. Give them a call and shoot the GPS. Let them know what area you saw this in, whether, I don't know how many calls I get with horses with broken legs or sucked up or laying down or, you know, those sort of things. And we definitely try to get out there as soon as possible, but it is government. They are closed on weekends. My phone rings 24/7.
Guess you're not closed on
Unfortunately,
weekends then.
and I've got ways, you know, definitely don't give my number out, but you know, we
775.
but we will go out there and we will take care of them. But I think the greatest thing for especially those guys and gals that are out there hunting, take that GPS location. You see a spring that's being destroyed, take a picture. You see animals that are injured, take a picture on your cell phone, send it to your local office or send it to, like here in Nevada, the Nevada State Office, and we will follow up on that stuff.
Follow up like government does. Good. So that,
hey now,
that means nothing. Then I'm not.
we will.
But,
it's a different group. It seriously is.
What are the, like you said, if your horse was like that in your backyard,
I'd be in prison.
charges. Is there any way that anybody can sue, not based on hunting, not based on, but just
Animal cruelty.
animal cruelty?
Interesting.
But no, we've talked about this, and I
Yeah, I just should be encouraging you boys. Here's how you do it, right?
it is a way. You know, those horses are in horrible shape. You know, go back to the horses on the Virginia range out there on US
That aren't
Parkway.
protected by the law.
You know, if you look through the hair, you see ribs. Oh, big time.
If you look through the hair, you see ribs.
How do you look through the hair?
I don't know, how's he getting that close to wild horses that he can see through the hair? So, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you know, it's just, but people say, "Oh, look how good a shape these horses are in." But it's, you know, do we look? We got to look into the forest, right? So look past that. So, yeah,
I
but
mean, most
it would be
lawsuits
one
have
way.
to be brought up by there's got to be an injury. There's got to be somebody that has.
Well, there's a bunch of
cause.
laws on the books, that recent laws and extended laws on humane treatment of animals. And if you've got authority, I don't care if it's the state or anybody else, you know, and I shouldn't be talking about this because it's, you know, it affects us, but laws are laws. If they're
There we go. So she's saying on one hand, I shouldn't be encouraging you boys to sue the federal government that I work for, but here's how you do it. There's all these laws about humane treatment of animals. And I think the only reason she's doing this, Janelle, is because I think she's going to retire soon. So I
hope
think,
so.
I think she really knows saying stuff like this could get her fired, but I think she's doing it because she knows she's retiring. But honestly, I think BLM should fire her, and I think she should lose all of her retirement benefits. I mean, she's encouraging these people to take taxpayer money that would have to be used to defend the BLM's decisions. So I think she ought to get fired. I really do. Plus, she's showing that infamous, you know, conflict of interest that they claim they don't have. She's showing it right here. And we see that in almost all the BLM employees that deal with these horses and burros. And we have been screaming it from the rafters that this is not impartial. They do not manage these horses without conflict of interest. And BLM has a mission that says that they're going to manage them impartially without conflict of interest. And Congress has got to do something to change this situation. I mean, we can't have these people that do have those clear conflict of interest and obvious bias against the horses. We can't have them making management decisions for these horses. They're not going to protect them or their genetics or their habitats or anything else. They're not going to. We've got to fix it. So, I don't know.
being followed.
But again, there has to be, the party bringing the suit has to have some type of injury. So if I try to sue the government for horse animal cruelty, it's got to be like, I mean, I'm not the injured party.
What needs to happen is NDOW needs to sue them for the damage to the wildlife.
Yeah.
And we need to pay for it.
And we have to have a way of proving that. And, you know, we have done that in the past. Horse rich and dirt poor. You know, there's a lot of us that went out and actually went to the.
That wasn't a lawsuit, was it? Wasn't it just a movie?
It was just a stupid article. You
Yeah,
know,
what wasn't a lawsuit though,
no,
right? I didn't think so. Okay. I don't know what I'm missing, but
it's just stupid myths all put together.
okay.
Yeah,
Much like this podcast, huh?
yeah.
All right. Well, we're down to 28 minutes, guys. So we're getting there. Hang in there.
Rings to see if we could get video footage, preferably of horses running off sheep from water. You know, if you watch that,
I think his voice cracks when he's lying. If you watch that,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I have it on antelope. I
Dolly
have footage
Varden.
of them running off antelope.
yeah, and you know,
I saw one of the sheep the other day too. Yeah.
it's really good to have.
On Bittner Table. We were up there.
Oh, liar.
I have too.
And there's freaking up there. There's a spring that I didn't even know horses were there, and came in coyote hunting. And here comes freaking 15, 20 horses out of a 30-foot hole that they just kept digging and digging and digging, chasing that water, and just detriment, you know.
I think this slide says it all. I don't know what he's been smoking out there or what mushrooms he was eating, but here come 15, 20 horses out of a 30-foot hole that they just kept digging, chasing that water. Well, number one, if they come running up out of the hole, I don't know how they kept digging. And 30 feet, really? I think that's a fishing story.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know. Typical male measuring, you know. We mentioned earlier, Lundgren measured those wells, and they were about 6.5 feet deep on average. So, you know, I think this is a 2-inch mushroom that went, when the story was told, became 10 inches.
Oh,
No,
that's what Stormy said.
so there's no clear, if there's no water, right? You think that when he was stuck out there in the desert, that he would stand there and just die if he could smell the water beneath him? Or do you think maybe he'd dig?
They're
I think
looking,
he'd probably dig.
yeah. And they're not looking at the fact that other wildlife and even livestock benefit from those wells the horses dig.
Yeah, we showed all those. We showed all those slides.
Yeah, remove all the horses, and then where's the other animals that benefit going to get their water
From here?
I guess he doesn't care.
So, you know, honesty doesn't seem to be a big issue for BLM. We'll just lie, and we'll have these fishing stories, and then we'll lie some more. And once people get used to it, we'll expand the fishing story, and we'll lie some more, and we'll lie some more, and we'll get not only the scientists that, you know, grew up on the ranches that do these studies for us and kind of come up with the conclusion we prefer, you know, we'll get them to do it. Then we'll get the media to parrot all these lies, and the livestock producers and the hunters will start saying it too. And pretty soon you've got Congress believing a lot of this stuff that they hear, because our voices aren't getting out there. The media just won't do it. They don't put the truth out there. There's no more investigative journalism. It's like, oh, well, the government, they manage them, so they must know. So we're going to put what they say out there, and we don't care what you guys say. You're just dumb horse advocates, right? That don't know how to read. So when the congressional members are being fed all that stuff, and even the ones who do know are in there saying that same rhetoric, the same lies, what happens? Those those people that don't know the truth don't know that these are lies, so they believe all that mistruth that's being put out there. And then we end up with management like we've got today, where these horses are under populated in almost every herd area. It
Yep.
just kills me. So I don't know. It infuriates me that they allow people to do this without any kind of accountability or consequences. So
Kills the
anyways,
land.
let's listen to them talk.
Little basic
And
math.
especially the land
Basic
right
math.
adjacent to it. Yeah. It's just, it's moonscape.
Yeah, moonscape. It's all it was. I have footage of it. So again, going back to the ways we can fix, I mean, we've been talking for a long time. We would probably talk for several more hours. But I want to get to the point of, I guess we have to talk to a lawyer or endow and see, have there been studies to prove,
Oh,
I mean, because studies after study, you can study everything one way or the other, but are there studies that endow or anybody has come up with that prove for our side that they're bad for wildlife?
You could look at the trend information on every bit of range analysis that's been done in the last 20 years and show that.
Okay.
Every
I want to tell
environmental
you
assessment.
where you have some
Appropriate management levels.
some of this study 100%, and this is on the Sheldon, and it was paid for
Oh
by
boy.
I believe it was the University of Washington that did it. They were up there then. My first tag at the Sheldon was in 1980, and there was a guy there then doing it from the university, and he was taking pictures of these horses, and that's what it was all about. Now, just a few years ago, we helped fund the study on the Sheldon at Nevada Bighorns Unlimited for.
So apparently he's talking about two different studies. And I tried to look for this. I mean, every horse advocate is familiar with Sheldon and the horror that happened there. But, when I was looking at the different Sheldon studies, see if I could figure out which one they paid for. I think they might have been talking about the Danvers study that was about 6 years ago. And Danvers has a BS in biology, and the same crisis that he said was imminent in 2018 is what these folks are saying is imminent now. And that's what I was saying earlier. We had crisis and panic for how many decades now? It's like, is it ever going to happen? Is it real? I mean, come on. If there was such an imminent crisis, it should have happened already. And it hasn't. So let's just keep spewing the same, crap about, oh, there's a crisis. So
Is there anybody out there with science that's, geared toward our side that can prove
there
this?
is, but they consider them kooks or say that they're not, that,
No, that's what
their paper wasn't peer reviewed or,
no, he's looking for them. He's looking for those scientists to back up his side. And she's like,
back up his. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
It's just,
it's the ones BLM uses.
Yep. When you talk about Sheldon, I said, any wild horse advocate who's been around for a while remembers Sheldon really well. They were doing a lot of different experiments on the horses at Sheldon. And I actually talked to one of the veterinarians that had done some of that. And I was uncomfortable even being alone with this person. I mean, he approached me after a meeting out in, really isolated area. And everybody left and he's still there. I didn't have cell phone service. I mean, just really made me nervous, kind of gave me the creeps. And he worked for BLM. I don't know if he was a contractor or one of their paid veterinarians or whatever. I don't know if he's retired or not yet, but he was doing these experiments on the horses at Sheldon. And it just reminded me of this mad scientist who just absolutely wanted to get the process right. But he had zero empathy for those animals. And when I said, well, what was the death rate when you were doing that experiment? And he said, well, it's all a learning curve. Like the number of animals just didn't even matter to him. It didn't even factor in his brain, So that Danvers paper I was talking about, it uses all the same typical BLM studies that we see, all the same names, right? That we see paper after paper after paper that they put out. They use these same studies. And he even cited this paper that was from a guy named Hall. We did a rebuttal of that paper. And, that's where this big claim was made about how horses cause time partitioning and chase other wildlife away from water sources. And to my knowledge, that's the only paper that ever made that claim about horses causing time partitioning. And it was done back in 2016. Now, you think that if they believe that there's really an issue with wild horses chasing other wildlife away from water sources, that they would have given one of their, gotten one of their grants to be given to one of their buddies that does all these studies and said, here, we want you to prove this. And they haven't done that. So that tells me that they know that this is just a lie. And we pointed out all the problems with that paper, that Hall paper that these guys use. And then on the Sheldon, there was another study done by Kirk Davies and Chad Boyd in 2019. And they're both affiliated with the Eastern Oregon Agricultural Research Center. So it's a USDA, Agricultural Research Service. So, of course, they're not going to say anything about the wild horses. I mean, Kirk Davies grew up on a ranch in Eastern Oregon. So he's a rancher. And he went to school and he got a degree. And now he's doing research that proves that the horses are bad. So they have a very clear conflict of interest. And even that one wasn't really a study. It was a paper that cited several studies and showed some pictures of areas on Sheldon that had fenced areas. And one of the areas he tried to say, oh, look, here's this area where the horses were grazing. And look at all the damage they did. And here's the area where they weren't. And look at how good it looks. One of the things it doesn't say is how many acres were in the damaged area? How many acres were in the undamaged area? How many horses were on that damaged area that were stuffed into that fence? We don't know. Did they have too many horses in that space that caused the damage? Or was it properly managed for what that area could sustain, which is supposed to be what the goal of the management program is? So it's all so subjective. Right. And it's also subjective that it's really easy for them to skew these, but nobody sees that except people that understand like the scientific process and how a real study is actually supposed to be done. So when we look at the BLM, science instead of BLM math, really neither one of them is reliable or even something that's comprehensible half the time. So if you dig into the bias and skewing, it happens.
Yep.
Well, I don't know. I didn't find a study that was paid for by this Bighorn Sheep organization that he's talking about, though. So I have no idea what study he's talking about, because once again, why provide any transparency or facts for us? We don't need that stuff, do we?
Yeah.
I don't know. More ridiculousness.
Study.
Yep.
Looking
Make
for
that money.
Yep.
For showing the results of these horses that were out of control on the Sheldon, what they were doing to
guess what happened
to the pronghorn. Well, they removed them, but I mean, they had a tough time.
Yeah, not only they just remove them, they did necropsies on them. They killed them because they wanted to do necropsies to see what the results were of all these different experiments and drugs and stuff that they had been using on them. So not only did they remove those horses, they killed them.
Yep.
So yeah, we know, we remember.
And it happened in a meeting and I was at when they said, hey, we don't have this problem. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in Cedarville, California. We don't have this problem. We can take whenever we want. Right. Well, the problem is there was one of those persons sitting there and they said, hold on. And it took a few years, but they did. They didn't zero them out though. And they know they left around 15 to 20.
Catch them all.
So what are we going to have? What is that going to have?
Times 20% every year.
But
ooh,
I should have looked at this. Does Sheldon have horses?
I don't
He's
think
saying they left 15 and 20% a year. I'm gonna have to look up the year that they removed them and tell people how many horses ought to be out there now then. Because I don't remember any being left
I
out
don't
there.
think they left any. It was zeroed out.
I believe so.
They're lying.
I believe so. I don't know.
You know, this is something that you know, you asked earlier. This is something that probably a lion can handle. You know, there's only 15 of them. So,
Yeah, but
you know, the lions in the foals, the lion might be able to handle it. The thing about you know, horses, they hold the lions in the area. And then, you know, a lion being opportunistic, it's going to take a mule deer or it's going to take a bighorn sheep. Those horses enable those lions to stay in that area.
Huh? So horses hold lions in an area. He's saying that even though the lions are eating mule deer and sheep, they're drawn there and stay there because there are horses there that they don't eat. So instead of following horses and sheep to other areas, all right, not horses and sheep, instead of following deer and sheep to the areas where they are, since that's their preferred food, they're instead staying where the horses are, but they're not eating them. They're eating deer and sheep that aren't there. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm doing that BLM math, science, logic shit. I really think that BLM and these BLM adjacent folks might not live in the same world of reality that we live in, Janelle. I don't know.
Well, sorry. In a world that runs on common sense, he wouldn't be
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah, that's true. He wouldn't be. Maybe he needs to stop. Please, just stop.
You know, in a world that ran on common sense, this would be so
No.
Easy.
I mean, you put a bird in the air, 6 months, problem solved. You take them to zero so that we don't have a recurring problem.
Wow. So he wants to shoot them all from the air, kill all of them, problem solved. But he loves the horses and doesn't want them out there starving or suffering. So his solution is kill them all. Yep, there's common sense. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah. Just unbelievable. Unbelievable.
That's common sense.
Yeah.
No, it isn't.
It's a solvable problem, but we're not willing to do it because we have
Emotion.
well, I think there's
So I guess we just manage with no emotion and kill everything, right?
Yep.
That's their answer.
people are starting to speak up. They're not the vote,
It's
but
got to be
people
a
are starting
political
to.
deal, and there has to be as many people on this side
Right.
or more
And I've
creating
seen a
as much
big
noise
change.
as there is on the other side.
So what would you suggest we do? Do we go through NDOW? Do we go through do we start our own coalition? Do we start with?
We probably need, if I was the king?
Yeah.
I would say,
Uh,
I would tell the
Another
director,
crown.
I would tell the director of NDOW that I don't want him to be in Reno for the next year. I want him to go rent an apartment in Washington, DC and sit in our congressional people's offices from 8 o'clock until 5 o'clock every day, so that they see him sitting there. And I want him trying to get
But
sitting there getting paid by taxpayers.
yeah, no kidding.
an appointment every single day and beat it. And then we
Beat
need to have a
it.
lobbyist from,
Beat it.
the major
Sorry.
sportsmen's groups to go get an apartment in Washington, DC and sit in there right next to him and say, we are here because we've got a huge problem and we're
Right.
not leaving. And we represent this many people and get
11.
letters and emails.
11 people. Yeah. By their views.
Just
And
like the groups are doing.
Have you ever looked into big organizations like, let's just pick SCI? they're huge for hunters. Do you know of anybody bringing this to their, because they're huge, obviously, in Washington. They got big time money.
Are they concerned about Nevada that much?
100%.
Well,
They will tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe they are.
A couple of times.
Oh, I know
they've helped us.
they don't hate Nevada, but
So they're encouraging SCI, the Safari Club. Safari Club International fights for the hunting rights of animals, especially trophy hunts of endangered animals. I have zero respect for them at all. So yeah, go buddy up with them.
They're first for hunters. That's
yeah,
their slogan.
yeah,
They're first for hunters. And if they bring their mouth to it, if they get behind it, that could be a big deal. And I mean, we're partners with them. I could put something in their ear to see where they stand on it.
they take on causes in Africa and, other places, I mean,
Yeah.
is Nevada, I mean, I guess we took it to them and made it a priority for them,
Yeah. No, I mean, that's a good start because like you say, it takes, sending people there, beating the doors down.
Yeah.
They're already there. They
Yeah.
could get those meetings done very quickly.
Emails and letters serve a purpose, but somebody sitting there like you and I having eye contact, that gets a lot for.
No, 100%. And that's, I mean, on a local level, that's why you're so good at what you do, getting stuff either passed or stopped on our level.
Yeah, well, I can
Because
go
you're
to
there.
I can go to Carson City.
Yeah.
That's not that far away.
Yeah.
But
It's either, I mean, it's gotta be that. So I am gonna reach out to him, and see what their level is, if they've ever been approached to that. Because, I mean, it's simple. I mean, if they're first for hunters and know that, I mean, what we've been talking about, the detriment of how bad that is, they have people in the door right now.
They would probably sign on, I'd imagine. I mean, they would.
And we could get, I mean, with
They don't
what we
need proof.
do, I'm not saying,
They don't need what?
They don't need any proof. They'll just sign on because their buddy asked them.
That's right. Fellow hunters. I'm wondering if the Safari Club International really would, because most of their stuff is for trophy hunting. So I'm wondering if they would really sign on to this. But maybe, who knows? Hunters are hunters are hunters, I guess.
Yeah.
all of them, I don't even know if a lot of them even have thought about the process, because we have, obviously with what we do, we have contacts with the biggest names in the hunting industry.
Mhm.
And if they start getting behind it, attached with everybody else.
It would be wonderful to have an army of lobbyists.
Yeah.
I just started thinking, the Nevada Association of Counties. I mean, we got 8 counties that have declared an emergency.
Yeah.
Well,
They-
protect
they-
the
they-
harvest
they-
is one
right
group.
there.
They should have a lot.
She brings up protect the harvest. Protect the harvest is definitely anti-wild horse. I mean, they did some of the spay experiments. We stopped these really old, antiquated experiments that they wanted to do. They had been used in domestic horses decades ago to spay mares that were, having issues. Not that you would ever routinely spay mares, but BLM decided, hey, we could routinely spay mares. And so they wanted to do these experiments to see if they could spay mares using this really antiquated method. And I won't get into it because it's gross, but basically it was not using a scope at all to sterilize these mares. And that's the thing I had been talking to that veterinarian about, that was just constantly killing horses trying it. So these people, when we stopped BLM from being able to do those on a large scale, what happened was Protect the Harvest had individual members adopt horses, and then Protect the Harvest had that same veterinarian go out and do the spay experiments there. And then they claimed, oh, look, we did this, these spay experiments on wild horses, and it was perfectly safe. Well, technically, they're not wild anymore because they purchased them, right? I said they adopted them, but they didn't. They purchased them. And So if they want to claim that they did these experiments and they were successful, well, then guess what? You experimented without going through the proper legal steps you have to take to experiment on wildlife. So that'd put them in some pretty hot water. And if they tell the truth, which is that legally these animals were now their property because they bought them, so they no longer had federal protection as wildlife species, then they actually did the experiments on domestic horses. So they also couldn't prove that they had done this on wild horses and it was successful, blah, blah. So it's a whole legal mess, but they are so anti-horse. They did this so that they could do these events annually and say, oh, look, we took this mare, we spayed her, and here she is all trained by one of our people. So, hey, buy her. And they made lots of money off of it. And the other thing is that Protect the Harvest is actually run by their parent company, which is Lucas Oil. So combination of livestock and oil there. They have a vested interest in public lands and getting the horses off as well. So, these people don't work with anybody that support the wild horses at all.
But Jenny works with them.
Yeah, Protect the Harvest.
Yep.
That's horrible. I just, the conflict of interest is huge here. And she really just doesn't need to have the job she's in. So.
Yes, in
But
Washington,
that's a good beginning right there.
Yeah.
So we got that, but can we do a, multi-pronged attack? Who can we get to sue? What lawyers are we going to use? Or do we talk to SCI and go, okay, hey, here's the deal.
Mhm.
Do they have any footing to sue on behalf of Nevada? Or does it have to be Nevada, like me, sportsman? Can I individually sue?
That's a question for a lawyer, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't have the answer to that.
I mean, there's 10 Western states that
I'm
are
certain
managed by under the 1971 Act, and
So she's basically saying you could sue in all 10 Western states that have wild horses, not just Nevada.
Yep.
Way to go, Jenny.
those 10 Western states are Wyoming, Oregon, California, Arizona, Utah, New Mexico, Montana.
Somebody was
So you're saying
She just named 7 states. Those 10 Western states are, and she named 7 states.
She doesn't know them all.
No, she left out Idaho, I know. I'd have to go back through and listen to all of them, but I know she left out Idaho.
Montana or Wyoming.
No, she said Montana. I don't think she said Wyoming. I don't know. And she used to work in Wyoming. I don't know. But I was counting. She listed 7, not 10.
try to, get those states.
Well, I'm saying this isn't just a Nevada issue. I mean, we've got the largest
Right. So sue all 10 states, not just Nevada.
numbers, but
Yeah.
this is 10 Western states that are all in the same boat when you're looking at the population numbers and what they should be.
Yeah, I just want to read those. Arizona 6,600, California 7,000, Colorado 1,500, Idaho 651, Montana 205, Nevada, or I'll go the other ones. New Mexico 385, Oregon 4,500, Utah 3,700, and Wyoming 8,800. Nevada 49,000.
And this is what the numbers should be.
Holy mackerel!
And what should the number be?
For Nevada, 12,811, and we're at 49,268.
400% over.
And that was
20%.
that was a
Plus-
year ago.
yeah,
So
plus
add
20%
20% on
yeah.
that.
So right after she said, he read 49,000, and
Yeah.
she said, that's what it should be. And then she goes in and says that's
I agree. That's what it should be.
yeah. Yeah, we agree with that. Then she says add 20% because those are last year's numbers. It's, wait, what? That's what it should be. Okay, well then leave it at 49,000. Thanks, Jay. And add 20%.
Holy smokes.
At
people.
20% plus, because we're waiting to finalize all our numbers
This
this
is a
year.
serious,
So,
If
add
everybody is
20%.
numbers, why is she touting numbers?
Well, even, I mean, they've been given birth control for how many years? So you still add 20% that you were adding before you gave any birth. I guess no birth control out there is working, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. She's trying so hard to help them form their argument for a lawsuit against the government, which again, she works for. And BLM, if you're listening, I think someone needs a timeout over there, maybe in the form of a pink slip with the removal of her retirement benefits. That would make sense to me.
Yep.
She also says that they need to finalize their numbers, indicating that the numbers would be even higher. We just did an article that we put up on our Facebook page because of the recent news release that came out. Said that the overpopulation is declining, right? So it showed that we couldn't even rely on the BLM numbers because their different website pages had different numbers than the news release had. And it was a huge discrepancy in the title. Like for a population for 2024, BLM admits there's somewhere between 63,432 and 85,249 on the range. That's a pretty damn big spread. So
Yeah.
if they've done surveys, how the hell can they have this big difference in the low and high estimates? It's almost 20,000 animals.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. What was really interesting to me, we got that news release on March 25th in our email. And, you know, was that the low estimate? And I kept telling people that I really thought the actual number of horses on the land was closer to between 50 and 60,000 because they kept saying over 80,000. And I thought, now, if we look at all these removals and we look at the fact that they've done, you know, Gonacon on this percentage of horses, I mean, they would have delivered this year, but, you know, the ones that were Gonacon the previous year wouldn't. So at any rate, you know, I was looking at the numbers and I kept saying, I don't think it's in the 80,000s. I think it's more like 50 or 60. So now they're kind of coming in and going, well, there might be 63,000, or it could be 85. We might not have been lying that first time. Might have been in the 80,000s, but there could be 63,000. So they're getting us prepared that, you know, these numbers have gone down and that they can't keep up this population increase at 20% anymore. They can't keep lying and saying that that's what it is across the board. We were already seeing this past year when we did our comments and we're digging through these environmental assessments for different herds. We were already seeing that the population was in decline and that the population growth rate was closer to like 12 to 15%. So we knew that this wasn't true, but you know, these guys have got to start admitting the truth. But I don't think that truth is caught up to these assets yet. They're still talking these old talking points that have died on the vine.
Yep. She is a PR specialist after all.
That's true. That's right. She's supposed to spew the PR speak. So yeah, I don't know. Okay, we got a few minutes to get through, so thanks for bearing with us, and I'll try to stop talking so much.
Well, it's like I tell our coalition, I said, just with those numbers right there, we sit around a table like this. I said, this is ground zero. We are the people sitting around this table that really should be doing this. We can't have Wyoming and Idaho and why do they care?
Yeah, exactly.
It has to come from this state. It has to start here.
Well,
we didn't help Wyoming when they got what they
I'm almost sorry that I haven't even put, because I've obviously known about the problem forever, but I didn't know the extent of this problem. It's mind-boggling,
you know,
and there are things that could be done to start fighting.
Well, a minute ago I was talking about who's going to speak. What are we doing right here? We're talking into microphones. Yeah, we're speaking. This is a start right here.
No, I agree. So what? I don't know if you can talk about this. Want to talk about this? You wrote down here something that you might not want to talk about. Do you have plans to do this forever? Do you have, I mean, what is actually your role of taking those phone calls every day? Can you talk about that?
Well, I started out in DC in 2005 doing the budget, legislation, and policy. I was actually in DC after 9/11, moved there. Ran the horse program as the Wild Horse and Burro state lead in Wyoming. Also did it twice here and was acting deputy chief for the entire program. Today, all I do is talk about horses here in Nevada because I've basically done every position within the program. Do I see myself after 18 years, once I retire, completely stop? And at this stage, I'm sure I'll be involved in some manners, just for the historical knowledge of it, and the critical point we're at.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. You would be a perfect
lobbyist.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
I thought that was loser.
I don't know where you stand on every subject. I mean, you got to speak carefully because you're still employed from the government. So I don't know your true feelings about everything kind of that we've talked about today. But when and if you do retire, there is probably a position on, I would say, our side, because I think you're probably more on our side than anything else, that you would know the ins and outs of navigating certain things that we're going to run into.
Well, I mean, I want to look, I came to Nevada because I fell in love with these lands.
What?
Well, BLM Jenny loves Nevada lands and has allowed livestock industry for 10, 15 years to destroy the land under her fucking watch, and has blamed the wild horses and burros for all that time. Now we're hearing about some plot she's planning.
Yeah, she's been saying, I have a plan. I have a plan. But the thing that confused me about that was that she said she was living in DC after 9/11, right?
Right.
That was 13 years ago. So then she talks about being on Nevada lands for 10, 15 years. So maybe 10, maybe even 13, but not 15. I'm not sure she can remember where she lived when. I'm sorry. God, I am so sorry. It's that BLM math again. My bad. I'm so sorry. So let's just go on.
Everybody's talked about Nevada was the best kept secret for the longest time. And to go out on these lands, and I mean, I can remember back, 10, 15 years ago, it would take my breath away to see wild horses out on the range. Now, after being at my home for 12, 13 years in Washoe Valley, as a resident, I'm furious because.
Ooh, she's furious, Janelle. She's just furious. Sounds like BLM Jenny might be a little emotional there.
As it is extremely different than it was before. And so you can look at every side of it. I believe in the Western heritage. I believe in our lands. I believe in where it starts to where it ends.
But she blames the damage on the horses. Not the problem out there right now. It's drought.
Do you believe in the drought, Jenny? It does change the landscape.
Yeah, no kidding. She just doesn't hear it at all. She just doesn't. It's blame the horses, and that's all she can see or think or do. And at some level, she has to know that this isn't true. She's been in this long enough. She has to know. So again, lies, rhetoric, propaganda, and no accountability.
Right.
In 100%, if we don't have our lands to at least 50% of what they were when I first moved here, we're not going to have anything out there.
Nothing.
And so on the
nothing.
big scheme of it, I want my grandchildren to be able to see what I saw, period.
And I think we're both after the same things, but we differ in the ways we get there a little bit, probably. You said 50%.
Well,
you say 0%. So
There's that BLM logic again, huh? So she's saying in order for her grandchildren to see what she saw, that we have to have 50% or 0 horses, because either way, it wouldn't be what she
She
saw.
saw.
So it's got to be that BLM logic again. I don't know. Maybe they removed so many that, you know, they can't find them, because I know we have a lot of our members that are saying that once the herd that they follow or watch is removed, they're not finding horses out there. Even a couple of years later, they're not finding the horses out there. So I just think it's a little odd here, but whatever.
I mean, there's a little bit difference there, which you might be saying something that you have to say government wise, which I don't blame you, but I don't see it getting back to what you want without
Yeah.
going to 0%
No.
and start.
No.
Yeah.
So she wants 0% too.
So he's basically accusing her of lying, because he said, I'm sorry, I don't know this guy's name because I can't tell the difference between the speakers, and they don't say, you know, this guy was talking or this guy was talking, so you really can't tell. And I hope you guys aren't having that problem, Janelle and I, but maybe you are, and I apologize if that's the case. But at any rate, I'm amazed of the interviewer technique there, that he just said, yeah, maybe you're lying because you work for the government. You can't say what you really want to say. So, huh?
Today.
Starting in 2007 is when it should have started, but you know, when I was focused on it.
You saw.
I don't shut up.
Well, you know, I mean, look, we're all humans out here, and most people are very focused on one single item, you know, whether it's horses or cows or wildlife or even deer compared to sheep, you know. The problem.
That's so wrong. That's so wrong. We advocate for the horses, for their habitats, for clean water, for other species, especially predators that they're wiping out. But we even advocate for the protection of the habitat for the mule deer and for the elk, and, you know, for the sage grouse, and for the fish and for the birds. Yeah, everything. You know, we protect all wildlife that's out there. We're not laser focused on one thing. I think perhaps they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. What matters is what we can kill and eat. Nothing else.
Is this is a big complex issue, and there's a lot of things suffering from it, you know, multi-use, recreation, mining, livestock, wildlife, energy, water, land, plants, etc. So to have that multiple use mandated by Congress, and all it takes, let's just talk the grazing animal. All it takes is one grazing animal to overuse that, and what happens? A domino effect. So currently, I mean, we can sit here, everybody.
One grazing animal, like a cow.
Yeah. Well,
everybody knows, everybody's asking the same question, you know, internally, externally. Comes down to money. It comes down to laws that aren't or are being followed. It comes down to different mandates of discretionary items, such as livestock grazing, oil and gas, those sort of things that you're told when, and you've got stipulations, to non-discretionary items like wildlife and horses. You know, why is horses like a wildlife out there?
Yeah, why is horses like a wildlife?
Because they are, duh.
Why is horses like a wildlife? Oh my God.
I don't have those answers. All I know is Congress decided that they were.
There's one other thing I'd like to say.
Okay.
This doesn't have to be done by the government.
Yes, it does.
You know, the proper function of government is to be a referee on the sidelines.
Oh, bullshit.
They're supposed to be running up and down the sidelines, blowing the whistle. They're not supposed to be on the field throwing the passes.
How's Congress on the field throwing the passes? BLM's the one on the field. BLM just has to follow the rules enforced by the referees, who are in fact supposed to be the laws that were enacted by Congress. So Congress is supposed to be on the sidelines, right, refereeing the whole thing. They're not on the field like he's claiming. Hell, we can't even Congress to do anything when the BLM doesn't follow those laws, when it's really blatant. So no, dude, just because you aren't getting your way doesn't mean you can try and blame Congress for it now. It's everybody else's fault.
Yep.
So I don't know. So what are we gonna do, Janelle? Anybody got a plan?
Birth control and get the cows off.
Well, I think BLM Jenny has a plan here. She's been working on it.
Oh, that's right.
You have a lot of good analogies.
BLM should be
He has a lot of
refereeing
good analogies.
contractors.
Well, we
That-
do that with
that-
gathers.
Yeah, but they should be taking these animals and putting them into a market and making a profit on it.
Yeah, okay. Let's let the contractors put them in a market and make profit on it. Like they're not making profit doing the gathers.
Yeah. Or holding them in the holding facilities.
So what profit? Oh, he just wants them to send them to slaughter. Got it. Dumb me. Why am I being stupid again?
If we could shift that politically, problem solved.
Yeah, problem
The
solved.
problem we got right now is public lands. Texas, do you see anything on there on for
Well, there's
Texas?
no public lands out there really.
And believe me, all my friends go, "Oh my God, public lands." I moved here because of public lands,
Right.
and I love public lands, and I love the freedom and my ability to go out on them. But we have to identify what the problem is and talk about it before we're going to get a solution, and that's the problem.
I agree, but, Wyoming, how many horses they have?
8,828. 8,828.
Okay.
That is no
Nine
They
there.
have
So-
18 herd management
is,
areas. We have 83.
What is Wyoming? 60-some%?
And a
40,
bunch
I
of
think.
throw it
40?
out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Utah.
So why is Wyoming in such a better shape than Nevada?
So it was where horses were found in 1971. And I've given you the historical numbers. We did flights. We saw horses on the ground. We're an open range state. Wyoming's the same way. They drew a big circle back in 71. They gave 60 days for a claiming period for private.
No. It was a couple years that they had to claim these horses. I think I might have. No, don't have anything yet on that one. But no, Congress gave them a couple years that they could go claim horses that were on the public lands as their own private horses. After, I think it was 1974, they actually said, all right, you can't keep claiming that, you had 1,000 horses out there and just taking them off the range. You're going to have to show us some kind of proof that you own these horses, and you're going to have to start paying a trespass fee. So no, that's an absolute fucking lie. No way is that true. We had the proof of that in some of our documents. And, when they were talking about passing the act itself, we had interviews from ranchers that were so upset because they were sure that the whole area, like in Arizona, they had horses in the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest. And there were some really big grazing allotments there. And they said, oh my God, they're going to turn this whole forest into a horse preserve. And he said, we had to get those horses off of the allotment before they decide to turn it into a preserve. So even before the act passed, they removed horses by the thousands. And then for 2 or 3 years afterward, I think it might have been 1974, but they just sat there and kept getting rid of all these horses. So she's lying. That's a bold-faced lie. And she has to know that. She's been there 18 years. There's no excuse for this.
Property. Many were claimed at that point.
No.
And you'll notice in Elko, somebody did it right up in Elko district because they don't have as many herd management up areas or up in the Elko district as they do, say, Battle Mountain.
You're saying the Wyoming ranchers did a better job of it than the Nevada guys?
Well,
There you go. The Wyoming ranchers did a better job of getting rid of all those horses before they could turn it into a preserve on their allotments.
Exactly.
He just said
The
it.
Elko people did too.
Just amazing.
I think you've got the Rock Springs Grazing Association in Wyoming, where the majority of the herd management areas were, but you've also got.
She thinks she worked there, remember? That's
Mhm.
one of the places she worked on the Wild Horse and Burro program. So she thinks there's the rocks. She knows they were in court for several years. I don't know if it ever actually ended. The Rock Springs Grazing Association had huge lawsuit involvement over the wild horses. So she fucking knows.
It's a checkerboard area owned by the Rock Springs Grazing Association and the railroads.
And Wyoming sued.
And Wyoming sued. There's
And they
consent.
won.
Well,
we were there.
it's
We
a
were there.
consent decree that they were under. And currently there is an environmental assessment to zero out 3 of the largest herd management areas
Of
there.
course.
There's people fighting it, but it's on the books and it's ready to happen because the BLM could not abide by the consent decree over the last, since I left.
That consent decree was to remove horses from private lands. The problem is there is a checkerboard there. So the horses, in order to go from one area of public land to another area of public land, they're going across the private land. So that checkerboard has created a huge problem for the horses in Wyoming. And BLM could deal with that by doing some land swaps. You know, they do land swaps all the time when the ranchers want the land. Why can't they do it? Because that's where the wild horses have been. And just say, okay, we'll manage the horses over here, you manage your cows over here, you know, and do those swaps so that it solves the problem. But no, instead, we'll just get rid of the horses because we don't like them anyway.
Yep, exactly.
I'm not against public lands. I just want them managed correctly.
And so do I. And so does everybody, that I work with.
I've got an apartment building. I want my property manager to get the rats out of the basement.
God.
And not allow the thing to burn down.
So our wild horses and burros are the rats on public land, according to him. But he loves them and just wants what's best for them. Sorry. Damn it. Forgot again. It's that BLM logic. But yeah, fuck your analogy, dude. Fuck you, Jenny.
That's what I want.
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
That's my analogy there.
Anything else? Like you said, we can go.
We can talk for hours now. I got so many questions here.
I actually, appreciate this time and appreciate the ability to talk to, your friends out there that are seeing the lands more than any of these wild horse advocates are seeing it. You guys are, the advocates and true advocates of our lands.
Fuck you. Fuck you,
Fuck
Jenny.
you, Jenny. You don't know what wild horse advocates are out there or who.
Not at all.
You bitched throughout this about them showing pretty pictures of horses. How the fuck do you think that they got those pictures?
That's right. We showed you some of the pretty pictures. Obviously, they had to be out there to take those pretty pictures.
You guys have seen what has happened over the years, and what's out there on our Nevada land. So the more people that we get that better understand, our quality of land, where it's at today compared to, like Joel said, what is it? 10 counties, 12 counties.
Oh my God.
Acknowledge.
Again, the 8 counties in Nevada that declared an emergency for ecological disaster. Flooding and mudslides, dumbasses.
I know they can't get it right, can they? Let's blame the horses.
Yep.
This drives me nuts.
We've got an ecological disaster.
Oh my God.
Disaster.
Okay.
Again,
regardless,
critical point,
ecological
emergency.
disaster,
Oh
not,
no.
oh my gosh, we're almost there. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, we're at critical point. No, we're past that point.
Oh,
Wait, we're at a critical point. So in the last 30 seconds, we went from at a critical point to, oh my God, we're past it. That's it. I give up, Janelle. It's all lost. It's the rapture.
everything's over. It's the rapture.
I know. It just, talk about emotional, for fuck's sake. That's just ridiculous.
Exactly what I
Blame
was
us for, we're emotional. Yep. We're emotional. Critical point. Ah, we're past the critical point.
And there's a reason for appropriate management numbers. You know, we can sit there and talk again for hours, but if you've got a spring out there that only produces 5 gallons of water a day and a horse requires 5 to 15 gallons a day, how many horses can that serve if you didn't have any wildlife or anything else out there?
Don't put cows out there. See, solved the problem. She's right. Common sense. Don't put the cows out there. But I guess that depends on whether or not there are other water sources out there. Don't you think, Janelle? We got one spring.
5
produces
gallons.
5 gallons.
So is there only one water source in Nevada?
I guess so.
God, they are past critical point. There's only 5 gallons of water in the state of Nevada.
We're dying. We're there. It's lost. I know.
24 horses.
I learned that math in 2nd grade.
Well, I can't get that
See?
math across to a lot of people out there.
Yeah, but they say, you know,
2nd grade math. I get it.
2nd grade math. Can't get that through people's heads. I hate to tell you this, Jenny. I went past 2nd grade math. I actually went to college with a major in accounting. So that might be the problem, Janelle. These people went to 2nd grade. So they know the 2nd grade math. There's our problem, BLM. We need people with at least a damn high school diploma, I think. You know, BLM has some kind of hiring requirements, don't they? Wait. Okay. Here's our thing. Here's our slide. My 4-year degree, my bachelor's. Does bachelor's mean BS? Literally? Guess
Yeah.
they never applied to be contestants on Are You Smarter Than a 3rd grader? Because they only had 2nd grade education. Got it. Sorry.
They
Silly
sound like-
me.
They sure sound like it.
Silly me again.
Little friends on Facebook says 3 gallons of water a day per horse because of the succulent feeds that they're feeding. Oh my God.
Okay. So we
That
have
water-
this whole crisis. Everything's critical. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. The sky is falling, right? One nut out of the entire sky. The whole thing's falling. So, you know, other animals, after seeing her message of imminent doom, realize she's stupid, because none of these other animals out there are keeling over and dying and starving and everything else because of this crisis that's been imminent for, I don't know, as long as I've been in this, about three and a half decades. You know, there's been an imminent crisis. So why hasn't it happened?
Because Jenny doesn't want to remove the cows, and neither do these hunter groups. They
No.
think the cows are good for the land and the horses
Yep.
are bad for the land. And if you
Yep.
get rid of however many thousand horses there are, then everything will be just perfect. And it'll be just like it was when she first went to Nevada.
And it
But
drives me
they're
nuts
wrong.
with their,
The cows
But-
are still there.
and with their little, you know, our little friends on Facebook. I'm not sure who their little friends are on Facebook, but I'm on Facebook. Are you, Janelle?
Yeah. And I've seen Blakesley harassing people on Facebook or wild horse pages. Trust me, he's a troll and has no friends other than the other BLM apologists like himself. Just get on
it's just-
people.
and they're back on the water consumption issue again, saying people claim on Facebook. We already showed you that. We already know that's a fucking lie.
And they're
no
saying,
wild horse advocates claiming stuff that's
Oh,
you
they
know, what he says.
they claim the horses drink 3 gallons of water a day. Well, it's actually 5,
Right.
5 to 10. Yep. Depending
Yep.
on the temperature.
Yeah. But
So
then he
not
goes
far.
on to say we're lying because we said compared to cows who drink 30 gallons a day. Well, a lactating cow drinks 30 gallons of water a day. Guess that wasn't a lie.
Yeah, he hasn't looked at the science. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
And so at any rate, when they talk about their little friends on Facebook, you know, I just hope that, you know, BLM Jenny stays off my page. Yeah, I don't need that. I've had enough trolls. So Jenny, if you're listening to this, please stay off my page. I don't need liars that spew shit on my page. It'll just get you blocked. Wait a minute. Maybe you should come to my page, because if you hit the angry emoji and argue with me, though that trolling actually brings us up higher in the Facebook algorithms, and we'll get more views and stuff. So yeah, come on over. We'll have a discussion. I can get you beyond that second grade education even.
I don't know. There's some people that you can't teach, especially these people have an agenda. So
That's right. Some people are just educated beyond their own intellect. So, yeah. Wait, they did say that we show these pretty little pictures of horses. But earlier, remember they said we're never out there.
yeah, dumbasses.
They contradict themselves all the time.
If we're not out there, we can't get pictures very easy, can we?
We also can't get standing in court. So
Right.
apparently some of us must be out there, huh? Maybe
Yeah.
those of us who post the pretty pictures can't have it. It's that circle jerk again. I cannot get there. Sorry, there I go again, trying to figure out BLM's logic. Can't be done.
Yeah, good luck. There is none.
I know. All right, we'll move on. We're almost done here, folks.
Thinking, what? Well, that's a whole other.
Yeah,
But
what?
then cattle drink 30 gallons per animal per day.
I mean, so they got, you hear
And they do.
the extreme.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
That's great. That's another issue.
That's
Jenny-
crazy.
oh,
And she's laughing at it.
Jenny doesn't know. She doesn't know how much they drink. Jenny
Nope.
doesn't know a whole lot of shit.
No, and apparently she's never read those studies that they use, or maybe she know some of the stuff.
Well, they don't
Pretty
study.
bad when we read their studies, but they don't read their own studies. They've just been using them for so long that they're in their little templates. And most of the people who are writing these assessments and these plans now haven't actually read those studies. Well, still, God, I am so dense sometimes. That's why we're not getting any kind of a substantive reply to our public comments.
Because they
It's
don't know how
because
to.
they don't know. They haven't even read the studies. So
Yeah,
to
they
reply to
don't
our questions
study.
about those studies, they would have to actually read the studies.
Well, they certainly don't study the damage done by livestock.
No, that's outside the scope of a wild horse and burro thing. Doesn't, the horses only eat the blades of grass that they say the horses can have. So the livestock that are out there don't matter. They're outside the scope.
Yeah.
The cow goes, wait, I can't eat that blade of grass. That belongs to the horse, or that belongs to the wildlife. And the wildlife goes, oh, wait, I can't eat that blade of grass because it belongs to the cows. So they're all separate issues. They're not one big picture, right? I just ridiculous. So I don't get these people. I never will.
You didn't even get into social media. I mean,
Oh boy.
It's
that's
been a bear.
downfall of America in general. But
Oh, it's a downfall of America.
now,
Talking.
their side, they use it so well. And like you're saying on Facebook,
Thank you.
they show these pretty little horses out there glistening in the sunshine, and they're so beautiful. And how the other thousands of horses are looking and treated. And
I am sorry. I just love this. Pretty little pictures of horses. glistening in the sunshine. Drama much? Jeez, dude. It cracks me up.
Abysmal freaking. We're commenting.
I had an aha moment this year.
Aha!
Brought some media out to a gather, and I mean, I often think that I'm smart,
but I'm not.
But this, and I'm not going to mention his name or anything, but he's doing documentary and probably would fall more likely into the advocacy side, and came out there and saw the couple
side, yeah, whatever it is.
People that came out on the gather that's being paid to be out there, which by the way doesn't follow CFRs, but that's
no. Most people who go out there and observe are volunteers. Some of them get their expenses reimbursed by a nonprofit group. Like we may pay for our people's gas money to go back and forth if they have to stay overnight, because it is, these areas a lot of times are quite a distance. So if they stay overnight, we may reimburse their hotel. We don't pay them daily rates for being out there working. I only know of one advocate group that allegedly pays people a daily stipend to be out there, but that's not the norm by far. Absolutely not the norm. So, what exactly is she trying to get onto here, and where's her proof of that statement?
Yeah, she doesn't want them out there, so she has to badmouth the fact that they're out there and try to put some stupid reasoning out.
Well, they get paid. They get paid to be out there. So that's the whole reason they go out there. It's not because they care about the horses. It's not because you would ever volunteer for a cause that you care about. No. You're only doing it for money.
Yeah, she's
a story. One of the gals was going on and really seemed to think she had his attention. And, I had to sit back and allow that to happen. Long story short, she kept going on and on about 1 million people are against slaughter in this world, and 1 million people this and 1 million people that. You got to remember, these were the only people that would write letters to Congress because everybody else was doing jobs. Yeah. So by
not doing a job.
So she's implying that people who go out there don't have a job. That's pretty ridiculous. I mean, we do have people that take time off to go out there to a gather. And honestly, most of the people who are advocates that go to the gathers are retired, So she's, again, just stereotyping an entire group of people so that they can claim wild advocates are, just saying the things they do because of emotion or because they don't have a job, so they go to the gathers. But then again, we're never out there.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
And she said it for the 10th time, 1 million people are against it. He turned to her and in the perfect voice, kind of a Joel Blakesley voice, in the perfect voice said, you do know that there's 313 million people in the United States, don't you?
And how many of those people have written in to support public lands ranching? When you've got 1 million people, according to her story, that want the horses out there and support them, then show me the 1 million people that supported public lands ranching, please. Because that's what they promote here. But the other thing that I think that maybe somebody got wrong in this story is that there have been some surveys done, and the vast majority of the American public, 89% actually, are against horse slaughter, which is not this exact issue. But there are some studies that were done out of Colorado State that talked about how people wanted horses managed out there. And most of them don't support moving them off the range. They want them managed on the range. And the more information they were giving about different management options, the more they said, look, we don't want them removed. We don't want them warehoused. We would rather have a reversible fertility control than them being ripped away from their homes, ending up in these warehouse situations, or worse yet, going to slaughter. We don't want the agency killing them. It's all in the Colorado State University study, which I'm sure they have. So again, we're just being dishonest here. No big surprise there, though, is there?
Nope.
So anyway.
And she stopped talking to him. But it was kind of an aha moment of my 18 years of doing this and watching these one or two groups only have the ear of Congress and those people that had the vote to let's balance this out and let's do what's right. At the end of the day, let's do what's right. I don't care if you're a single person and it's your plants or your land or your wildlife or your horses. Right now, we're not doing right for any of them.
Because it's about the money and not the cause.
Yeah.
We agree. It's about the money. Gotta keep the livestock out there, so we're not doing the right thing and it's all out of balance. We agree with that.
That's all.
It's a problem that's allowed to get out of hand.
Yeah.
It just got out of hand.
And it's got to be reversed big time. So, well, I appreciate it. I mean, it's been, like you're saying, aha moment for you. It's been an aha moment for me. Not just that I have to listen to my uncle, but he owes.
That's
I've
why
been
he
asking
called.
for stuff for months, and he has, a gardening tool, and he won't make it for me. Anywho,
It's six feet of snow at my house, so I can't get around.
we did have a big ass storage room. Anyway, well, I appreciate it. Like, I would love to have you back, maybe after, if you do retire, and get your real thoughts on certain subjects. Maybe, I don't know.
I have told you all my real thoughts.
But I'd love to have you come back. But now that this is in my ear more than just, a passing problem, I think it might get some feet somehow.
Oh, just
So
there's a voice
starting.
going out right here, right now.
Yeah. So
And I'd love to talk more about this and allow you to kind of look at some of these things and come up with questions. I mean, the door is always open. We're always willing to discuss these things and talk about them. I know.
Unless it's a wild horse advocate trying to contact you to talk about them.
We've got a state senator that's gotten heavily involved and didn't think much of the BLM for a long time and is probably one of my greatest advocates at this point.
Yeah,
So
she
finally got a state senator that'll work with her because he agrees with BLM's position to get rid of the horses. The one that before wouldn't blatantly agree with the bias BLM had, wouldn't work with her. So she says that they weren't willing to work with the BLM, but now since this guy is willing to kill off the horses, she's finally got one she can work with. Got it. Can only work with the ones that see things our way.
Yep.
It's just unbelievable to me. I can't fathom.
Of really understanding and comprehending what's going on and the challenges. Look, in anything we do, there's going to be challenges.
Yeah, for sure.
And there's some major challenges here that we could have been in a lot better shape.
Yeah, we could look at the actual studies, but they're not willing to work with anyone. Only the people on their side. Half the time, we can't even get them to talk to us and give us the studies that they're citing, which by law they have to give to us.
Yep. And are we supposed to trust any data that they publish after listening to all this shit?
Because it's all right?
Yeah, or any numbers that they give us. How many wild horse and burros die in roundups? In the crowds, the biased scientific studies and reports they pay to prove their narrative. Yep. They want the wild horses and burros gone, and this bitch is proof of that. I don't trust them before. I didn't trust them before. I don't. And I guess it was in not trusting them.
That's the whole conflict of interest and the bias that they show. It creates an atmosphere that isn't conducive to trust or even a good working relationship. I think Congress really does need to remove the whole wild horse and burro program from the BLM. I think we need to have an independent agency to manage them, like I was saying, not that supports our side, not that supports their side, but one who doesn't exhibit any kind of a bias or grew up in the ranching or oil and extractive industries, they should be precluded from being on this independent agency. And I really think we need one that's more science-based, and we need some better requirements for who can manage these animals. I mean, they claim that BLM can't manage with a conflict of interest, but they started with one. They were a livestock agency. That's
Yep.
what they did. So
Yeah, nothing to care about.
Yep. No. Hey, I don't know.
So thank you guys,
Yeah,
honestly.
Yeah,
Something
thank
else?
you for agreeing with me on
No,
everything.
just, we gotta go. It's go time.
And I think, I mean, like you said, again, I think hunters are a very good way to start, because we always solve problems ourselves.
Well, exactly. We are self-starters, but we're the ones who are affected the most. Other than
Really?
the rancher. And something we didn't talk about today was rights, that the rights that a rancher has to those grazing out there. That's grazing right.
And the water.
No. Those grazing permits are not rights. Grazing on public lands is a fucking privilege. It can be reduced or removed at any time by the land management agency, right?
Yep.
It's absolutely not a right. And there's the bulk of the damn problem. The ranchers think they have a right to use the land and do what they want on our public lands. When they don't get their way, we have things happen like Bunkerville and the Malheur Wildlife Refuge, where they had armed standoffs over not having their cows out there, or not, BLM in Bunkerville. They tried to remove the trespass cattle that hadn't been paid for years to be out there. And all these ranchers took up arms. Malheur Wildlife, that was over the Hammonds, cows. So, we have ranchers crying about paying 1/20th of what it would cost them to graze their livestock on private land versus what they pay on public lands. And if you increase it a penny, these ranchers are all in an uproar again. But
Yeah,
it's
they have an emotional
absolutely,
breakdown.
yeah, complete emotional breakdown over this stuff. They start screaming about getting their subsidies, that for anything that happens on unattended livestock out there in the range. They have to haul water, we got to pay them. They get attacked by a wolf or a lion, not killed, we got to pay them. I mean, we're paying for cows, like I said earlier, that kind of have PTSD or something out there because they don't get the normal average weight for slaughter. I mean, it's just ridiculous. All these subsidies, they really should be the cost of doing business out there. It shouldn't be footed by the taxpayers. And I wonder if all these horses were gone, if these guys were left to see only livestock causing the problems out there and they could blame the horses, what do you think they'd do?
They would say, "Oh, we were wrong. Oh well, I have horses. This has been an eye opener."
Just yeah, dumb. Just dumb. Dumb.
Yeah, and the water also. I mean,
And the work they're doing out there, that support.
but it's just nobody wants to talk about that on the other side. Those are rights.
We're at the end of this.
Rights.
Got a minute
We
left.
can't forget about him either.
All right, Joel, last words, other than 0%?
0%.
The people that need to hear this are people that have a vote.
I have a vote.
I've always said that I don't need to convert all the soccer moms in the world. I need
Soccer mom.
to
Give me a break.
Jackie Rosen, Cortez Mato,
Titus.
Oh, he means only the legislators that have a vote for all their constituents who happen to be people like us.
Yeah.
So yeah, convince them to go against the will of the people, please.
Titus.
Yep.
That's who needs, and it needs to start in Nevada because we are the epicenter.
Okay.
We can't.
Even though the public lands and the horses are owned by all Americans It's only Nevada that matters, huh? No.
Yeah, and their epicenter is the problems caused by livestock. They
Yeah.
can't look at that. They're not going to
No.
solve the damn problem.
Yeah. No way. Can't look at that at all.
Expect somebody in Kansas or Maryland to do this. It has to fall to us.
And hopefully one day it's convincing, or here pretty quick next year, Stephanie
Awesome.
Phillips,
That would be
you know,
awesome.
to convince her also.
Any last words?
Might be a little
Miss
tough.
Jenny?
Convince people.
Nope, this has been a very big eye opener and I appreciate it. I absolutely do
Sure
appreciate it.
has.
All right, folks, we will see you next week right here on Where the Pavement Ends.
Yeah, no, they won't see me next week. Sorry, fellas, but the quality of your information just doesn't hold water. And I don't return to shows that have this level of ignorance. Janelle, are you going to be tuning in next week?
Oh, hell no.
So thank you, everybody, for lending us your ears for all this time. I know it went long, but we don't ever want to be accused of taking something out of context. So we did the whole hilarious thing for you guys. What I learned today is that the stupidity we see from BLM statements so often is the same stupidity that we heard today. BLM has a serious honesty problem, and their bias is showing. They're recruiting and indoctrinating other groups, giving them bad information about wild horses and burros based on biased narrative and supposed science and so-called range assessments, while evaluating or elevating, and ignoring livestock. They don't care. BLM is a rogue agency. It needs to be investigated. It needs to be held accountable. It's another example of this cult-like behavior through government misinformation. And we hope people will read more and really use those critical thinking skills that are starting to become more and more rare in our culture of quick and fast clips and memes on social media. Education, real knowledge, cannot be gained in short video clips or cute memes. You need to dig in, and we're always willing to help you do that. We have several research papers, we have scientists, we have people out there, but you have to have an open mind. We don't believe horses and burros should never be touched by humans. We believe that since humans have created this imbalance of nature and that now we have to manage them, since they wiped out our predators and took over half their land and screamed over population. So something's got to be done. But if, as BLM Jenny said, we're going to do it right, then it has to be done right and not done with the goal of 0%, as all these people just agreed to. It has to be done with science. It has to be done in balance, and it has to be done without bias. So again, thank you for sticking with us. Janelle, you have any last words?
Well, it's like she said, it's been real eye-opening. You know, I always thought that the BLM hated the horses. She just proved it.
Yeah, she did.
She just proved it.
Yeah, she did. So, you guys, I
And
think that's it.
We know what her plan is. 0%.
That's right. 0%. No real management there at all. So
Nope.
again,
They don't have to work if they're gone.
that's right. But we appreciate all you. We appreciate the time that you took to listen to this. And next time there's something like this, we'll pop up in your feed again. So thanks, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'll figure out how to shut off the recording.
Yeah.
There we go.